যদি সবাই ফিরে যায়, ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা সবাই ফিরে যায়, যদি গহন পথে যাওয়ার কালে কেউ ফিরে না যায়, তবে পথের কাটা তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে, তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে, যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে। যদি আলো না ধরে, ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা আলো না ধরে, যদি ঝড় বাদলে আধার রাতে দুয়ার দেয় ঘরে, তবে বজ্রানলে আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা চলো রে, আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা চলো রে, যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে। একলা চলো, একলা চলো, একলা চলো, একলা চলো রে।
Hi guys, thank you for joining the live stream, our second live stream today. We just finished in one sitting the famous book Anthem by the legendary Ayn Rand, and now I'm very excited to read my first Aristotle work gifted to us. The amount for this was gifted to me by the host of the Navavimar show, Bhupendra Da, long-time viewer, very supportive viewer of ours. So with that gift cash, I bought this book. What about 1300-year-old book or no, I think 2500-year-old book. I forgot when was it written. Yeah, it was written in, let's see, okay, we will get to the date in the introduction or the in the blurb probably, but anyway, Poetics by Aristotle. And allegedly there's a view among some scholars that this was only the first book of Poetics by Aristotle, and there was a hidden or lost second book of Poetics by Aristotle as well, and which is the core, let's say, theme of the book, Umberto Eco's book, The Name of the Rose, which was turned into a movie in, I think, 1980 or 82. The protagonist was played by Sean Connery, a very, very awesome historical mystery thriller. Who the fuck is making that noise? So anyway, I'm very excited because not all of them agree that there was in fact a second book of Poetics or not, but the fictional story in Umberto Eco's book was that people get to killing each other over that second book of Poetics. But anyway, let's see the blurb and then we'll get to the introduction. The fun part is that this book is only 47 pages old, but the introduction is about 60 to 70 pages long, and the core text is only 47 pages long. The beautiful publication by Penguin Classics. Rishi is asking, were you disappointed with LPI yesterday? No, I wasn't. LPI is Libertarian Party of India. I wasn't disappointed except on the George Soros thing, but I expected them to have some disagreements with me on policy, obviously. But the others, I agreed with them on policy, but the reasoning for them reaching those policies are different, and my reasoning is different. So the Hindutva perspective on libertarian policies is just that they are Hindutva perspectives. But if you reach that same policy because of other reasonings, I don't care. The example I gave in the previous live stream as well was that imagine that you want to break a microphone, and I say, and I'm pointing out that libertarian policies would not stop you from breaking a microphone, and the libertarian official party member is telling you that I don't care if you break a microphone or not, which in the end means that you are free to break a microphone on your own. But people are getting pissed off with them for not saying that yes, breaking a microphone is a good thing. Why aren't they celebrating microphones, breaking of microphones? Why aren't they microphone breakers themselves? That sort of a thing. So I don't care about why they are doing it and what are their personal ideologies and stuff. The main ideology that they support in governance, that is very good for Hindutva. No. Um, Saptarshi, why poetics though, not his logic? I have logic, poetics, and art of rhetoric, all of them. But poetics is the shortest book. That's why starting with poetics. And because this was actually gifted to me by an audience member, and the others, so I bought on my own. So I'm prioritizing the audience member gift for that reason. So anyway, I'm so excited to read Poetics. Aristotle was born at Stagira in the dominion of the kings of Macedonia in 384 BC. For 20 years, he studied at Athens in the Academy of Plato, on whose death in 347 he left and sometime later became tutor of the young Alexander the Great. When Alexander succeeded to the throne of Macedonia in 336, Aristotle returned to Athens and established his school and research institute, the Lyceum. Okay, so that can be called research institute, but if we or if Sanjeev Sanyal says that Chanakya was a professor of political economy at the Takshila University, then people, commies, will say that's anachronism. So anyway, Penguin Classic says Aristotle established his school and research institute, the Lyceum, to which his great erudition attracted a large number of scholars. After Alexander's death in 323, anti-Macedonian feeling drove Aristotle out of Athens, lol, and he fled to Chalcis in Oboia, where he died in 322. His writings, which were of extraordinary range, profoundly affected the whole course of ancient and medieval philosophy, and they are still eagerly studied and debated by philosophers today. Very many of them have survived, and among the most famous are the Ethics and the Politics, both of which are published in Penguin Classics, together with the Athenian Constitution, De Anima, the Art of Rhetoric, Poetics, and the Metaphysics. And the translator, Malcolm Heath, was born in London in 1957. He was he was educated in Harrow and at Oxford. He was a lecturer in Greek for a year at the University of St Andrews, our Declan Quigley in Declan Quigley's university, and then at the University of Leeds, where Andrea Majors is a professor, researcher in who pointed out that sati has nothing to do with Hinduism. Since 2000, he has been professor of Greek language and literature at the University of Leeds. Apart from numerous articles, he has also published The Poetics of Greek Tragedy, Political Comedy and Aristophanes, Unity in Greek Poetics, and Homogenes on Issues, Strategies of Argument in Later Greek Rhetoric. So the blurb behind the book says, one of the most powerful, perceptive and influential works of criticism in Western literary history. In his near contemporary account of classical Greek tragedy, Aristotle examines the dramatic elements of plot, character, language, and spectacle that combine to produce pity and fear in the audience, and asks why we derive pleasure from this apparently painful process. Taking examples from the plays of Aeschylus, I don't know how to pronounce this, Sophocles, and Euripides. I think I'm pronouncing all of them wrong. The Poetics introduced into literary criticism such central concepts as mimesis, imitation, hamartia, error, and catharsis, purification. Aristotle explains how the most effective tragedies rely on complication and resolution, recognition and reversals. The Poetics has informed thinking about drama ever since. Yes, our Takshashila was this village Addaka. No, I haven't yet checked Jaipur Dialogues budget discussion. I haven't even checked Kushal. I checked out about 15-20 minutes of it. The section I checked out, there were no hardcore discussions on the budget. So yeah, I'm looking forward to checking them out. Okay, let's start the introduction now. The introduction is bigger than the core text because the context needs to be set for lay people like us. If we were history students, we would probably not need this because they would be taught about it in class. Aristotle Poetics, translated with an introduction and notes by Malcolm Heath. Introduction. Aristotle was much admired in the ancient world for the elegance and clarity of his style. Unfortunately, the writings which earned him that esteem have not survived. Unfortunately, the writings which earned him that esteem have not survived. Great. So it's a disappointing trivia to know in the very beginning. What we read today are not the books which Aristotle prepared and polished for publication, but notes, perhaps in many cases, lecture notes compiled for his own use or the use of his students. What the fuck? This has one great advantage. The Aristotelian works available to us, making no concession to a lay readership, are the ones which intellectually sophisticated commentators in late antiquity found philosophically most rewarding. But there are also disadvantages. These texts were not designed for public consumption and are consequently often very difficult to understand. The process by which they took their present form is unclear. In some cases, there are signs of editorial activity either by Aristotle himself or by a later hand. Great, great. पूरा हमारा ही problem. Aristotle will be sending you copyright strike. का है पढ़ लिया भोसड़ी के. Either by Aristotle himself or by a later hand. So different versions may have been spliced together, and what is presented as a single continuous text may in fact juxtapose different stages in the development of Aristotle's thinking. In general, the style is cryptic, condensed, and allusive. The Poetics, in particular, contains many passages which are more than usually obscure, as the notes to this translation will testify. This situation has a paradoxical consequence. The works which did most to disseminate Aristotle's ideas on poetry in the ancient world are the three books on poets, written like Plato's works in the form of a dialogue and presumably more lucid than the extant Poetics, and the six books of Homeric problems, which discussed passages in Homer faulted by critics as implausible, inconsistent, or morally improper. Except for scattered fragments quoted by other ancient authors, these two works have been lost. The Poetics itself does not seem to have been widely known in antiquity. By contrast, since the Renaissance, its influence on literary theorists and critics have been massive. But the obscurities of the text have left it open to a wide range of conflicting interpretations. There have been and still are fundamental disagreements about the meaning even of key concepts like hamartia and catharsis. So you see, it's very much the same problem that Sanskrit texts face. Nava Vimash is saying, I have outsourced my reading wish list to CSK audiobook format. Yes, we're cartelizing, bro. The historic influence of the Poetics is one reason why it merits continued attention, the historic influence. Much of Western thinking about poetry and drama from the 16th century onwards will be obscure to those who are unfamiliar with the text which lies behind it. It is, of course, possible to take an interest in the variety of meanings with this text, which this text has had for successive generations of later readers, without concerning oneself with the meanings which Aristotle himself might have been seeking to convey. There are, however, various reasons why it may also be worth taking an interest in what Aristotle meant. One reason is that it may help us to a better understanding of Greek tragedy. We have in the Poetics an analysis of tragedy by an intelligent and well-informed observer who was much closer chronologically and culturally to the plays than we are. It would be irresponsible for the student of Greek tragedy to ignore his testimony. To be sure, Aristotle was not a direct contemporary of the great 5th century tragedians whose plays have survived, and although he numbered later tragedians such as Theodectes among his acquaintances, tragedy in 4th century was not the same as tragedy in the 5th, as Aristotle himself was aware. There is no reason to assume that Aristotle's understanding of tragedy was either faultless or uncontroversial. It is widely accepted that he failed to appreciate fully the significance of the gods in 5th century tragedy. And it is clear from polemical remarks in the Poetics itself that his views on a number of issues diverged from those of some, at least, of his contemporaries. We must show due caution then in using the Poetics as an aid to understanding the nature of Greek tragedy, but that is true of any body of evidence and is no reason to neglect it. Aha. See, this applies to Indian Sanskrit texts as well. That this sentence, this exact sentence, that is true of any body of evidence and is no reason to neglect it. The fact that we must use caution to using it as an understanding to any concrete thing. Born in 384 BC. Another reason why the Poetics is worth studying closely is the quality of its thought. Aristotle had an exceptionally penetrating and subtle intellect. Concepts and arguments which at first seem impenetrable often prove to make illuminating sense when further reflection brings to light their underlying rationale. For me, the challenge of trying to understand Aristotle's thought is the main reason why the Poetics continues to be such a rewarding text to study. This desire to understand is something with which Aristotle himself would have been in sympathy. Indeed, it provides us with an excellent starting point in trying to place the Poetics in the broader context of his philosophical work. Now, the first subchapter in the introduction section. Let me have a sip of coffee. Ah, beautiful, beautiful Colombian Brew Company ka hazelnut double chocolate coffee without sugar, without milk. No, Rishi. I've not read Carl Jung in primary. Whatever I've read only as citation or reference or allusion or appreciation in Jordan Peterson's works. So this subchapter in the introduction is about the section of poetics which deals in human culture, poetry, and the poetics. All human beings by nature desire knowledge. This, the opening sentence of the Metaphysics, another work by Aristotle, states a fundamental premise of Aristotle's understanding of what it is to be human. He points out as evidence for his claim the pleasure we take in looking at things and assimilating information through our senses. Sensation is, of course, shared with many other animals, and the accretion of sensation through memory into experience is shared with some. But humans are unique in their capacity to derive universal judgments from their experiences. Animals act by instinct or acquired habit, but humans are capable of acting from understanding. They know, as a dog might know, that this is the thing to do in a certain situation, but they may also understand, as a dog cannot, why it is the thing to do. And there comes, of course, mimesis, by the way, and the signal theory of that has been more elaborated by René Girard. This is what Aristotle calls in Greek techne. The word is conventionally translated as craft, skill, or art. So that's where technology comes, I guess. That's where from. But Aristotle defines techne as a productive capacity informed by an understanding of its intrinsic rationale. For Aristotle, the evolution of human culture is in large part the evolution of techne. So the evolution of craft is the evolution of art, or evolution of human culture. Very well said. I absolutely agree with this. The first the first arts which human, so your art is of course handicapped or is only as good as the technology available. The first arts, think of in the music scene, folk music, or at least Bengali folk, entirely played with aktar or dotara, which even God can't tune properly. So the core characteristic of folk music in the end, therefore, is predicated on the slight distune of the instruments that they're played with or accompanied by. So when folk is arranged with perfectly tuned instruments with perfect conditions and in perfect conditions and in perfect quality, that perfection takes away the folkiness of the folk music, unless you're doing fusion, of course, fusing the genre of folk with some other genre or just giving it a modern touch deliberately. But you can't do it in the authentic way, because that's how the instrument was built, and that's how that genre, as we know as folk, came to be known about, played on slightly distuned instruments. And then acoustic guitar. If you let's say you do Bob Dylan songs in electric guitars, or in a rock version now because the technology allows you to, that's not exactly Bob Dylan sound, of course. The culture shifted because the technology shifted. If you want to do Bob Dylan's sound, you have to go back to acoustic guitars and mouth organ, or what's another name for mouth organ? I think harmonica. Yeah. So in that way, Plato was Aristotle's teacher. If anyone claims anything as Arabia is for, uh, this is not coffee. It's Colombian black magic. Yes. Okay, let's continue then. For Aristotle, the evolution of human nature, human culture, is in large part the evolution of techne, which can be translated as craft, skill, or art. The first arts which human beings developed were those concerned with producing the necessities of their existence. Then came recreational arts, those which, while not necessary, enhanced the quality of human life. In due course, activities arose which simply satisfy the desire to know. Aristotle's example is mathematics. Ultimately, philosophy emerged. Philosophy is rooted in the basic human instinct to seek knowledge. The world puzzles us and arouses our sense of wonder, and so prompts us to look for explanations. Philosophy is therefore the sophisticated descendant of primitive myth making responses to an astonished world. Well said. Aristotle's sketch of human nature, human culture, is relevant in a number of ways to the Poetics. Human beings produce, among other things, poems, and the production of poems too can be a technique. It is an activity with its own intrinsic rationale and it can be rendered intelligible. This does not mean that poets themselves necessarily understand what they are doing exactly. In the Poetics, Aristotle does not treat it as a matter of any consequence whether a given poet has a reflective understanding of his craft. Yeah, it might be subconscious. In chapter 8, he leaves open the question of whether Homer's grasp of correct plot structure was due to techne or to instinct. In chapter 14, he suggests that early dramatists discovered the best stories to use in tragedy by chance rather than by technique. Trial and error established a repertoire of first rate tragic stories, but the dramatists would not have been able to explain why those stories were best, as Aristotle thinks he can. In his discussion of techne at the beginning of the Metaphysics, Aristotle notes that unreflective experience may produce the same result as techne. Unreflective experience might end up producing the same result as a fully fleshed out craft. In general, the ability to do something well does not depend on understanding, nor does understanding necessarily imply an ability to do it well. A joiner taught to make a piece of furniture in a particular way may do it perfectly even if he does not understand the reasons why that is the best way to do it. Like, he doesn't have to be a PhD in physics to be a good furniture maker. He may even do it better than a colleague who has more understanding but less manual dexterity. There are reasons why this principle might apply to poetry especially. Poets must be able to project themselves into the emotions of others. Natural talent or even a touch of insanity are necessary for this. Moreover, metaphor, which Aristotle regards as the most important feature of poetic language, depends on the ability to perceive similarities. And there, of course, if we discuss Hindu texts, we bring in the issue of Hindu texts. They are the I mean, if 5 lines of Hindu text will have about 50 metaphors, maybe. There are a library full of metaphors and metaphors and metaphors. Depends on the ability to perceive similarities. This, he says, is a natural gift and cannot be taught. Aristotle is unlikely to have assumed, therefore, that reading the Poetics would make someone good at composing poetry, and it is unrealistic to think of the Poetics as a do it yourself manual for would be poets. Aristotle's interest is philosophical, that is, it is driven by his desire to understand. The production of good poems is an activity that can be understood, and the Poetics is an attempt to lay that intelligibility open to inspection. It is no surprise that Aristotle thought this attempt worth making. His own appetite for understanding was omnivorous. He did pioneering work in, among other things, logic, physics and metaphysics, biology, psychology, ethics, and politics, and poetry was an important feature in the public culture of ancient Greek communities. Indeed, poetry had always excited the wonder which Aristotle sees as the root of philosophical inquiry. The Greeks habitually talked of intense pleasure to be derived from poetry and of the bewitching enchantment it could work. Aristotle may also have believed that understanding of the kind he pursues in the Poetics can enhance the pleasure which poetry gives us. A pointer to this can be found in one of his biological works, where he preempts objections to the trivial and unpleasant nature of some of the organisms he will be studying, parts of animals. Here's another work of his. There are animals, this is a quote from that work called Parts of Animals. Quote, there are animals which are unattractive to the senses when one studies them. But even in these, nature's craftsmanship provides innumerable pleasures for those who can discern the causes and have an aptitude for philosophy. It would be unreasonable, in fact, absurd, if we got pleasure from studying pictures of these things, because then we are at the same time studying the art, the technique, which crafted them, for example, the art of painting or sculpture, but did not get even more pleasure from studying the actual products of nature, at least when we can make out their causes. Understanding why an insect or a worm has the form it does is a source of pleasure. This is analogous to the pleasure which can be derived from the study of a painting if one has an understanding of its technique. That is, of the reasons why this was the right way to depict that subject. The analogy implies a sophisticated observer We have seen that Aristotle leaves it an open question whether poets proceed by techne, by instinct, or by trial and error, and the same can be assumed for painters. We cannot suppose that any casual observer will have a more explicit grasp of the requirements of techne than the artist. So Aristotle must be comparing the expert naturalist's pleasure in the understanding of nature's natural phenomena to the pleasure which an expert critic derives from his or her appreciation of a painter's skill. As we shall see, Aristotle regards poetry and painting as fundamentally similar activities. So the poetics may enhance the pleasure we derive from a well constructed play, but by helping us to understand why it is good. Great. Now, the second subchapter in the section of introduction. Imitation. The passage from Parts of Animals explains a pleasure which expert critics can derive from the skillful depiction even of unprepossessing objects. The expertise on which this pleasure depends is not to be expected of the majority of people who view such paintings, but everyone can gain pleasure from them. A more general explanation for this phenomenon is needed, therefore, and Aristotle provides it in chapter 4 of the Poetics. Here he roots the visual arts in the human desire for knowledge. In rhetoric, as well, art of rhetoric, someone looking at a painting needs to recognize it as a depiction of a given object, as a portrait, for example, of Socrates. This act of recognition involves an exercise of our capacity for cognition, and the exercise of any capacity is for Aristotle in itself pleasurable. The exercise of any capacity. This passage in chapter 4 of the Poetics is one of many in which Aristotle refers to painting and the visual arts in order to make a point about poetry. He regards these analogies as valid because he believes both painting and the poetry to be forms of mimesis, a word which I shall translate as imitation. Many scholars would object to this rendering and prefer representation. All translations are, of course, to some extent inadequate, and imitation is by no means perfect, but there are two reasons why representation may be particularly unhelpful in this context. First, it fails to capture an essential element in Aristotle's concept of mimesis, that of a similarity which does not rest wholly on convention. For example, an arbitrary symbol on a map may represent an airport, but the representation is purely conventional. The symbol is not a mimesis of the airport. A scaled outline of its runways would be a mimesis. Aristotle is quite explicit in linking mimesis, and similarly, even in cases where we would find it odd to speak of imitation, he says, for example, that melody and rhythm can be likeness and imitations of character and emotions, so well said, effectively equating the two terms. Secondly, this quote-unquote representation fails to capture the full range of Aristotle's concept. The use of a quasi-technical term of modern aesthetics may tend to obscure the continuity which Aristotle perceives between mimesis and painting, and representation is that word which will fail to tend to obscure the continuity which Aristotle perceives between mimesis in painting, poetry, and music, and in other non-artistic forms of activity such as the mimicry of animal noises and other sounds. He has mentioned this in Poetics, and Plato has mentioned this in Republic, and Laws, another work of Plato. And children's play acting. All the similarities between the mimicry of animal noises, children's play acting, as mentioned in Poetics and Politics of Plato. By Aristotle. This continuity is essential to Aristotle's argument. Okay, the continuity between what? The continuity between the mimesis, continuity observed between the mimesis in painting, poetry, music, in other non-artistic forms of activity like mimicry of animal noises and other sounds, and children's play. This continuity is essential to Aristotle's argument in chapter 4 of the Poetics. His point there is precisely that poetry is an expression of a human instinct for mimesis that is also displayed in more elementary forms of behavior. Aristotle's contention then is that human beings are by nature prone to engage in the creation of likeness and to respond to likeness with pleasure, and he explains this instinct by reference to their innate desire for knowledge. A likeness is by definition a likeness of something. A likeness is by definition, okay, this is totally Girard territory now. Aristotle's contention, his opinion then, is that human beings are by nature prone to engage in the creation of likeness and to respond to likeness with pleasure, And he explains this instinct by reference to their innate desire for knowledge. A likeness is by definition a likeness of something. To take part in the activity of making and responding to likeness, we must recognize the relationship between the likeness and its object. This engages and satisfies the desire to exercise our distinctively human power of understanding, and and is therefore pleasurable, the likeness. This exercise of our capacity for understanding is, to be sure, a rudimentary one. But Aristotle's purpose here is to explain how poetry and painting are rooted in basic instincts shared by even the least intellectually sophisticated people. When Aristotle discerns the roots of philosophy in a primitive sense of wonder, there is no implication that philosophy has been explained away or cheapened. Okay? When Aristotle discerns the roots of philosophy in a primitive sense of wonder, there is no implication that philosophy has been explained away or cheapened. It does not mean that. Likewise, therefore, the contention that poetry is ultimately explicable as an expression of the elementary human desire for knowledge does not and is not meant to provide an exhaustive account of poetry. Indeed, Aristotle goes on in the rest of chapter 4 to trace the development of poetry from primitive improvisation to increasingly complex and sophisticated forms. Again, the example of folk music to today's music, or even classical music. We shall see in due course that the Poetics implies a correspondingly complex analysis of what poetry has to offer its audiences. The notion of poetry as imitation raises many complex problems which cannot be explored in depth here, but some points must be stressed. An imitation need not be a straightforward copy of the object imitated. The similarity between the object and its likeness. Okay, an imitation need not be a straightforward copy of the object imitated, exactly. The similarity between the object and its likeness may reside in a more oblique and abstract correspondence, as the doctrine that music contains likeness of states of character proves. How does music represent certain behaviors or actions in that same way? It doesn't have to be an exact replica. Nor need an imitation be a likeness of an object which actually exists. It is clear from chapter 9 that Aristotle is indifferent to whether the events recounted in a poem did or did not happen in reality. Historiographical texts are judged by the criterion of fidelity to real events, but poems are not. Aristotle's concept of poetry as imitation is therefore consistent with, although not identical to, that of fiction. Indeed, the events in a poem do not even have to conform to the basic structure of reality. Aristotle's dictum that poetry is concerned not with what has happened, but with the kind of thing that would happen. That is, what is possible in accordance with probability or necessity. This must be read in the light of application of his critical principles in chapter 25. For example, Aristotle did not believe that the theology built into traditional Greek myths was true. But unlike some earlier philosophers, including Plato, he had no objection to poetic plots based on them. A poem which recounts the actions of a vengeful deity is not an imitation of something which, in Aristotle's view, does or could exist in the real world, but it is an imitation of the kind of thing which would necessarily or probably happen if the traditional beliefs about the gods were true. Next subchapter is called Aristotle's History of Poetry. Having a very fascinating time. I've been transported to a different world altogether while reading this. Having established poetry's ultimate anthropological roots at the beginning of chapter 4, Aristotle goes on to sketch the process by which more sophisticated forms of poetry is provided by the first 3 chapters. Aristotle goes on to sketch the process by which more sophisticated forms of poetry evolved. The theoretical framework for this outline, history of poetry is provided by the first 3 chapters, which construct a matrix of 3 different ways in which poems can be distinguished from other kinds of imitation and from each other in terms of their medium, object, and mode. First, why poetry? The pleasure which human beings by nature derive from imitations is, in general, does not explain why they took up this form of imitation in particular. According to chapter 1, poetry is differentiated from other kinds of imitation by the medium in which it produces its likeness, which is poetry is imitation in rhythmical language. which with or without melodic accompaniment. It is important to note that the weight of emphasis in Aristotle's analysis falls on the element of imitation. His contemporaries would have been content to define poetry as a composition in verse. By contrast, Aristotle denies that non imitative forms of verse are poetry. In saying this, he is not making an aesthetic judgment. As an example of someone who composes verse but is not a poet, Aristotle cites the philosopher Empedocles, but we know that he had a high regard for the artistic qualities of Empedocles' verse. Aristotle is not distinguishing poetry from other forms of verse in terms of its linguistic artistry. He is concerned solely with the use to which the verse is put. Is it imitation or not? Very interesting criticism. Nevertheless, verse is a traditional medium for imitation, and this fact needs to be explained. Aristotle believes that human beings have an instinct for rhythm and melody, as they do for imitation. This claim, made in passing in chapter 4, is echoed later when rhythm and song are identified as features which make the language of tragedy pleasurable. The pleasure which human beings take in rhythm and melody makes it natural that their instinct for imitation should be expressed in the medium of verse and song. Okay, the pleasure which human beings take in rhythm and melody makes it natural that their instinct for imitation should be expressed in the medium of verse and song. Aristotle conjectures, not unreasonably, that imitation in verse and song would have begun with simple improvisations, out of which the highly sophisticated forms of poetry known in his own day would gradually have developed. Aristotle's account of this development is sometimes criticized for imposing models of growth derived from his biological research. This is misleading. In one sense, the evolution of poetic forms is a natural process. If, as Aristotle believes, poetry expressed a number of human instincts, such as those for imitation, rhythm, and melody, it is an activity in which human beings will by nature tend to engage. Moreover, poets are likely to over time uh, to discover better and better ways of doing it, if only by experiment. Thus, tragic poets, in Aristotle's view, found the best kind of tragic plot by trial and error. Once the optimum form of anything has been achieved, further development of it is by definition possible. Thereafter, there can only be at best a proliferation of different instances of that optimum form. It is in this sense that Aristotle can say that, quote, after undergoing many transformations, tragedy came to rest because it had attained its natural state, end quote. But in chapters 4 and 5, he displays considerable interest in individual contributions to the development of poetry, and he is aware that social and institutional factors, as well as individual incompetence, may inhibit the continued realization of the optimum form. Clearly, then, Aristotle saw the history of poetry as a social and not simply as a natural phenomenon. Because he's aware that social and institutional factors, as well as individual incompetence, may inhibit the continued realization of the optimum form. He displays considerable interest in individual contributions to the development of poetry. Therefore, Aristotle saw the history of poetry as a social and not simply as a natural phenomenon. The assumed trajectory of development. Okay, so evolution of poetry is not natural, but after undergoing many transformations, tragedy came to rest because it had attained its natural state. Undergoing many transformations. The assumed trajectory of development will depend on what kind of poetry one regards as most sophisticated. Aristotle works from two premises. The first is that poetry is better if it has a structured plot. He infers that the earliest poems would have recounted the glorious deeds of some god or hero admiringly, or the wicked or inept deeds of some inferior character in a satirical vein, without there being any structured sequence to the events described. In due course, these disjointed strings of admirable or contemptible actions gave way to connected narratives as an epic. The importance of a coherently structured plot is a crucial element in the Poetics, and we shall examine its implications in detail later. Aristotle's second premise is that poetry is better, if to use the terminology of chapter 3, Poetry is better if its mode is dramatic rather than narrative. Poetry is imitation. It seeks to create likeness, and the likeness is greater if the words of those involved in the action are presented directly rather than being mediated by a narrator. Hence, Aristotle's admiring remarks on Homer in chapter 24, quote, Homer deserves praise for many reasons, but above all, because he alone among poets is not ignorant of what he should. Homer deserves praise for many reasons, but above all, because he alone among poets is not ignorant of what he should do in his own person. The poet in person should say as little as possible. That is not what makes him an imitator. Other poets perform in person throughout and imitate little and seldom. Gary Trevino is saying, so we are having a literary criticism class now. Yes, we are. The implication that epic narrative as such is not imitation seems at first to contradict what is said of it elsewhere in the Poetics. But the paradox is only superficial. The implication that epic narrative as such is not imitation. Epic narrative is not imitation. Seems at first to contradict what is said of it elsewhere in the Poetics, but the paradox is only superficial. The purest form of poetic imitation is in the dramatic mode. Other modes are imitative, but not in the same degree. The Homeric poems, with their high proportion of direct speech, therefore represent the highest possible development of epic, but also disclose a potential which cannot be fully realized within the constraints of narrative form. So, Homer points the way towards drama, but drama proper was, in Aristotle's view, a separate and subsequent development. His hypothesis is that it originated as an adaptation of improvisatory poetic forms. Okay, his hypothesis is that excuse me, Homer points the way towards drama, but drama proper, according to Aristotle, drama proper was a separate and subsequent development. His hypothesis is that it originated as an adaptation of improvisatory poetic forms in which a soloist led and responded to a chorus. That's how drama evolved or happened. The distinction between chorus and chorus leader opens up the possibility of dialogue and hence of drama. जब इस सोलो परफॉर्मेंस से आगे जाएंगे तो ड्रामा होगा क्योंकि वहां पे डायलॉग हो रहा है, कॉन्वर्सेशन हो रहा है. The leader thus became the first actor. As poets perceived and increasingly exploited the dramatic possibilities of spoken dialogue, the number of actors was increased to 3, and the chorus declined in importance. Indeed, by Aristotle's day, its importance had declined more than he thought appropriate. So he thought that it should not have declined as much as it did. So Aristotle sees the history of poetry as a development towards greater coherence in plot structure and towards a more truly imitative dramatic mode. But the dichotomy between the imitation of admirable and inferior agents and activities which he assumes was present in the earliest poetry remains constant. Chapter 2 explained its theoretical rationale, and it can be observed to persist throughout the history of poetry. Praise poems are balanced by lampoons, heroic epic by narrative burlesques. Tragedy is balanced by comedy. The Poetics concentrate on tragedy, the most highly developed form of poetry concerned with superior persons. Epic is given relatively brief treatment as a pendant to tragedy. Right, epic is given a relatively brief treatment to as a pendant to tragedy. A full discussion of comedy is promised, but the promise is not fulfilled in the extant Poetics. This is one of several indications that the text we have is incomplete, or therefore there might be a second book of Poetics, which is the entire plot of the famous story, The Name of the Rose, that allegedly Aristotle wrote dedicated a complete book to just comedy, which was opposed to by some sects of Christianity back then, which is the debate that has been fictionalized in the movie and the story, The Name of the Rose, which I have seen about 100 times. I absolutely recommend to anyone and everyone. A hunt is on for the second book of Poetics, because one sect of Christianity is saying that laughter is a bad thing, smiling is a bad thing, because Jesus never laughed, and because laughter makes your face turn into a face of a monkey. And Sean Connery says, but then why did Aristotle write a second book of Poetics, which was dedicated to comedy? And the conservatives, the Orthodox Christians oppose by saying, who told you? There is no proof that there, in fact, is a second book of Poetics. it's lost, etc. Or it was never written. Yeah, they say it's never written. Sean Connery says it was lost. And then there are other stuff I can't say because of the spoilers of the movie. It is absolutely an incredible historical thriller work. Now, the next subchapter is called The Analysis of Tragedy in this introduction section. Let me have a sip of coffee. Yes, Rohan Dante, it's very nice. Oh. No, wait. Oh. Oh shit, I can't find my monitor. What happened to the monitor? Okay, guys, continuing now. The analysis of tragedy. The framework for the analysis of tragedy is set out in chapter 6. A famous definition states what tragedy is. Okay, a famous definition states what tragedy is. From this, Aristotle deduces the constituent parts of tragedy. He then ranks these constituents in order of importance, giving primacy to plot. Tragedy, like all poetry, is an imitation. Specifically, it is an imitation of a certain kind of action. So one constituent part of tragedy is plot, the ordered consequence of events which make up the action being imitated. An action is performed by agents, and agents necessarily have moral and intellectual characteristics expressed in what they do and say. From this, we can deduce that character and reasoning will also be constituent parts of tragedy. To see what Aristotle means by these two terms, imagine that you have left me alone with your silver spoons. Broadly speaking, there are two factors that will determine whether or not I steal them. One is whether I am honest. That is the kind of thing which Aristotle means by character, an agent's settled moral disposition. The other relevant factor is how I interpret the situation. Do I think that I am likely to avoid suspicion if I take the spoons? This is what Aristotle means by reasoning. If I am dishonest and reason that I can get away with it, I am likely to steal the spoons. To use a phrase that recurs persistently throughout the Poetics, it is, quote unquote, necessary or probable that I will steal the spoons if I am dishonest and think I can get away with it. Thus, character sets my agenda. What would I like to do? And reasoning relates that agenda to a given situation. What is it feasible to do in these circumstances? Plot, character, and reasoning relate to the object of tragic imitation. But that model is, of course, based on years of conveniences. Plot, character, and reasoning relate to the object of tragic imitation. The medium of tragedy is rhythmical language, sometimes on its own and sometimes combined with melody. This gives us two further constituents of tragedy, diction and lyric poetry, respectively the spoken and the sung parts of the play's verbal text. Tragedy is poetic imitation in the dramatic mode. It is designed to be acted out on stage, where the action, unlike the action of an epic, can be seen. So, tragedy also includes spectacle. The translation is conventional and unsatisfactory. It refers to everything that is visible on stage and is not limited simply to striking effects. We must be cautious here. Tragedy also includes spectacle. The translation is conventional and unsatisfactory. It refers to everything that is visible on stage and is not simply limited to simply striking effects. So that's not what spectacle means here. Tragedy is poetic imitation in the dramatic mode. It is designed to be acted out on stage where the action can be seen. We must be cautious here. A tragedy is a poem, not a performance. A tragedy which, for whatever reason, is never performed is no less a tragedy, and a tragedy may be good even if its performance is botched. So what is actually seen by a given audience on a given occasion is incidental to the play as such. Spectacle is a part of tragedy in the sense that tragedy, unlike epic, is potentially performable. So the poet has a duty to ensure that his text can be performed without visual absurdity. Aristotle cryptically mentions one poet's failure to achieve this. However, the actual realization of his text, the actual realization of his text in visible stage action is not the poet's responsibility, but that of the stage manager and director. It is therefore not surprising that at the end of chapter 6, Aristotle rates spectacle as the least important of tragedy's constituents. More striking, perhaps, is the relatively low priority he gives to the verbal text of tragedy. If poetry were defined as composition in verse, this downrating of the linguistic text would be impossible to defend. If poetry was defined as composition in verse. But Aristotle has firmly rejected that definition in chapter 1. And from his perspective, the low priority attached to language makes sense. Rhythmical language is tragedy's medium. It is a means to tragedy's end, that end being the imitation of an action. From this, it is a reasonable inference that the choice of the action to be imitated is more crucial to achieving tragedy's effect than the way in which the imitation is realized in words. Okay, the choice of action to be imitated is more crucial than the way in which imitation is realized in words. Wow. This is not to deny that an incompetent composer of verse could ruin a well chosen tragic plot, nor that the deficiencies of a second rate plot could be hidden by inspired verse. But the language is there to help realize the plot's potential, and in that sense is subordinate and secondary. The plot's potential is a priority here. Aristotle's arguments for the primacy of plot are therefore primarily arguments for the primacy of plot over character. Okay? Aristotle's arguments for the primacy of plot are only therefore primarily simply arguments for the primacy of plot over character. He begins by claiming that tragedy is not an imitation of persons but of actions and of life. The reason he gives is that good and bad fortune, well being and ill being, as Aristotle puts it, highlighting the contrast in the Greek by an unusual choice of word for misfortune. As Aristotle puts it, highlighting the contrast in the Greek by an unusual choice of word for misfortune. The good and bad fortune depend on action. Okay, the reason he gives is that good and bad fortune depend on action. An outstandingly talented person is not necessarily outstandingly successful. Talents have to be exercised. As Aristotle observes, in an athletic competition, the prize is not awarded to the athlete in best condition, but to the one who actually comes first. Eudemian ethics and Nicomachean ethics. This has been mentioned in those texts by Aristotle. We can speak of success and failure, therefore, only in relation to the exercise of someone's abilities, and the outcome of this exercise will not be determined by the person's abilities alone, but is also influenced by the opportunities they have, and so forth. In this sense, therefore, it is action and not only character that determines success or failure. It should be noted that the Greek word praxis has a wider range of meanings than its conventional English translation. Action. As today, praxis means only action. If using the corresponding verb, I ask someone, "Ti prates," I might be saying either "What are you doing?" or "How are you?" This praxis means action, not just in the sense of what someone does, but also in the sense of how they fare, how they are, how do they be, their being, their nature of their being, the nature of their being. Aristotle will say in chapter 11 that suffering or pathos is an action or praxis that involves destruction or pain. So suffering is an action. The apparent paradox in describing suffering as an action disappears when one takes account of the broad sense of praxis. Gray is saying, Gary is saying, Aristotle's guru Plato said in his Republic that poets should be banished from an ideal state, justifying it with the theory of Messiah. Aristotle refutes him, yes. Success and failure depend on action, therefore. But why does Aristotle refer to success or failure? According to his definition, tragedy affects through pity and fear the purification of such emotions. Okay, tragedy affects through pity and fear, through pity and fear. Tragedy affects the purification of such emotions. Damn. Tragedy purifies pity and fear through pity and fear. We shall return in chapter 8 to the difficult problem posed by quote unquote purification, catharsis. Here it is sufficient to note that tragedy aims to excite a response of pity and fear. Tragedy is an imitation of events that evoke fear and pity. These emotions, which Aristotle analyzes in detail in Book 2 of the Rhetoric, chapters 5 and 8 are responses to success and failure. For example, we pity the talented person who is prevented by adverse circumstance from achieving the success he or she deserves. Note that in Aristotle's view, we do not pity someone for a lack of talent. It is the lack of success which we pity, and our pity is greater when it is a talented person who fails than when the failure is in keeping with a person's ability. So, Aristotle's first argument for the primacy of plot is as follows. Tragedy aims to excite fear and pity. These emotions are responses to success and failure. Success and failure depend on action. Hence, action is the most essential thing in tragedy. Therefore, plot is the most important element. The second argument approaches from the opposite direction. Tragedy is impossible without plot, but it is possible without character. If character is dispensable, it cannot be as important as plot. The idea of drama without the depiction of character may seem surprising. In the context of the dichotomy of character and reasoning, the implication is a play in which action arises out of people's perception of and reasoning about the possibilities of a situation without any impression being conveyed of their underlying moral disposition. Knowledge of an individual's character. This was a beautiful sentence. Listen to this again, the point being made. This was very fascinating. So, in the context of the dichotomy of character and reasoning, the implication is a play in which action. So, when can this happen? In a play in which action arises out of people's perception, not by performing it, but by people's perception of and reasoning about the possibilities of a situation without any impression being conveyed of their underlying moral disposition. If we are not talking about the morals here. Knowledge of an individual's character is not essential to an understanding of their actions. We can hear reports of things done by complete strangers and recognize that their actions make sense in human terms, or be perplexed because they apparently do not. So, in a tragedy without character motivation, in a tragedy without character motivation would be handled impersonally, that this is what someone would do in this situation, rather than concretely that this is what a person with this particular set of characteristics would do. Aristotle does not suggest that such a tragedy would be as good as a tragedy with character. He does not say that this would be as good as a tragedy with character, okay? The tragedy without character. In fact, we know from the discussion of Homer's treatment of character that he would not have said that. His point is only that if such a tragedy is possible in principle, then character cannot be essential to tragedy in the way that plot is. Next subchapter is called Plot, the Basics. Aristotle's emphasis on the primacy of plot is reflected in the amount of space he allocates to it. Chapters 7 to 14 are devoted almost entirely to an analysis of plot. There are 3 stages in this analysis. Chapters 7 to 9 specify the minimum conditions which any plot must satisfy if it is to be well formed. The end of chapter 9 and the next 2 chapters distinguish 2 kinds of plot, simple and complex. Since Aristotle will claim that complex plots in the technical sense he has defined, complex plots are superior to simple ones, this part of the discussion moves beyond the minimum conditions required of any plot and begins to consider what makes one well-informed plot better than the other. This question is tackled more systematically in chapters 13 to 14, which address the question of the best kind of tragic plot. The definition at the beginning of chapter 6 stated that tragedy is an imitation of an action that is complete and has magnitude. These two concepts are taken up in chapter 7. Millennial Mind is saying, hi, Millennial Mind. The exposition of the concept of completeness or wholeness, the terms are effectively equivalent. This introduces a famous dictum, quote, a whole is that, W-H-O-L-E, a whole is that which has a beginning, a middle, and an end. This is not, even despite appearances, this is not a trivial observation. To call something a beginning, a middle, or an end is Aristotle, in Aristotle's sense, is not simply to comment on the position in a series which it happens to have. The positions described are not random but necessary. Aristotle is talking about an ordered structure. His definitions of beginning, middle, and the end show that there are two aspects of the structure of a plot which he wants to bring out when he uses these terms. First, the plot consists of a connected series of events. One thing follows on another as a necessary consequence. Secondly, the plot consists of a self contained series of events. The first thing in the series is, in some sense, self explanatory. It is not a necessary consequence of something else. Equally, the last event in the series brings it to a definite end. There is no further necessary consequence in the series. Another term for this self containment is closure. The series of events which constitute a well formed plot is therefore closed at both ends and connected in between. Consider, by way of illustration, a simple story. Bill strangled a cat, Ben strangled a cat. This is not a complete plot in Aristotelian terms. The two events have no necessary connection. So let us try again. Bill strangled Ben's cat, so Ben strangled Bill's cat in retaliation. This is better. We can now see how the two events hang together. The series of events is connected. But is it self-contained? Why did the cat strangling start in the first place? And was that the end of it? Let us try once more. Bill thought that his cat was going to lose to Ben's in the cat show. So he strangled Ben's cat. Ben strangled Bill's cat in retaliation. They never spoke to each other again. Now, the story, connected and self-contained as it is, does satisfy Aristotle's criteria for being whole or complete. It has few other virtues, but at this stage we are talking about the minimum criteria for being a well-formed plot. We are not concerned with the qualities which make one plot better than another. Aristotle is often quoted as if he had said that a play has a beginning, a middle, and an end. This is wrong. It is the plot, the underlying sequence of actions that has this structure. To illustrate the distinction, consider Harold Pinter's Betrayal. This play traces the breakdown of a relationship in reverse chronological order. The opening scene, Memento, the opening scene shows the end of the process, and the scenes progress backward in time to its beginning. So the plot, the events which in Aristotle's terms are the object being imitated, runs in the opposite direction to the play which imitates it. The beginning of the one is the end of the other, and vice versa. To take a classical example, in the Odyssey, the wanderings of Odysseus are included within the story of his homecoming by way of retrospective narrative placed in the mouth of Odysseus himself. If the wanderings are counted as part of the plot, then the other events in the text and plot is different. If they are counted as part of the plot, as the synopsis at chapter 55, I guess, may imply, then part of the text is devoted to something other than an exposition of the plot. In either case, text and plot are distinct. Plot is therefore not extensive with the play. Plot is therefore not coextensive with the play. This is why Aristotle can refer to parts of the plot which fall outside the play. The reader should be careful not to forget the level of abstraction at which Aristotle is working throughout the chapters on plot. He is not concerned here with the construction of the verbal artifacts which are tragedies, but with the design of the patterns of events which underlie them. After defining completeness, Aristotle moves on to magnitude. In one sense, it is trivial to say that a tragic plot must have magnitude. A plot of zero extent would not be a plot at all, since it would contain no events. The real question Aristotle wants to raise is more interesting. What is the correct magnitude of a tragic plot? In practice, the time available for a performance is a key determining factor. But this is a contingent fact about the organization of a particular theatrical event. Okay. The time available for a performance. And this throws no light on the art of poetry as such. In principle, The upper limit is determined by what an audience can grasp at one time. It has to be possible for them to remember what is in the plot. The lower limit is determined by the need for the plot to include a change from bad fortune to good fortune or from good to bad. The plot must have, right, bad to good or good to bad. The plot must have sufficient scope for such a change to take place. Moreover, it must take place in the way prescribed in the discussion of completeness. It is not enough to juxtapose prosperity and misery. The change from one to another must be the result of a sequence of necessarily connected events. If a successful cat breeder wins a glittering prize and promptly commits suicide, the plot must show why he did so, out of remorse as it may be for having strangled his rival's cat. The change of fortune is a new element, but fits in with Aristotle's first argument for the primacy of plot. The change from good fortune to bad corresponds to the failure in action that evokes pity. Unless the plot of tragedy has sufficient scope to allow for such a change, the emotional effect at which tragedy aims cannot be achieved. We must note, however, that Aristotle envisages the changes of fortune going in either direction. A change from bad fortune to good is also mentioned as a possibility. This may seem surprising. What has a change to good fortune to do with fear and pity? Why then call it a tragedy? This is a question to which we shall return when we come to the discussion of the best kind or kinds of tragic plots in chapters 13 and 14. Interesting. Now I'm curious. Holy shit. When Aristotle discussed wholeness at the beginning of chapter 7, he talked about things following one on another in a necessary sequence. By the end of chapter 7, this requirement has been modified. Here we find a quote unquote series of events occurring sequentially in accordance with probability or necessity. End quote. The pairing of necessity with probability will recur throughout the Poetics. In other works, Aristotle explains these terms as referring to what happens always or usually. Even in the early part of chapter 7, he was willing to speak about things following quote unquote necessarily or in general. It is necessary that the sun will rise tomorrow morning. The sun always rises in the morning. It is probable that I will get out of bed tomorrow morning. In general, I do get up in the morning, but I might stay in bed all day if I am ill or have died or am feeling exceptionally idle. Events in the human sphere are generally no more than probable. So this qualification of the initial formula makes it a little more realistic. Chapter 8 introduces the so yeah. Necessity and probability. Sun will necessarily rise tomorrow, but probably, but you might not just get up from bed tomorrow. So necessary and probable. No, Juba, I haven't. Chapter 8 introduces the concept of unity. Any imitation is unified if it imitates a single thing. An imitation is unified if it imitates a single thing. So an imitation of an action will be unified if it imitates a single action. By what criterion then are we to judge the singleness of an action? It cannot mean a single event. If a tragic plot involves the change of fortune, the single action will inevitably include a series of events. The analysis of completeness tells us that it must be a self contained series of connected events. And Aristotle's criterion of unity does not add anything in substance to this analysis, nor should we expect it to. Something complete and whole is a unity, but it allows him to formulate a negative point more sharply. The fact that a plot is concerned with the actions and experiences of a single person is not enough to make it unified, since there may be no necessary or probable connection between them. Right. It allows him to formulate a negative point more sharply. The fact that a plot is concerned with the actions and experiences of a single person is not enough to make it unified, since there may be no necessary or probable connection between them. Consider another simple story. As an example, Bill got a statement from the bank. The next day, he strangled Ben's cat. This is not a unified plot by Aristotelian criteria. If though Bill is involved in both the incidents reported, there does not seem to be uh, any necessary or probable connection between them. Right. Even though Bill is involved in both incidents reported, there does not seem to be any necessary or probable connection between them. At the beginning of chapter 9, Aristotle takes a further step. He says, "It is also clear from what has been said that the function of the poet is not to say what has happened, but to say the kind of thing that would happen, that is, what is possible in accordance with probability or necessity." The distinction between what did happen and what would happen is not as sharp as it might seem at first glance. Later in the chapter, Aristotle observes that there is nothing to prevent some of the things which have happened from being the kind of thing which probably would happen. The two class yes, there is nothing to prevent some of the things which have happened from being the kind of thing which probably would happen. The two classes therefore overlap. The poet can say what did happen, but only if it is also the kind of thing that would happen. In what cases then can something happen without being the kind of thing that would happen? Consider our last example. Yeah, why wouldn't it happen in some cases? In what cases then can something happen without being the kind of thing that would happen? Let's see. Consider our last example. Even if this sequence of events actually happened, the lack of a necessary or probable connection means that it is not the kind of thing that would happen. If I tell you that Bill got another bank statement today, you will not jump to the conclusion that he is going to strangle another of Ben's cats tomorrow. In other words, when Aristotle speaks of the kind of thing that would happen, he is not talking about individual events but about connected sequence of events. If a poet wants to construct a plot out of a given sequence of events, it is not enough that those events actually happened. What is essential is that they are connected with each other in the way defined in chapter 7. And if they are so connected, it does not matter whether they actually happened or not. Brilliant. Another way of putting this, which Aristotle discusses in chapter 9, is to say that poetry tends to express universals. We must be careful here. Poetic plots do not deal in generalizations. People usually get up in the morning, that kind of thing. They make statements about what a particular individual does at a particular time, like Bill got up this morning. Indeed, the actions with which tragic plots are concerned are typically so exceptional that it would be absurd to talk of generalization. Orestes killed his mother, but it is not true that people generally kill their mothers, nor even that people like Orestes generally kill their mothers in such circumstances. Such circumstances do not arise in general. That is one reason why Orestes' situation is such a potent basis for tragedy. But if the plot of Aeschylus's Orestesia is well formed, or Aeschylus, I think Aeschylus's Orestesia is well formed, then it is true that a person like Orestes would necessarily or probably kill his mother in such circumstances. So, behind the particular statement about what Orestes did lies a premise about what such a person would necessarily or probably do in such circumstances. And this premise is a universal truth, however exceptional such persons and such circumstances may be in actuality. Poetry is concerned with particular sequence of events, but the connection between those events means that they instantiate universal structures. To talk about universal structures is to talk about the things in which philosophy is interested. The universality of poetry, therefore, gives it something in common with philosophy. This is not to say that poetry is philosophy carried on by other means. Philosophy is directly concerned with universal truths, but poetry's concern is indirect, which is the universality of poetry is a byproduct of its aim to construct effective plots. Consequently, while philosophy is concerned with universal truths, what lies behind an effective poetic plot may be the universalization of a conventional falsehood. Hence, as we have seen in chapter 2, Aristotle has no objections to plots based on traditional beliefs about the gods, even though he would dismiss those beliefs on philosophical grounds. Ram Ram Rishabh, we are having a great discussion of this book. Hope you check it out from the very beginning. Historiography, by contrast, although bound to the truth of what happened, has no commitment to universality. Universality records what happened within a given period of time, irrespective of whether the events form a sequence linked by necessity or probability. Aristotle explicitly rejects plots constructed like works of historiography in chapter 23, just as he had rejected plots constructed like biographies in chapter 8, a conclusion anticipated in his argument for the primacy of plot on the grounds that the emotions which tragedy aims to evoke are responses to success and failure. Hence, tragedy is not an imitation of persons but of actions. Next subchapter is called Reversal and Recognition. Whew. We are still in the introduction section. Oh, my coffee is helping me. This is my first time reading Aristotle. It's been a very fun experience so far. Reversal and Recognition. The end of chapter 9 introduces astonishment to Thomaston in Greek. Introduces astonishment to Thomaston. In Greek covers a astonishment. To Thomaston in Greek covers a okay. To Thomaston is a text that which in Greek covers a range of related ideas like surprise, amazement, wonder, etc. So anyway, the end of chapter 9 introduces astonishment into the discussion because we are now talking about reversal and recognition. So astonishment in the discussion is introduced. Astonishment is a good thing in a tragic plot, but it is not a necessary thing in the way that wholeness and unity are. So here Aristotle moves on from the minimum conditions for a well-formed plot and begins to consider what makes one such plot better than another. He refers at once to pity and fear. Tragedy is an imitation not just of a complete action. Okay, he refers at once to pity and fear. Tragedy is an imitation not just of a complete action, but also of events that evoke fear and pity. In judging the quality of one tragic plot over against another, it is their emotional impact to which Aristotle appeals. He identifies two things which make a sequence of events particularly effective. Quote from Aristotle: These effects occur above all when things come about contrary to expectation, but because of one another. So, quote unquote, contrary to expectation introduces the notion of astonishment, while because of one another provides an anchor to the discussion of necessary or probable connection that has gone before. Astonishment and connection are both desirable if the emotional impact of the plot, and astonishment and connection are both desirable if the emotional impact of the plot is to be maximized. Yeah. Discussion of necessary. Discussion, yes. An anchor to the discussion of necessary or probable connection that we have discussed already before. Abirjan is asking how does a public-private police even work? The exact same organizations are not going to be half public, half private. So there will be public police officers. What you are asking already operates. There are private security who have some legal authority to protect their clients, and the police also has a duty to protect you, but only as an after effect. So the better way to do it would be that the police exists and we pay less taxes for it, and we have gun rights, and since we are going to pay less for the police, we are going to use that money to have neighborhood based, or just like today, private family based, private security and private police groups and militias for your protection in specific neighborhood based or city based maybe, but in small structures. The police, no matter how much you fund a number of police, they are not really going to stand by your house or come at a moment's notice. That's not the nature of their stakes. They are third party non-stakeholders essentially. If connection is one of the things which increase emotional impact, we can see why Aristotle's theory of poetic plots places so much emphasis on it. But his slightly convoluted illustration of the importance of connection also suggests a degree of flexibility in practice. A man called Mithes is murdered, Mithais' murder. Later, a statue of Mithais topples and kills his murderer. There is, in fact, no causal connection here, but it looks as if there was or ought to be such a connection. The two events seem to hang together, as if fate were bringing the murderer to justice, or Mithai's vengeance were reaching out beyond the grave. Aristotle's argument is that the illusion of a connection increases our sense of astonishment at this series of events. Of course, if an illusion has that effect, then surely an actual connection must do so as well. There is ample evidence later in the Poetics of Aristotle's flexibility in this regard. In chapters 24 and 25, he approaches quote unquote irrationalities in the plot with caution, but does not absolutely rule them out. Aristotle sets out his requirements for a well formed plot as things which, in principle, poetry ought to aim for, but his application of this principle is by no means rigid or doctrinaire. As we shall see in chapter 11, he recognizes that departures from the norm he has defined may be advantageous in some circumstances. Avirjan, the countries who are our neighbors also want to kill us, right? Then how do they have the guns and we do also have the guns and they have still not killed us completely? That in the same way, gun rights decreases crime because they know they are not going to attack a defenseless population. Right now, it's a defenseless population, and the criminals already have the guns. There's not a single criminal you can point to in India who does not have a gun or who does not have the means to kill you. You are thinking that because of the law, which will make sure you have a gun, that will get that criminal an extra gun, which he already has, by the way. Yeah, they can derail trains. They can't do stuff to planes these days because technology has taken this up more seriously because of private entrepreneurship, more stakes, and improvements in technology. If something is everybody's, then it's nobody's. If something is public, then it's nobody's property. What do people destroy? Hindus, Muslims, regardless. What do rioters of different religions destroy first and foremost? Public property, not their private property. They don't take off their watches and throw it to the road and dance on it. They set fire to buses. Astonishment is not explicitly mentioned in chapters 10 and 11, but it is a crucial concept underlying the distinctions and definitions which they contain. Chapter 10 defines two classes of plot. A simple plot satisfies three conditions, which is the events are in the sense defined, continuous, and unified, that is, connected in accordance with necessity or probability. There is a change of fortune, as specified in chapter 7, and there is no reversal or recognition. A complex plot also satisfies the first two conditions, but unlike the simple plot, it does have reversal or recognition. These two terms are themselves defined in chapter 11. Recognition or anagnorisis is a quote unquote change from ignorance to knowledge. The point is that this change affects whether good or bad fortune of the person involved. Oedipus learns that he has killed his father and married his mother, and this recognition is the final blow that shatters his world. Note that recognition is associated above all with close relationship and enmity, on the grounds that such relationships have the closest bearing on an individual's good and bad fortune. Oedipus's world would not have been shattered if the man he had killed had turned out to be a complete stranger. This premise will be examined more closely in chapter 14. Reversal or peripecia is less straightforward. It is emphatically not to be equated with the tragic change of fortune. A change of fortune is a characteristic of all tragic plots, simple as well as complex, while reversal is distinctive to complex plots. But I guess a plot twist. But Aristotle's definition is vague. He says, quote, there is a change to the opposite in the actions being performed as stated, end quote. As stated, this quote unquote as stated must refer to the discussion of astonishment. Reversal involves an astonishing inversion of the expected outcome of some action, but that astonishment should not be achieved at the cost of necessary or probable connection. So, for example, Oedipus's discovery of the terrible truth is the paradoxical but necessary consequence of the arrival of a messenger who aims to bring good news and does everything he can to put an end to Oedipus's worries. Here, reversal and recognition reinforce each other. The astonishment produced by reversal involves an overturn of expectation. There is therefore a close parallel between reversal and recognition. Both reveal that the situation in which a character has been acting was misinterpreted. Reversal reveals that because things are not what they seemed, the outcome of a person's actions will be other than what had been expected. For example, that the recipient of a message will be devastated rather than reassured. Recognition reveals that because things are not what they seemed, what a person wow, beautiful. Listen to this person, this description again. Reversal reveals that we're talking about reversal and recognition, right? So reversal reveals that because things are not what they seemed, the outcome of a person's action will be other than what had been expected. For example, that the recipient of a message will be devastated rather than assured. Recognition reveals that because things are not what they seemed, what a person has done or is about to do is not what he thought it was. For example, that he has not killed a hostile stranger as he supposed, but his own father. This parallel between reversal and recognition points the way to tragic error in chapter 13 and to the role of ignorance in chapter 14. Brilliant. Now, another subchapter in the introduction section, the best kinds of tragic plot. First of all, not everyone will carry guns is not my problem. Even now, people don't carry guns, and even now, people the criminals already have the guns. So then what is happening already now? How are we going to blame people or blame any system for when it happens, even when there is easier access to guns? And secondly, why won't we be able to punish them as a group or something, or why would we need to punish them as a group in the first place? Someone does the riot, someone kills, that person goes to jail or is hanged. What's the big complexity here? What new law do we need to prevent this? And what do you mean by punished as a group? I know you don't mean what you exactly said. You're not really saying that just because some non-Muslim doesn't get a gun, if one Muslim therefore is a terrorist, therefore now A.R. Rahman has to pay for the laziness of a Hindu. What does group punishment mean here? Yes, if they keep doing it again and again, and if the law and order fails again and again, then it will be a civil war. Civil war means two sides are fighting, right? The opposite of that is what you are recommending, which already happens now. One side is defenseless, one side is not defenseless. So what is your problem if both sides are not defenseless? Now, the best kinds of tragic plot. Chapter 13 and 14 address the question of the best kind of tragic plot. Both chapters assume that this is the plot that is most effective in arousing pity and fear, but they take different lines of approach and reach seemingly incompatible conclusions. The best kinds of tragic plot are the ones that evoke the most amounts of pity and fear. And how will you ever find out that everyone has given up their ideology or not? Are you going to do a survey? Are you going to make them answer a poll on Twitter? How is this going to happen? The approach in chapter 13 is to analyze in detail the tragic change of fortune. Aristotle identifies two variables in this change, which between them determine our emotional response to it. Okay? Aristotle identifies two variables in this change, which between them determine our emotional response to it. One is the direction of change from good fortune to bad fortune or from bad fortune to good fortune. The other is the moral status of the person or persons involved in the chain, whether they are virtuous or wicked. Since pity and fear are responses to bad fortune, the change from good fortune to bad fortune is rated more highly than the reverse. But the fall of an outstandingly virtuous character into misfortune is morally repellent and disgusts us, while the fall of a bad character into misfortune is morally satisfying and pleases us. In both cases, the response of pity is blocked by a contrary reaction. So, hmm. So the ideal tragic plot cannot be constructed around an exceptionally virtuous person or a wicked person. It must therefore be based on someone between those two. Broadly speaking, virtuous, but not outstandingly so. Because their virtue is not because their virtue is not outstanding, we do not find their downfall morally repellent. Because their downfall is undeserved, we can pity them. Interesting. Holy shit. Hmm. If it's an outstandingly virtuous character who falls into misfortune, then you don't feel any pity that why was he so awesome and then went on to do those bad things. Fuck him. Or if it's a bad guy who does bad things, it's deserved anyway. So it has to be a interesting, yeah. So it has to be a uh, sort of a middle ground person who, if he falls to bad things, only then pity can be aroused. Yeah, Abirzen, you are not describing any policy position. You are describing a random hypothetical situation. Yeah, we all would like to have it. This has nothing to do with policy. And what am I suggesting that's going to prevent you from achieving this policy? This is a social reform thing. This has nothing to do with politics. If a tragic character does not fall into misfortune because he or she deserves to, what is the reason for the change in their fortune? Hmm. If a tragic character does not fall into misfortune because he or she deserves to, what is the reason for the change in their fortune? Aristotle's answer introduces one of the most famous and most often misunderstood concepts of the Poetics, which is error. The Greek word hamartia covers making a mistake or getting something wrong in the most general sense. So the word itself gives little help in interpreting Aristotle's precise meaning, and we must be guided by the context. This at once excludes the interpretation of hamartia as a moral flaw. The second time Aristotle uses the word, he speaks of a quote unquote serious hamartia. But a serious moral flaw would be precisely the wickedness that Aristotle has ruled out. To avoid this inconsistency, some interpreters have concluded that hamartia has no moral content at all. On this view, Aristotle is referring exclusively to intellectual errors, not to ignorance and mistakes of fact. This dovetails well with his account of reversal and recognition. Both arise out of a misinterpretation of the circumstances in which a person is acting. So, error in this sense is central to the complex plots which Aristotle favors. But this interpretation of hamartia is too restricted. First, the assumption that moral and intellectual errors can be sharply distinguished is not correct. The assumption that moral and intellectual errors can be sharply distinguished is not correct. Shit, yes. I might get an arithmetical calculation wrong because I am not paying attention. If I'm an engineer designing a bridge, that negligence clearly has a moral as well as an intellectual dimension. If a bridge collapses with great loss of life because of an engineer's negligent calculation, the moral aspect of this error is serious, but this does not necessarily mean that the engineer is a wicked person. We can imagine circumstances under which the negligence, though blameworthy, is understandable. Suppose that he had just been told that he had terminal cancer. He ought to have taken more care, but we can understand his failure to do so. Secondly, it is possible to construct situations in which someone who knows what he or she is doing and so is not subject to any intellectual error does something they ought not to do, but understandably so. It is possible to construct situations in which someone who knows what he or she is doing and so is not subject to any intellectual error, but ends up doing something they ought not to do. Perhaps they give way to intolerable pressure or provocation. The circumstances under which they act therefore mitigate the moral error in some way. The error may still be a serious one in the sense that it has disastrous consequences, but the mitigating circumstances mean that it does not express a serious flaw in their moral character. Hamartia then includes errors made in ignorance or through misjudgment, but it will also include moral errors of a kind which do not imply wickedness. Hamartia then includes errors made in ignorance or through misjudgment, but it will also include moral errors of a kind which do not imply wickedness. Aristotle's attempt to prescribe the best kind of tragic plot is therefore not as narrowly prescriptive as it may seem at first. His procedure is negative. He excludes various kinds of plot which he thinks demonstrably less than ideal, but that leaves considerable scope for diversity. The change to bad fortune must come about because of a hamartia, that is, not deservedly. But since hamartia can take a variety of forms, the best kind of tragic plot is narrowly prescribed. Hamartia, therefore, includes errors made in ignorance or through misjudgment, and it will also include, I don't know why the translator here says but, it's the same thing is describing, that it will also include moral errors of a kind which do not imply wickedness. Aristotle's starting point in chapter 14 is the relationship between characters. The tragic effect is enhanced when people inflict harm on those quote unquote closely connected with them. This rather clumsy expression, which we met also in chapter 11 in connection with recognition, is an attempt to render the Greek word philos or philos, conventionally translated as friend, but in reality of much wider application. One's philoi include all those to whom one is bound by ties of mutual obligation, above all, the members of one's own family. The obligation to help friends and family, to protect them, and to promote their interests is one of the most fundamental principles of ancient Greek ethics. Indeed, a common summary of virtue, that is, of the kind of behavior most to be admired, was help your friends, harm your enemies. Aristotle's point then is that a tragic plot is more likely to evoke fear and pity if a person inflicts harm on philos or philos, someone close to them. His next step is to correlate this point with two other variables. First, whether the agent actually goes through with the harmful act or not. Secondly, whether the agent knew what he or she was doing or not. The reappearance of the idea that acting in ignorance of the true situation may be the basis for tragedy gives chapter 14 something in common with chapter 11, where reversal and recognition both involved this kind of misapprehension, and with chapter 13, where action in ignorance is one possible form of error. Furthermore, Aristotle argues here that plots based on ignorance are superior to those in which harmful action is either planned or carried out with full knowledge of the circumstances. He uses the word miaros here, as he did in chapter 13, to describe the suffering of an outstandingly virtuous person. When someone knowingly plans or inflicts injury on one of the people with whom he or she is most closely connected, we feel disgust, and our sense of revulsion interferes with the emotions of fear and pity. It is better, therefore, to have the character act in ignorance. There is then no sense of outrage to interfere with our sense of pity. Indeed, someone who unwittingly harms a person close to them is to be pitied. So in these situations, we can pity the agent as well as the victim. The next step in Aristotle's argument is something of a surprise. It is best of all, he says, if the injury is planned in ignorance, but the plan is not carried out. That is, it is better if the identity of the intended victim is discovered before the injury is inflicted, so that disaster can be averted rather than after the injury is inflicted, when the disaster can only be mourned. In chapter 13, the best plot is one in which a moderately virtuous person moved from good fortune to bad fortune. The second best plot is the kind which has a double line of development, with the good characters ultimately enjoying good fortune, while the bad characters end up in misfortune. A play of this kind might dramatize a conflict between a good character and a bad character. For example, the good character may start off in bad fortune because he or she is oppressed by the bad character. This kind of play will evoke fear and pity because of the good character's initial misery, or one could imagine plots in which fear and pity are evoked by the apparent imminence of a fall into misery, which is averted at the last moment. Plots like these will excite the tragic emotions in spite of their happy ending, since the characters we sympathize with pass through or anticipate misfortune. But they are not, according to the analysis in chapter 13, the best kind of tragic plot. In chapter 14, by contrast, the best kind is precisely one in which a change to bad fortune is imminent but does not occur. Aristotle's two lines of arguments therefore reach different and apparently inconsistent conclusions. Since there is an explicit cross reference from chapter 14 back to chapter 13, there is little doubt that he meant the two chapters to stand together despite the seeming inconsistency. This paradox has not been satisfactorily explained. If we insist that there is one kind of tragic plot that is best, then the two chapters are contradictory. But we have already seen that the concept of error in chapter 13 is designedly open ended, and on the assumption that there may be a variety of excellent tragic plots, the two chapters could be allowed to reach different conclusions without contradiction. It must be considered, however, that Aristotle has not presented his arguments in this light. Next subchapter is called The Pleasures of Tragedy. Yes, Avirjan, I believe gun rights works because the cohesion, mainly cohesion only, cohesion of that 20% is state funded, state incentivized. If the state doesn't incentivize their cohesion by funding their institutions, none of the other problems remain. They are the products of state incentives and discourse. No one is stopping the government from stopping their incentivization or countering the discourse, as the discourse is being countered already. The pleasures of tragedy. In the introduction to chapter 14, Aristotle says the tragic poet should not seek every pleasure from tragedy, but the one that is characteristic of it. That is, he continues, the poet should produce the pleasure which comes from pity and fear, and should do so by means of imitation. This stress on the characteristic pleasure, oikia hedone, this stress on the characteristic pleasure of tragedy has two functions. First, it serves to distinguish what is appropriate to tragedy from what is appropriate to other forms of poetry. Thus, the second best kind of plot in chapter 13, with a happy ending for the good characters, gives a pleasure more akin to the characteristic pleasure of comedy. Secondly, it distinguishes the characteristically tragic pleasure from other pleasures which tragedy arouses, but which are not distinctive to it. We return here, therefore, to a point made earlier in chapter 1 that Aristotle's analysis of what tragedy offers to its audiences is complex and multi-layered. We start on relatively firm ground. In the definition of tragedy at the beginning of chapter 6, Aristotle says that tragedy is composed in language made pleasurable, which is explained as speech with rhythm and in some parts melody. The fact that tragedy is written in verse and that part of it is sung gives us pleasure. This is consistent with the observation in chapter 4 that rhythm and melody are natural to human beings. For Aristotle, quote unquote natural implies naturally pleasurable. Likewise, at the end of chapter 6, song is described as the most important of the sources of pleasure, and the pleasure to be derived from music is identified in chapter 26 as one of the points in which tragedy is superior to epic. The same passage, probably, it is not quite certain what Aristotle wrote, identifies spectacle as an additional source of pleasure. So there is pleasure to be got both from the verbal text of tragedy and from its visual and oral realization, from what is seen on stage and heard when a play is performed. But these pleasures of the verbal text and performance are not distinctive to tragedy. They are present in comedy as well. And we have already seen that Aristotle rates lyric poetry and spectacle as the least important parts of tragedy. Aristotle rates lyric poetry and spectacle as the least important parts of tragedy. Another pleasure, Another pleasure is implied by the discussion of poetry as imitation at the beginning of chapter 4. Aristotle observes that imitation is naturally pleasurable to human beings and explains this with reference to the process of recognition which it involves. When we look at a picture of Socrates, we have to identify it as a picture of Socrates. This exercise of our capacity to learn and understand is, in Aristotle's view, pleasurable. If tragedy is an imitation, then in watching and responding to a tragedy, we must engage in a similar process of recognition and understanding. In the light of Aristotle's analysis of plot, we can see that the process involved in watching a tragedy is somewhat more complex than that involved in recognizing a picture as a picture of Socrates. When we watch a tragedy, we have to follow the plot, which means recognizing that the events are a connected sequence and recognizing that this sequence corresponds to some universal pattern. That is, the events are connected in accordance with necessity or probability. But this is not unduly demanding, and the process will still therefore be inherently pleasurable. This cognitive pleasure is, however, not distinct to tragedy. The same process of recognition and understanding the plot as a connected sequence of events is involved in watching comedy. Nor does the cognitive pleasure come from pity and fear. If the cognitive pleasure can be derived from comedy just as much as from tragedy, okay? This is a very important point. This cognitive pleasure, that this is not unduly, the process will still therefore be inherently pleasurable, recognizing that this sequence corresponds to some universal pattern. This cognitive pleasure is not distinctive to tragedy. The same process of recognition and understanding the plot as a connected sequence of events is involved in watching comedy as well. Nor does the cognitive pleasure come from pity and fear. If the cognitive pleasure can be derived from comedy just as much as from tragedy, it must be neutral as to the emotions which accompany it. The cognitive pleasure is therefore like the pleasures of text and performance. The cognitive pleasure is therefore like the pleasures of text and performance, a pleasure derived from tragedy, but not its distinctive and characteristic pleasure. The next step brings us to a much discussed and probably insoluble problem, catharsis. The concept appears just once and fleetingly in the Poetics at the end of the definition of tragedy in chapter 6. Quote, effecting through pity and fear the purification or catharsis of such emotions. End quote. It appears at somewhat greater length in the last book of the Poetics, but there Aristotle says that he need give only a brief account since he has discussed it in more detail in his Poetics. The text of the Poetics as we now have it is probably incomplete. Internal and external evidence suggests that there was originally a second book, that second book of Poetics, which was dedicated to comedy, which is lost in time, which is the plot of The Name of the Rose, which led to murders and stuff. The text of the Poetics as we now have it is probably incomplete. Internal and external evidence suggests that there was originally a second book, including at least the promised discussion of comedy, whose absence we have already noted. कैथारसिस और कॉमेडी दोनों ही बोला कि हाँ बाद में डिस्कस कर लेंगे या फिर डिस्कस किया है ऑलरेडी, ऐसा बोल दिया, मगर वो मिला नहीं उसका टेक्स्ट. A fuller discussion of catharsis may originally have appeared in the missing book, but that is of little comfort. We must do our best with the little we have. The context of Aristotle's reference to catharsis in the Poetics is a discussion of various uses of music. The context of Aristotle's reference to catharsis in the Politics is a discussion of various uses of music. For children, music has an educative function. For adults, it has a role in relaxation and leisure, but it can also be used to bring about catharsis. Aristotle's example refers to people prone to enthusiasm, quote unquote enthusiasm, by which he means hysterical or ecstatic frenzy, such as that associated with certain religious cults, like the cult of Dionysus. Aristotle observes that music which stimulates their frenzy can have a calming effect on such people. The emotion, he says, quote, the emotion which affects some minds violently exists in all, but in different degrees. For example, pity and fear, and also enthusiasm. For some people are prone to this disturbance, and we can observe the effect of sacred music on such people. Whenever they make use of songs which arouse the mind to frenzy, they are calmed and attain as it were healing and catharsis. Necessarily, precisely the same effect applies to those prone to pity or fear, or in general, any other emotion, and to others to the extent that each is susceptible to such things. For all, there occurs catharsis and pleasurable relief. So, the relief that catharsis brings is pleasurable. A pleasure that comes from the catharsis of pity and fear is, at any rate, not shared with comedy. So, the relief that catharsis brings is pleasurable. A pleasure that comes from the catharsis of pity and fear is, at any rate, not shared with comedy. So the question arises whether this cathartic pleasure is the characteristic pleasure of tragedy. In trying to make sense of the notion of a catharsis of pity and fear, one thing must be stressed. Aristotle does not think that emotions are bad things in themselves. In this respect, his outlook differs from that of Plato, whose critique of poetry in Book 10 of the Republic is based in part on a profound suspicion of the emotions. One of Plato's complaints is that poetry arouses emotion, and in so doing, increases our tendency to be emotional. But in his view, we should be bringing our emotions under control, not strengthening them in this way. Aristotle has a more sophisticated and reasonable view of emotions. They are not irrational impulses. Hence, the idea of Platonic. You have to get rid of your emotions. They are not irrational impulses. They are grounded in our understanding, since an emotional response to a situation presupposes an interpretation of it. Right. An emotional response to a situation presupposes an interpretation of it, as fear implies an assessment of the situation as one that threatens pain or injury. And since such responses can be more or less appropriate to the situation, they are open to ethical evaluation. So there is an intimate link between emotion and virtue. This has been mentioned in Naomachian Ethics. He writes, quote, for example, Aristotle writes, quote, for example, fear, confidence, desire, anger, pity, and in general pleasure and distress can be experienced in greater or lesser degree, and in both cases wrongly. To feel them at the right time in response to the right things with regard to the right people for the right reason and in the right way, that is the mean and the optimum, which is the characteristic of virtue. End quote. Nice. Deficiency as well as excess of emotion is a deviation from the ethical ideal. If I am paralyzed with fear at the sight of a mouse, my fear is inappropriate and excessive. This is a sign of cowardice. But if I sit nonchalantly in the path of an oncoming steamroller, then my lack of fear is equally inappropriate and excessive. That is a sign of recklessness. Courage, located somewhere between cowardice and recklessness, recognizes real dangers and responds appropriately to them. It is appropriate to feel fear in battle. If you did not, you would be prone to act rashly, endangering your own and your comrades' lives. But this fear should not be overwhelming, otherwise, you might desert your post. So, for Aristotle, the crucial point is not, as it is with Plato, to suppress your emotions, it is rather to feel the right degree of emotion in the right circumstances. The famous dialogue from Rocky Balboa, where Sylvester Stallone asks his young competitor, his young opponent in boxing, that aren't you a little afraid? That guy says arrogantly that no, I'm never afraid. And Sylvester Stallone turns around and says to his sort of mentee that I don't know, I'm always a bit afraid, makes me work harder, makes me fight better. So the catharsis of fear and pity cannot be understood as getting rid of those feelings. Nevertheless, Very, very important to remember, therefore, then, that catharsis of fear and pity does not mean getting rid of fear and pity. Nevertheless, Aristotle does talk about catharsis in quasi medical terms in the passage from the Poetics quoted above. In those subject to enthusiasm, cathartic music brings about, quote unquote, as it were, healing and catharsis. And all those prone to pity, fear, or any other emotion enjoy, quote unquote, catharsis and pleasurable relief. References to, quote unquote, healing and relief imply that catharsis does, in some sense, put right something that is wrong with us, right? What then might it be that that is, quote unquote, as it were, healed through the catharsis of pity and fear, if not the emotions themselves? The obvious answer is an excess of those emotions. The catharsis of pity and fear would, if this is correct, work on people whose disordered emotional susceptibilities make them prone to feel these emotions at the wrong time, in response to the wrong things, with regard to the wrong people, for the wrong reason, or in the wrong way. By stimulating the emotion to which they are excessively prone, tragedy discharges the tendency to excess. It thus relieves the pressure which their disordered emotional makeup exerts on them, so that in ordinary life they will not be so prone to indulge the emotion in question. On this interpretation, catharsis does not purge the emotion in the sense of getting rid of it, it gets rid of an emotional excess, and thus leaves the emotion, so well said, leaves the emotion in a more balanced state, mitigating the tendency to feel it inappropriately. Why should this be pleasurable? From an Aristotelian point of view, any process that restores one to a natural or healthy state is pleasurable, again mentioned in Nicomachean Ethics. If you are prone to feel some emotion to excess, then you are in an unnatural state. The disorder of your emotional condition is analogous to having a disorder in your physical condition. Yes. When you are thirsty, satisfying your thirst is pleasurable. When someone has trodden on your toe, it is nice to feel the throbbing die away. Something similar will apply to the restoration of your emotions to a natural or healthy state. If this approach to the problem of catharsis is even broadly correct, certain consequences seem to follow. The cathartic effect applies to someone watching a tragedy only to the extent that his or her emotional state is disordered. The more prone someone is to feel excessive or inappropriate emotion, the more benefit he or she stands to derive from catharsis, and presumably, the more pleasure. This is obvious if a process is like healing. It applies in particular to those who have most wrong with them. But Aristotle would certainly not have accepted that everyone's emotional dispositions are seriously disordered. Even the quotation from the Politics shows that he saw various degrees of proneness to emotions, and only a minority are violently, that is, excessively prone to them. Right. The more benefit he or she stands to derive from catharsis, the more the pleasure. Therefore, the cathartic effect applies to someone watching a tragedy only to the extent that his or her emotional state is disordered. Given the close connection between emotion and virtue, to say that everyone's emotions were seriously out of order would, for Aristotle, be to say that there were no virtuous people, which is absurd. So, catharsis will not apply, or will not apply in the same degree, to all members of the audience of a tragedy. The effect will be at least on those whose emotional dispositions are least disordered. This in turn implies that the cathartic pleasure is not the characteristic pleasure of tragedy. Aristotle believes that the better members of the audience are more responsive to the best kind of tragedy. Note especially at the end of chapter 13 that it is the quote unquote weakness of audiences which leads tragedians to prefer the second best kind of tragic plot. In chapter 26, when he is arguing for the superiority of tragedy over epic, Aristotle has to counter the objections of those who think that tragedy appeals to vulgar and inferior audiences. But if the characteristic pleasure, okay, Aristotle has to counter the objections of those who think that tragedy appeals to vulgar and inferior audiences. But if the characteristic pleasure of tragedy was one that had most appeal to spectators whose emotions and therefore moral character were significantly disordered, Aristotle's high regard for tragedy would be hard to sustain. Aristotle seems therefore to be committed to the view that the characteristic pleasure of tragedy is one which will appeal at least as much to the better and more virtuous members of the audience. The pleasure of catharsis does not fit this description. This conclusion runs counter to the widespread assumption that the reference to catharsis in the definition of tragedy in chapter 6 is meant to state the quote unquote final cause of tragedy. That is, the end or purpose for the sake of which tragedy exists. Or the widespread assumption being that the reference to catharsis in the definition of tragedy is meant to state the final cause. But there is no reason to expect an Aristotelian definition to state the final cause of a phenomenon, important though that may be in a complete analysis of it. A definition states what a thing is, its essence or form. Thus, the definition of tragedy tells us what tragedy is in general terms, an imitation. It then uses the matrix constructed in chapters 1 to 3 to differentiate tragedy from other kinds of imitation in terms of its object, which is of an action, quote unquote, of an action that is admirable, complete, and possesses magnitude. The medium, which is, quote unquote, in language made pleasurable, each of its species separated in different parts, and mode, quote unquote, which is, quote unquote, performed by actors, not through narration. It is fundamental to an understanding of tragedy that the action which it imitates is one evocative of fear and pity. The action which it imitates, the action which tragedy imitates, is one evocative of fear and pity. So this too is specified, but it is also, and crucially in the light of the Platonic critique of tragic emotionalism, it is also explained that the evocation of fear and pity is potentially cathartic. The evocation of fear and pity is potentially cathartic. A play which was likely to encourage rather than assuage a tendency to emotional excess would not, in Aristotle's view, be a properly constructed tragedy. Okay, in Aristotle's view, a play which was likely to encourage rather than assuage a tendency to emotional excess would not be a properly constructed tragedy. So in his view, a constructed tragedy will have the tendency to assuage a tendency to emotional excess, not encourage a tendency to emotional excess. To say that tragedy should excite emotions in a way that does not do ethical harm to its audiences, okay, to say that tragedy should excite emotions in a way that does not do ethical harm to its audiences is to state something about the essence of tragedy, therefore. But it does not imply that the regulation of emotions is the function or purpose of tragedy. इतना कुत्ता बार्किंग, मुझे कान में वैसे भी हेडफोन देना पड़ेगा. Oh, let me have a sip of coffee. Oh, so the next subchapter begins. It's called The Other Parts of Tragedy. Holy shit, we are going at great speed. I think about 1/4 of the book is complete. Nice. We'll finish 2 books in one day. This will be a record for me, although pretty small books. Thank you guys for sticking on. Lots of people watching combined from Twitter and YouTube. Let me have a drag of my vape. Two hours, no? Let's take a break. I'll just refresh my mind. I think of it like a Pomodoro technique. We are studying together. So let's take a 3 or 4 minute break.
এই মেঘ মেদুর খোয়াব রেখা যেন একই ইচ্ছে ডানা তার পিঞ্জর ছেড়ে উড়ে যায় কথা লোকের অন্তপুরে এক মায়াদেশের বাঁধন খুলে আর কুহকে অরণ্যের কোলে বিষণ কণ্ঠ যায় ফিরে যায় এক মায়াদেশের বাঁধন খুলে আর কুহকে অরণ্যের কোলে
Hi guys. So Jupe, no, I don't believe India is a higher society at all. I'm Shastri on what topic is blackpilling going on social media. The song is called Kuhelika I'm Shastri. It's on my Nirajan Music YouTube channel and on all audio platforms as well. This was my first own composition and arrangement. This was my second arrangement in total and first composition of my life. This was in 2016. I usually do arrangements for other composers, right? Composers are people who make the core vocal melody, and the arrangers do the structuring and instrumentation arrangement. That is. So this was my composition as well as my arrangement. A friend wrote it, a friend sang it, who Moinak sang it, who is the co-composer of Ailoma Barita as well, which was the biggest Durga Puja hit song in 2023, which I arranged. And the guitars were played by a musician friend of mine who is now a sound engineer as well, Shamik Mukherjee. You should put the song in the link. Yeah, in the description. I'll later put it then. Now, other parts of tragedy. The analysis of plot is Aristotle's main concern in chapters 7 to 14. In chapter 15, he turns to the second most important part of the 6 parts identified in chapter 6, character. This was defined in chapter 6 in terms of choice, which is called prohairesis. Character is imitated when what is said or presumably done reveals the nature of the choice that is made, and hence the underlying moral disposition of the person who is speaking or acting. So when Aristotle talks about character, he's not talking about the quirks and details of someone's individuality, but about the structure of their moral dispositions insofar as it becomes clear through what they say and do. It is not surprising, therefore, that the first thing he specifies is that the characters should be morally good, or a qualification added a few lines later that they should not be morally bad unnecessarily. The example given is Menelaus in Euripides' play called Orestes. Menelaus squirms out of his obligation to offer protection and assistance to his nephew Orestes, a Philos, towards whom his obligations are particularly strong. This is quote-unquote unnecessary, presumably in the sense that the plot would have got along perfectly well if Menelaus had not been such a despicable character. If Menelaus fails to support his nephew, this may be because he's a coward or because he is self-seeking, but there was no need to make him a self-seeking coward. So Aristotle is not saying that tragedy must be populated only by virtuous people, but that the characters should be as virtuous as is possible given the demands of the plot. The requirement must be seen in relation to comments made earlier in the Poetics on the nature of the people involved in the action of a tragedy. Two passages are particularly relevant. Chapter 2 on the objects of imitation, and chapter 13 on the moral qualities of the person who undergoes a change of fortune. Chapter 2 contrasted quote unquote admirable people with quote unquote inferior people. The admirable, spodeos, reappears in the definition of tragedy in chapter 6. Tragedy is an imitation of an action that is admirable. Holy shit. Tragedy is an imitation of an action that is admirable. Spodeus. Spodeos is often translated as quote unquote serious here, but Aristotle means an action involving the admirable persons better than who are better than we are, specified as the object of tragic imitation in chapter 2. Like many terms of commendation and disparagement in Greek, spodeos and its opposite embrace social status as well as moral qualities. So you see, admirable people are a social status group here. So, in other words, a caste. Thus, in chapter 13, it is stated in passing that the person whose fortunes change, they have just been not interpreted in lines of caste, but if you wanted to look for caste, you could have. Thus, in chapter 13, it is stated, let me just mark this. This is a very telling observation. This is fascinating. Commendation and words of commendation and disparagement in Greek, uh, and it's like spurios and its opposite. They are in terms of social status as well as moral qualities. Where have we heard that before? Thus, in chapter 13, it is stated in passing that the person whose fortunes change should be, quote unquote, one of those people who are held in great esteem and enjoy good fortune otherwise, basically. And, quote unquote, inferior recurs in chapter 15 in a clearly status oriented text. Let's see. So, high caste and lower caste ka baat ho raha hai. This is going to be fun. Quote, there is such a thing as a good woman and a good slave, even though one of these is perhaps deficient and the other, generally speaking, inferior. End quote. One cannot expect aristocratic nobility of character from persons of low status, but they can still be morally good in terms of status related norms of behavior. A slave can be a good slave, loyal, hardworking, and so on. In tragedy, he should be, by contrast, the slaves in comedy, whatever their virtues, are likely to be disobedient, lazy, dishonest, and self seeking. Conversely, high status characters such as Menelaus can be morally bad. Tragedy, therefore, is essentially concerned with people who are of high status and of good moral character. There will be peripheral figures, slaves, and so forth, of lower status, but they cannot be at the center of tragedy's interest and should at least be good of their kind. High status characters in tragedy can be morally bad, but not if they are meant to be a focus for our pity, and only if and to the extent that the plot requires this. Nice. This is sort of a manual to writing good scripts. This is fascinating stuff. So tragedy, therefore, is essentially concerned with people who are of high status, of good moral character. There will be peripheral figures, slaves, and so forth of lower status, but they cannot be at the center of tragedy's interest and should at least be good of their kind. High status characters in tragedy can be morally bad, but not if they are meant to be a focus for our pity, and only if and to the extent that the plot requires this. The second of Aristotle's four requirements for character, appropriateness, is very close to the idea of character being good, quote unquote, good of its kind, which Aristotle has just applied to persons of low status. A woman in tragedy should be a good woman. She should have the virtues appropriate to a woman, and only those virtues. The fourth requirement too is straightforward. Characters should be consistent. This obviously follows from the requirement of necessary or probable connection. If someone in a tragedy acts inconsistently and unpredictably, then one cannot say that what they do follows necessarily or probably or on what has gone before, which is why Marvel movies stopped working. The one exception is where we have been led to expect someone to behave unpredictably, perhaps because they are mentally or emotionally unstable or are facing an irresolvable dilemma. Then, as Aristotle neatly puts it, they are consistently inconsistent. Brilliant. The third requirement is more difficult. Literally, Aristotle says that the character should be, quote unquote, like, in Greek, homoios. The character should be like, quote unquote, like. In Greek, homoios. Like what? Aristotle has used this word twice before in connection with character. In chapter 13, he says that fear is felt for someone like us. And in chapter 2, so similar consumption pattern, guys. And in chapter 2, he uses the phrase for people of quote unquote the same sort as ourselves, as distinct from those better or worse than we are. But this creates a problem. In chapter 2, Aristotle says that tragedy is concerned with people better than we are, while chapter 13 indicates that tragedy's distinctive emotional response is concerned with people like ourselves. A passage near the end of chapter 15 may point to a resolution of the apparent inconsistency. There, Aristotle compares poets to painters. Portrait painters, he says, quote, paint people as they are but make them better looking, end quote. There is therefore a combination of likeness and idealization in portraiture. A painter might keep Cromwell's warts but make them seem less ugly than they really are. In the same way, characters can be made better than we are while still retaining some imperfections of character. In this respect, they will be like us despite the element of idealization. This would agree with the requirement in chapter 13 that tragic characters should be virtuous but not outstandingly so. They are like us in that they fall short of the moral perfection whose downfall we would find outrageous, but they still tend to the better rather than the worse. Another discussion of character is superficial by comparison with the analysis of plot. Even less attention is given to the third part of tragedy, reasoning, treated almost parenthetically in chapter 19. Here we find that the concept has undergone a degree of expansion. In chapter 6, reasoning and character were paired together as the two bases of action. If I am a coward and perceive the current situation as dangerous, then I am likely to run away. Right. Reasoning and character were paired together as the two bases of action. For example, if I am a coward and perceive, okay, reasoning and character. If I am a coward and perceive the current situation as dangerous, then I am likely to run away. Both my moral disposition, my cowardice, and my understanding of the situation, which is my belief that I am in danger, enter into the motivation of action. More formally, reasoning was defined in chapter 6 in terms of demonstrating that something is or is not the case, or making a general statement. The agent's understanding of the current situation is revealed by what he or she says. Exactly. An assertion or denial about the particular circumstances. Quote unquote, the situation is dangerous, or the quote unquote situation is not safe. Or a generalization that, for example, it is dangerous to sit in front of moving steamrollers, etc. When Aristotle talks about reasoning in chapter 19, the elements of assertion, denial, and generalization are still present, but others have been added. Reasoning here includes speech in which the characters arouse emotion. Reasoning here includes speech in which the characters arouse emotion or make things look important or unimportant. In other words, it has extended to cover all the ways in which, in a tragedy, one person can use language to influence another. It includes now not just the observation that it is dangerous to sit in front of a steamroller, or to convince them that it is not something to be entered into lightly. The techniques for this, as Aristotle observes, can be got out of the his book called Rhetoric, the Art of Rhetoric, can be got out of the Rhetoric. From reasoning, it is a short step to the language in which the reasoning is conveyed. And the next section, from the latter part of chapter 19 through to chapter 22, is concerned with diction. This may seem a generous allowance of space in view of the comparatively low importance which Aristotle attaches to the poet's function as a maker of verses, as distinct from a maker of plots. On closer inspection, the material in these chapters does not seem to opposite. Chapter 20 is an essay on linguistic theory with no particular bearing on poetry. Chapter 21 is more directly relevant. It classifies various kinds of departure from standard discourse, and we learn in the next chapter that such departures from the linguistic norm are characteristic of poetic language. Okay. Chapter 21 is more directly relevant. It classifies various kinds of departure from standard discourse, and we learn in the next chapter that such departures from the linguistic norm are characteristic of poetic language. Time to put on my headphone again. Too much barking. The section on poetic language concludes Aristotle's discussion of tragedy. In chapter 23, he turns his attention to epic. Right. The section on poetic language is the end of his discussion on tragedy. But there is clearly one unfinished business. Only 4 of the 6 parts identified in chapter 6 have been discussed. Lyric poetry and spectacle have not received separate attention. Lyric poetry is a combination of words and melody. Its verbal dimension could conceivably be seen as treated implicitly in the chapters on poetic language, since their focus is not restricted to spoken dramatic verse. The musical dimension is perhaps passed over on the grounds that it is part of the realization of the tragic text in performance. A similar consideration applies to spectacle. As we have already seen in chapter 4, Aristotle says at the end of chapter 6 that as we have already seen, Aristotle says at the end of chapter 6 that spectacle is not really integral to the poet's art. The tragic poet's job is to produce a text that can be performed, but the performance itself is a separate matter. Aristotle was certainly aware of the potency of performance. It is precisely that potency which tempts tragedians to rely on it to the neglect of plot, a tendency which Aristotle deplores in chapter 14. That passage, though, don't depend on the fact that it's going to be performed. Write it so well that even without performing it, people can feel the tragedy, or the depth of the nature of the tragedy is unaffected. That passage does not imply that the use of spectacle to complement and enhance the effect of a well-constructed plot is improper, and the comments at the beginning of chapter 17 on the need to visualize the action suggests that Aristotle recognized the importance of a poet's being aware of and taking steps to enhance the effect of his text in performance. One factor which may help to explain his reluctance to be more positive emerges from chapter 26, which shows that hostile critics of tragedy saw performance as one of the objectionable things about it, okay? Hostile critics of tragedy saw performance as one of the objectionable things about it. Aristotle, as a defender of tragedy, had a reason not to emphasize performance. In his reply to these critics, he argues that since tragedy can have its effect without being performed, it is not intrinsically more vulgar than epic. But he apparently goes on to make the point that music and spectacle give pleasure. Thus, he concedes the objection to performance for the sake of the argument and shows that it does not entail the inferiority of tragedy. But then he reverses the argument and claims that performance is a positive advantage. However, an oddity in the syntax of the Greek at this point has led to some editors to conclude that the words quote unquote and spectacle have been inserted in error by a later copyist, and that Aristotle mentioned only music. So we cannot in the end be sure how positively Aristotle expresses himself about spectacle. The subchapter begins. It's called Tragedy, Miscellaneous Aspects. Let me have a sip of my beautiful coffee now. Well, even Jesai Deepak has 3 dogs. What an awesome book. Tragedy, miscellaneous aspects. We have still not finished with tragedy. We jumped from character in chapter 15 to reasoning in chapter 19, but there is a lot of material in between. This material is not bound to the framework of the 6 constituent parts of tragedy established in chapter 6. Its presentation is loosely ordered, at times disorderly, and sometimes obscure to the point of unintelligibility, but it should not be neglected. The material returns repeatedly to Aristotle's central preoccupation with plot, but by contrast with the broad issues of principle treated in chapters 7 through 14, the emphasis in these later chapters tends to be more practical. These chapters are, broadly speaking, concerned with matters of technique, and so they sometimes look beyond the design of the abstracted plot towards its concrete realization in a play. Thus, chapter 17 starts off from the perspective of a poet when, okay, this was important. These chapters are concerned with matters of technique, and so they sometimes look beyond the design of the abstracted plot towards its concrete realization. Thus, chapter 17 starts off from the perspective of a poet when constructing plots and working them out complete with their linguistic expression. Chapter 18 includes comments on the handling of the chorus. It is no surprise that Aristotle's underlying concern with the connectedness of the events which make up a plot is repeatedly in evidence. For example, in chapter 16, turns to recognition, defined in chapter 11, and classifies a variety of different techniques by which a recognition can be engineered. Recognition. Since recognition is one component of the complex plot, which in Aristotle's view is more effective than the simple plot, this classification is not purely right. Since recognition is one component of the complex plot, which in Aristotle's view is more effective than the simple plot, this classification is not of purely abstract interest. The question of how best to handle one of the devices which do most to enhance tragic effect is an important and eminently practical one. Aristotle's classification works up from recognitions that are in essence accidental to those that are integral to the structure of the plot. Right. Aristotle's classification works up from recognitions that are in essence accidental to those that are integral to the structure of the plot. Thus, the least artistic kind of recognition is that prompted by a visible sign. Subtlety. Show it, don't say it. That kind of thing. Odysseus is recognized or create a situation where it's understandable anyway, not by saying it outright or showing it outright. Odysseus is recognized because he has a distinctive scar, but as Aristotle implies in chapter 8, his acquisition of the scar has no causal link with the plot of the Odyssey. By contrast, the best class arises by necessity or probability from the plot itself. In commending recognitions of this kind, Aristotle picks up the idea stated at the end of chapter 9 that when something happens both unexpectedly and nevertheless as a necessary or probable consequence of what has gone before, unexpectedly and nevertheless as a necessary or probable consequence, when something happens in that way, unexpectedly and as necessarily and or probable consequence of what has gone before, this combination increases the audience's astonishment and thus enhances the emotional impact of events. This is important. Aristotle's preoccupation with necessary and probable connection is not the product of an abstract formalism. He believes that there is an intimate connection between the cohesion of the plot and the emotional impact at which tragedy aims. The latter part of chapter 17 likewise explores some procedural implications of the theory of proper plot structure set out in chapters 7 through 14. A tragedy aims to excite pity and fear, so a story is needed that will have a powerful emotional effect. We know from the discussions in chapters 13 and 14 which kinds of story are most appropriate. Greek mythology is a rich repertoire of such stories. Right, a tragedy aims to excite pity and fear, so a story is needed that will have a powerful emotional effect. We know from the discussions in chapter 13 or 14 which kinds of story are most appropriate. Greek mythology is a rich repertoire of such stories, so it makes sense to turn there to find a suitable subject. We might look, for example, for a story involving acts of violence between close kin. The most fundamental obligations of all are those of a child to its father and mother. So a man who kills his father or sleeps with his mother is doing two of the most terrible things imaginable. This would be the most potent material for tragedy one could hope to find. Oedipus, of course, did both of these things. So let us assume that we have chosen Oedipus as the subject of our tragedy. Where do we go from there? What do we not do, according to Aristotle, is ask ourselves, what was the first thing that happened to Oedipus? What happened next, and so on. A historian might work like that, as we have seen. Historians in Aristotle's view are concerned with what happened, and so their narratives simply reproduce a given sequence of events. But Aristotle's poet is not concerned with what did happen, but with the kind of thing that would happen in accordance with necessity or probability. So, we should not just take over a ready-made series of events as our plot. Having selected Oedipus as our subject, we ought, as it were, to forget Oedipus and rethink the story in more abstract terms. Someone kills his father and sleeps with his mother. How can we represent this as something that would happen necessarily or probably? In other words, how can we imagine this as part of a series of connected events? The poet is thus advised to work down from the most probable, most abstract possible formulation of the story of Oedipus through more and more concrete specifications of it until a final version is reached in which Oedipus's killing of his father and sleeping with his mother are embodied as a connected series of events. How might we proceed? Since tragedy aims to evoke pity and fear, we cannot have Oedipus do these things knowingly. Someone who knowingly killed his father and slept with his mother would be monstrously wicked. His actions would disgust us. And this downfall would evoke satisfaction rather than pity. So Oedipus must act in ignorance of the identity of his father and mother. Recall here the significance of ignorance in chapter 14 and of error in chapter 13. Given Oedipus's lack of this knowledge, we can begin to see what is likely to be the climax of our plot. If Oedipus acts in ignorance, he must eventually find out what he has done. And the devastating impact of this discovery on him will be a perfect tragic climax. Here, the analysis of recognition in chapters 11 and 16 will be relevant, which we already discussed. But the premise that Oedipus must be unaware of the identity of his father and mother also tells us something about how the early stages of the plot must be developed. His ignorance must surely imply that he was separated from his parents in infancy. Since the Greeks practiced the exposure of unwanted infants, that is not a problem in principle. We just have to supply some motive for Oedipus's parents to expose him and construct a mechanism to ensure that despite being exposed, he survives to adulthood. So think of the movie Old Boy. Old Boy's remake was there in English as well. I think it was originally a Japanese or Korean movie. And then Zinda in Bollywood tried to remake it without, of course, going into the actual gory details. Just like Ghazni was a horrible low IQ remake of Memento. No, villages are high trust only when they are very small, and that too because of the castes. Inside castes, of course, there's high trust. We have now embarked on the process which Aristotle describes as turning the story into episodes, okay? Remember, since the Greeks practiced the exposure of unwanted infants, that is not a problem in principle. We just have to supply some motive for Oedipus's parents to expose him and construct a mechanism to ensure that despite being exposed, he survives to adulthood. We have now embarked on the process which Aristotle describes as turning the story into episodes. The abstract outline to which we have reduced the story needs to be converted into a series of concrete events or episodes, and that series must be linked by necessary or probable connections if we are to satisfy Aristotle's requirements and avoid the defective plot structure which he described earlier as quote-unquote episodic, in which quote-unquote he writes, quote, one in which the sequence of episodes is neither necessary nor probable. Kind of a bit of like some art films. Since the central events in our plot are to be Oedipus's killing of his father and sleeping with his mother, it would make sense to have those events drive the others. In both cases, we can draw on supernatural assistance. If a baby is going to grow up to do such terrible things, a prophecy to that effect would provide the parents with a very strong motive indeed to dispose of their baby when he grows up. So we will postulate such a prophecy, and Oedipus will be exposed precisely because it is foretold that he will grow up to kill his father. Will be exposed precisely, right, and sleep with his mother. But when he has done these things, he will be terribly polluted. In Greek religious thought, it was very dangerous for a city to harbor polluted persons. Oh my God, where have we heard this before? They could bring down disaster on the whole community. If this happened, if let us say a plague broke out, then the city would naturally try to identify the supposed source of the pollution in order to get rid of it. Group rights, guys. One guy gets punished for the and one group gets punished for one guy. Another in order to get rid of it. And this will give us a plausible mechanism for setting in train the inquiries which will lead to the discovery of the truth. Again, a prophecy can help us out here. The Thebans would naturally turn to an oracle for help in identifying the cause of their problem, and we can frame the response to point the inquiry in the right direction. Chapter 18 looks at the structure of a plot from another perspective: complication and resolution. In Greek, desis and lucis, literally meaning trying and untying, tying and untying. So again, tension and release in music, like the bridge is supposed to build up and build up the tension and the release you get in the chorus of a song. So complication and resolution define the two stages of a plot hinging on the change of fortune, which has been central to Aristotle's account of tragedy since chapter 7. The complication is everything up to the beginning of the change of fortune. The resolution, everything from there on. So, for example, in Sophocles' the work Oedipus, the change of fortune begins when news of the death of Oedipus' supposed father arrives, and the truth about his real parentage begins to come to light. That point was already identified in chapter 11 as the play's reversal. Note that to return to a distinction made in note that complication Note that complication and resolution, to remind you of the distinction we discussed previously, note that complication and resolution are not parts of the play but parts of the action which is embodied in the play's plot. The complication may include events which occur before the start of the play and which influence what happens in the play itself. Right, it can be just in flashback even, and or we may not even mention it. The story just starts off later on, but which are reported rather than enacted. In Oedipus, everything involved in Oedipus's birth, exposure, and survival, the circumstances under which he killed his father and married his mother, the onset of the plague, and the appeal to Delphi, which that crisis prompts, and Oracle of Delphi, okay, which was shown in the movie 300 as well. The appeal to Delphi, which that crisis prompts, and which sets in train the inquiry that leads to the discovery of the truth. All this is crucial to the plot, but precedes the play's opening scene and is gradually disclosed to the audience as the play proceeds. One could, in principle, have a play which consisted solely of resolution. In such a play, the change of fortune would already have begun, and the play would simply trace its completion and consequences. For example, in Aeschylus's play, Persians would perhaps be an example. The fact that Aristotle says that the complication includes what is outside the play, and often some of what is inside it, confirms that he recognized the possibility of a play consisting solely of just a resolution. Interesting. If a plot consists of complication and resolution, then excellence, okay? If a plot consists of complication and the resolution, then excellence in plot construction, which for Aristotle is the key element of the poet's art, must embrace both parts. If you want it to be a great tragedy, not just a low quality B grade tragedy. The comment later in chapter 18 that, quote unquote, many poets handle the resolution badly, harks back to a section in the middle of chapter 15, interrupting the discussion of interrupting a discussion of character. According to Greek text, resolution should arise from the plot. That is, the poet should put together a sequence of events in which the change of fortune and its consequences are a necessary or probable consequence of everything that has gone before. Right. It is an instance of the kind of unskillful resolution Aristotle mentions in chapter 18, when the poet has to resort to an arbitrary device to get the plot to work out the way he wants. Aristotle's example, that's the classic example of any bad movie. Aristotle's examples of arbitrary resolution in chapter 15 involve divine intervention. One is the end of Euripides' Medea. Aristotle feels that the playwright has created a situation in which Medea cannot be extricated from danger in any necessary or probable way. He has therefore resorted to the premise that the gods can do anything, solving the problem by the arbitrary introduction of a god-given flying chariot in which Medea can escape. Aristotle's rejection of this kind of device does not imply that divine involvement is inappropriate in general, according to him. One use of the gods which he explicitly approves is to convey information about those parts of the plot which fall outside the play. A god explaining the background to the play in a prologue, or a god appearing to foretell the future at the end of the play would be typical examples, but There is, of course, much middle ground between the extremes of arbitrary intervention and the mere conveying of information. Aphrodite in Euripides's Hippolytus does not just appear in the prologue to convey information. It is her resentment which has set events in motion, and her intervention in human affairs is essential to the causal structure of the plot. There is no reason why Aristotle should object to this. Her intervention is well motivated. She is angered by the way in which Hippolytus dishonors her, and its consequences follow by necessity or probability. To be sure, Aristotle did not believe in such deities, but we know from chapter 25 that the truth of the theological premises which poets use is not a matter of great concern to him. Hence, he can accept unconcernedly the role which Poseidon plays in the plot of the Odyssey. Now, his thoughts on epic. We are still in the introduction section, and this is the next subchapter called epic. It should come as no surprise that Aristotle's first thought when he turns to epic in chapter 23 is about the structure of the plot. In epic, as in tragedy, the plot should be unified with a beginning, middle, and end suitably connected. The contrast between epic and historiography is familiar already from chapter 8, but the contrast was with biography, and chapter 9. But a more complex set of contrasts is constructed here. The chapter begins by opposing unified poetic plots and defective plots with a quasi historical structure. But it would be no great tribute to Homer to say that his plots are not defective. Homer is outstanding because he has handled plot structure in the best possible way. To make the desired distinction between plots that are simply well formed and Homer's unique brilliance in the handling of plot, Aristotle introduces a third element into the comparison. There are epics which have defective plots, constructed like works of history or biography about a single period of time or a single person, irrespective of the causal connectedness of the events narrated. Most epic poets write like this. Other epics have plots which are unified in Aristotle's sense, but which are very large indeed. An epic about the whole Trojan War would have been of that kind. It would have had a beginning and an end, and so been unified, but the vast mass of material in the middle would have made it hard to grasp the plot as a whole. Hmm. An epic about the whole Trojan War would have been of that kind. It would have been a it would have had a beginning and an end, and so would be unified, but the vast mass of material in the middle would have made it hard to grasp the plot as a whole. In chapter 7, Aristotle stated that upper limit on a plot is determined by what can be held in the memory. So this kind of plot embodying a single action of many parts, though in principle well formed, would be pushing at the upper limit. By contrast, Homer selected a single self-contained part of the whole story of the Trojan War, the quarrel between Achilles and Agamemnon in the 10th year of the war. How many of you all have seen Troy of Brad Pitt? Although Aristotle does not make the point here, the same could be said of the Odyssey. A plot embracing everything that happened to Odysseus would not be unified, as we know from chapter 8. A plot embracing the whole story of Odysseus would have been unified, but the vast mass of material in the middle would have made it hard to grasp the plot as a whole. Overlapping types of epic plot. The beginning of chapter 24 proposes four overlapping types of epic plot. This classification is applied to the two Homeric epics. The Iliad is simple and based on suffering. The Odysseus is complex and based on character. The comment on the Odyssey is obvious enough. The poem is full of recognition scenes, and the antithesis between good, which is Odysseus, his family, and his loyal servants, and bad, the meaning the untruly suitors. Uh, this antithesis between them makes character important. In chapter 13, the Odyssey was cited as an example of the quote unquote double plot, which ends in good fortune for the good characters. So its happy ending contrasts with the suffering which pervades the plot of the Iliad and which gives that poem its powerfully tragic character. On the other hand, Aristotle believes that complex plots are superior in principle to simple ones. Complex plots are superior in principle to simple ones. So one implication of the attempt to classify the poems here must be that the Odyssey is, at least in this one respect, superior in its plot structure to the Iliad, and by implication, emotionally more powerful. Superior. Emotionally more powerful. So since Odyssey is a double plot, therefore it's more superior than Iliad because it's also emotionally more powerful. Any reader who dissents from this conclusion should consider whether the fault lies in Aristotle's theory or in his description of the poems. In the Iliad, Achilles' actions lead contrary to his expectation. See Troy of Brad Pitt. To the very contrary to his expectation, to the very thing he least wanted, which is the death of his dearest comrade. There is thus a strong case that the Iliad exploits reversal, and thus its plot is complex. Indeed, the centrality of this reversal to the poem's emotional impact could be seen as strongly supporting Aristotle's preference for complex plots. Oh, there was no audio for okay, now since I'll never know which section disappeared, I'll just repeat randomly from a paragraph. The beginning of chapter 24 proposes four overlapping types of epic plot. The classification is applied to the two Homeric epics. The Iliad is simple and based on suffering. The Odyssey is complex and based on character. The comment on the Odyssey is obvious enough. The poem is full of recognition scenes, and the antithesis between good and bad makes character important. The good being Odysseus, his family, and his loyal servants, and the bad being the unruly suitors. If you all have read Odyssey, you all know what he's talking about. In chapter 13, the Odyssey was cited as an example of the quote unquote double plot, which ends in good fortune for the good characters. So its happy ending contrasts with the suffering which pervades the plot of the Iliad, and which gives that poem its powerfully tragic character. That ongoing pervading, the suffering pervading the plot, that gives Iliad its powerful tragic character. On the other hand, Aristotle believes that complex plots are superior in principle to simple ones. So one implication of the attempt to classify the poems here must be that the Odyssey is, at least in this one respect, superior in its plot structure to the Iliad, and by implication, emotionally more powerful. Any reader who dissents from this conclusion, right. So Iliad is more monotonous, according to Aristotle at least. Any reader who dissents from this conclusion should consider whether the fault lies in Aristotle's theory or in his description of the poems. In the Iliad, Achilles' actions lead contrary to his expectation, to the very thing he least wanted, the death of his dearest comrade. There is thus a strong case that the Iliad exploits reversal and that its plot is complex. Indeed, the centrality of this reversal to the poem's emotional impact could be seen as strongly supporting Aristotle's preference for complex plots, but Aristotle didn't consider it so himself. These books demand you know Greek epics, which is uninteresting compared to Indian ones. Okay. I wonder what can we take from this section and apply to writing lyrics like evoking emotion. Yes, absolutely. This is talking about how to formulate good structures. I think we should find commentaries on Gita more fulfilling and interesting. We have really good ones. Yeah, someday. But it's 1,000 pages long. The Ramakrishna Mission Gita. I do intend to buy Bibek Debroy's Mahabharata someday. There will be, of course, a good translation of or commentary on Gita or Gita Rahasya by Bal Gangadhar Tilak as well. But I've not read these epics, or Indian or Greek, too much, so I don't know if one is better than the other or not. I'm not going to be nationalist on these things. There is thus a strong case that the Iliad exploits reversal and that its plot is complex. Indeed, the centrality of this reversal to the poem's emotional impact could be seen as strongly supporting Aristotle's preference for complex plots. The last part of chapter 24 returns to the theme of Homer's merits. Aristotle has already commented in chapters 8 and 23 on Homer's skill in the handling of plot. Chapter 4 noted Homer's unique versatility. This is the introduction section, by the way. The fun part is going to begin when we get to actual writings of Aristotle later in this book, where he analyzes or gives a sort of a framework for writing, for improving writing skills. The last part of chapter 24 on the theme of Homer's merits. Aristotle has already commented in chapters 8 and 23 on Homer's skill in the handling of the plot. Chapter 4 noted Homer's unique versatility. He alone worked on both sides of the bifurcation in poetry between imitations of admirable and inferior characters, composing both epic and narrative burlesque, and his adumberation of the dramatic mode. He lets the characters speak for themselves. The latter, the characters speaking for themselves, points this latter point rests on the high proportion of direct speech in his narratives, which Aristotle again singles out as an aspect of Homer's unique excellence. We may note here too that Aristotle is favorably impressed by Homer's powers of characterization. He says, quote, "None of them are characterless, they have character," end quote. Despite the priority which Aristotle gives to plot over character, even then he recognizes the contribution which character makes to the quality of a poem. And although the possibility of plot divorced from the imitation of character was recognized in chapter 6, this statement about Homer confirms that Aristotle would not rate such a composition as highly as one with character. Okay, he would not rate such a composition as highly as one with character, even even though he says that plot is more important than character or imitation of character. Even then, he says if a plot does have good character, then of course that's better than a plot which doesn't have people with character. There follows a section on astonishment and the irrational. Aristotle's theory of plot, with its strong emphasis on necessary and probable connection, tends to exclude irrationalities. If we apply Aristotle's criterion of good plot structure strictly, we will have to say that if all the events follow one another in accordance with necessity or probability, then the sequence of events is rational, if not right. If we apply Aristotle's criterion of good plot structure strictly, we will have to say that if all the events follow one another in accordance with necessity or probability, then the sequence of events is rational. If not, the plot is defective. Even Aristotle's approval of astonishment, as in complex plots with reversal, does not alter this. As he says at the end of chapter 9, the proper emotional effect depends on astonishment and connection together. But how strictly should Aristotle's criteria be applied in practice? One concession has already been made in chapter 15, that there should not be any irrationality in the action. But if there is, it should be outside the play. Outside the play, the irrationality. This implies that Aristotle would prefer a strict application of his criteria, but is able to tolerate a departure from them in certain circumstances. Chapter 24 notes that epic is more tolerant of irrationality because the action is narrated but not seen. We may recall here the comments at the beginning of chapter 17 on the poet's need to visualize the tragic action. Since he goes on to say that irrationality generates astonishment and astonishment gives pleasure, the implication is that it is legitimate for epic to exploit its greater tolerance of the irrational. These two concessions have something in common. Irrationalities can be included in the parts of the action which lie outside a play. Okay, irrationalities can be included in the parts of the action which lie outside a play and in the action of an epic. In neither case will the irrationality be seen by the audience. Keeping an irrationality out of sight of the audience makes it less salient and so helps keep intact the impression that everything is properly connected. So it does not end up being a salient feature, the irrationality. The example of Mithai's murder at the end of chapter 9 points in the same direction. An illusion of connectedness can have the same effect as connectedness itself. Right. Yeah. That's the kind of stuff also done in sound engineering and music arrangement. The illusion of connectedness can have the same effect as connectedness itself. The next part of chapter 24, which says that Homer, quote unquote, taught other poets the right way to tell falsehoods. This suggests a further way to smuggle an irrationality into a poem while giving the impression that everything makes sense. This is to exploit the human tendency to make fallacious inferences. Aristotle's explanation suggests a fallacy of the kind where, let's say, if Daisy is a cow, then Daisy has four legs. Daisy has four legs, so Daisy is a cow. If one is not alert and critical, the audience of a play or an epic recitation is likely to expect that events will be connected and may not be in the frame of mind to focus on logical puzzles. Then the fallacy may pass unnoticed. The poet will then have persuaded the audience by subterfuge that something is necessary or probable when it is not in reality. Later in the chapter, we read that one should prefer probable impossibilities to implausible impossibilities. Again, the emphasis is on maintaining the impression of connectedness, something that is in reality necessary or probable, but which looks as if it is not, but which looks as if it is not damages that impression and should be avoided. Something which is not necessary or probable, but which looks as if it maintains the impression and is therefore technically superior. Here too, a preference for having no irrationalities is combined with a willingness to tolerate them. Okay, this is a nice dichotomy. A preference for having no irrationalities is combined with a willingness to tolerate them. Again, Nietzsche, a sign of a healthy mind is that they are not absolutist and that they are open to irony. Near the end of chapter 24, Aristotle seems to suggest yet another way to conceal irrationalities. You may distract attention from them by the brilliance of the writing, as Homer conceals the absurdity involved in the narrative of Odysseus' arrival in Ithaca with quote unquote other good qualities. Why, if Aristotle prefers the avoidance of irrationalities, is he willing to tolerate them? Chapter 25 suggests one answer. If possibilities have been included in a poem, that is an error, but it is correct if it attains the end of the art itself, that is, if it makes either this or some other part have greater impact. Exactly how it works in arrangement as well. Wait, let me change the position of the mic now. What if Aristotle prefers the avoidance of irrationalities? No, not what if, why? Why, if Aristotle prefers the avoidance of irrationalities, is he then willing to tolerate them? Because he's not crazy, of course. Chapter 25 suggests one answer. If impossibilities have been included in a poem, that is an error, but it is correct if it attains the end of the art itself, that is, if it makes either this or some other part have greater impact. Aristotle recognizes that an irrationality can enhance the effect of a poem, provided that it is concealed. In such a case, he does not object. Right? Think of this in terms of a song arrangement. Okay. Let's say if you want the audience to feel a sense of calmness in a specific part of the song, yeah, one way to do it would be to make an entirely calm song. But let's say right before the calm or a slower tempo in the chorus, we increase the tempo or double the beats in the bridge, and the verse also starts with in a double tempo. It further increases, like what happens in EDM drops. That's the build up, and then the breakdown. It's in half of the tempo, half of the previous tempo. So that creates the sense of the drop, as if it makes either the, yeah. So Aristotle recognizes that an irrationality can enhance the effect of a poem, provided that it is concealed. In such a case, he does not object. A poet designing a plot should aim, other things being equal, a poet designing a plot should aim at consistency with what is necessary or probable, but where the poem's emotional impact can be increased by a departure from necessity or probability, that departure is legitimate. Necessary or probable connection is desirable in general, not for any abstract a priori reason, but because in practice it generally serves to increase the impact of events. So one should always retain the impression of necessary or probable connection by distracting from or concealing in one way or another the irrationality. But sometimes a false impression will be more effective than the real thing. Chapter 25, which this point from which this point has been taken, is concerned with the objections people raise to poems and with the range of possible responses or solutions to those objections. The principles it enunciates can be applied to any poetic form. Some examples from tragedy are mentioned in some other places in the book. The discussion is attached to the section on epic because the critique of implausible, inconsistent, and immoral elements in poetry had been most comprehensively applied to Homer. Books 2 and 3 of Plato's Republic collects a certain amount of such material. The 4th century sophist Zoilus earned the nickname Homer's Scourge, Homeromastics, for his 9 books devoted to identifying faults in Homer's poems. The 6 books of Aristotle's Homeric Problems collected discussions of such problem passages. Chapter 25 offers an extremely condensed synopsis of this material and is correspondingly difficult to interpret. Rather than pursue all the details, it may be more helpful to look at the general principles which Aristotle states and consider how they fit in with the rest of the theory articulated in Poetics. Which Aristotle states and consider how they fit in with the rest of the theory articulated in the Poetics. The general principles. Aristotle suggests 3 general principles. The first is based on the object of poetic imitation, which is that poetry is not bound to imitate what is the case, but can imitate what ought to be the case or is said to be the case. This looks similar to what is said in chapter 9, which is that the poet is not tied down to real events, but can use invented plots as well. But this later passage is more radical in its implications. Suppose a poet constructs a plot in which a god inflicts terrible punishment on a human being who has given offense. Is that necessary or probable? In reality, no. Philosophers will tell us that this is not a true concept of divinity. But in terms of traditional Greek religious beliefs, that is what is generally said to be the case about the way gods behave, the god's action is certainly necessary or probable. So the plot of a poem does not have to conform to the underlying universal patterns to which events conform in the real world. It is enough if it conforms to the underlying universal patterns to which events conform in some imaginary or fictitious world, such as that of traditional religion. And this is where I think commies annoy me when they say that, when I have seen a lot of commie boomer uncles criticize many metal songs for their lyrics depicting war and tragedy and let's say violence and stuff. They say that why are these guys writing on war and stuff? What have these guys faced? What do they know about war and stuff? So I had once asked such a commie uncle that, so all metal lyrics is supposed to be just I experience accounts. They can't be fiction. He said, yes, they have to be I experience accounts. They have to be autobiographical and real experience only. What the fuck? What's the point of fiction then? And fiction with while following these criterion, that they are not necessarily talking about what has happened, but what can happen. Aristotle's second general principle is based on the medium of poetic imitation, language. We know from the discussion of poetic style in chapters 21 and 22 that poetry is distinguished by departures from standard speech. Such departures can be used to answer objections if it can be argued that the objector has misunderstood one of the non standard usages characteristic of poetic diction. Okay? Poetry is distinguished by departures from standard speech. But those departures can be used to answer objections if it can be argued that the objector has misunderstood one of the non standard usages characteristic of poetic distinction. Thirdly, this is a very fun point. Thirdly, Aristotle insists on a distinction between the standards by which poetry and the products of any other technique or craft are to be judged. This principle, of course, applies to other arts as well. If I am illustrating a zoology textbook, I ought to get the details of an animal's anatomy right and resist the temptation to draw imaginary beasts. If I am painting pictures to hang in an art gallery, I can legitimately sacrifice strict zoological accuracy in the interests of the painting's balance or composition, and dragons and unicorns may be more piquant than warthogs. The last chapter of the Poetics, or of the part of it that has survived, raises the question of whether epic or tragedy is superior. The way this question is introduced suggests that Aristotle is taking up an existing discussion rather than proposing the question himself. This is confirmed when he summarizes the position of those who criticize tragedy. But we know already that Aristotle does have a view on this question. The history of poetry in chapter 4 treats drama as the fulfillment of the development of poetry. It is something which the quasi-dramatic mode of Homer's epics adumbrated. And when drama proper appeared, it supplanted epic because of its intrinsically superior qualities. Aristotle then will be firmly aligned with the supporters of tragedy. We have mentioned some of the criticisms which Plato makes in the Republic of Poetry, in the Republic of Poetry in general, and of tragedy in particular. More immediately relevant here is the second book of the Laws, where Plato develops the idea that the quality of a second book of Laws, where Plato develops the idea that the quality of a poetic genre is correlated with the quality of the audience that appreciates it. Small children like puppet shows, older children like comedy, respectable adults like tragedy, but older men, mature and experienced, prefer epic. The critics of tragedy to whom Aristotle responds make a similar assumption. Acting out a role is vulgar, as the vulgar performances of actors and such like show the only reason tragedy includes this vulgarity is to communicate effectively to the low grade members of the audience who could not follow what is happening or respond to it without this kind of exaggerated acting. Hence, tragedy is designed to appeal to the lowest grade of audience. Without them, it would be impossible to eliminate the vulgarity of stage performance. But then, of course, we would have a kind of epic. The premise that the quality of a poetic genre can be judged from the quality of the audience that appreciates it is one which Aristotle would have accepted in principle. In chapter 13, he said that weak audiences encourage the degenerate tendency of tragedy to turn away from the proper tragic pleasure to one more characteristic of comedy, to one that has more the characteristics of comedy. But he rejects the critic's other premises. Vulgarity of performance is not limited to actors. Epic recitations can also be exaggerated and vulgar. Conversely, performance is not essential to tragedy. Since a tragedy can have its effect when it is only read, so if the uh, since it can have its effect even if it's only read, so if the performance of a tragedy is vulgar, then that is a fault in the performance but not a fault in the tragedy. Moreover, the potential for performance means that tragedy has the elements of spectacle and song, giving it a range of additional pleasures which epic lacks. Not all of Aristotle's arguments in this chapter are equally compelling. He goes on to claim that tragedy is superior to epic because it is more concentrated. Pleasure is better concentrated than spread out thinly. The flaw in this argument is evident from the example he gives. Sophocles' Oedipus would not be effective if expanded to the length of the Iliad, but that is scarcely to the point. No one would deny that the Oedipus at its present length is superior to the Oedipus expanded to the length of the Iliad. The real question is whether the Oedipus at its present length is superior to the Iliad at its present length. Expanding a play to the scale of an epic does not show that tragedy is better than epic. It shows only that tragedies should not be expanded to the scale of an epic, which we know already, since Aristotle explained it in chapter 18 that tragedies contain less material. Furthermore, two passages elsewhere in the Poetics are difficult to reconcile. Okay, two passages elsewhere in the Poetics are difficult to reconcile with Aristotle's assumption here that greater concentration is superior. In chapter 7, he said that within the upper limit of length imposed by memory, the larger the magnitude of the plot, the better. In chapter 24, he said that the larger scale of epic gave positive advantages over tragedy in terms of its grandeur and variety. He said, quote, Similarity quickly palls and may cause tragedies to fail, end quote. Holy shit. The large scale of epic gave positive advantages over tragedy in terms of its grandeur and variety. It is not clear, therefore, that Aristotle has managed to give convincing form to this argument or to make it consistent with claims made elsewhere in the Poetics. Next subchapter is on comedy, which is probably the second book of Poetics that was on comedy, which we have lost, and which is the core topic of the famous historical fictional thriller called The Name of the Rose, famous novel by Umberto Eco, also a 1980 or a 1982 movie starred by Sean Connery, which is a must watch for anyone interested in good films. Comedy. The loss of the extended analysis of comedy with which the original Poetics probably contained makes it difficult, and allegedly, so those of you who were not listening to the live stream, the second book of Poetics was probably made to be disappeared because uh, Christians in a certain period were opposed to comedy and laughter and smiling, etc. The loss of the extended analysis of comedy, which the original Poetics probably contained, makes it difficult to be sure what Aristotle's views on comedy would have been. The starting point must be the brief account in chapter 5. Quote from Aristotle, he said that comedy is an imitation of inferior people, end quote. As we have seen, quote unquote inferior has both moral and social implications, so definitely low status people as well. The central figures of comedy will include the lowly persons, such as peasants and slaves, who are only peripheral in tragedy, and comic characters, even those of high status, will tend to behave badly. In tragedy, moral badness is acceptable in characterization only to the extent that the structure of the plot demands it. Only then moral bad is accepted, but comedy deliberately incorporates moral badness in its characters, since comedy aims to evoke laughter, and the laughable is a species of what is disgraceful, according to Aristotle. The response at which comedy aims is antithetical to that of tragedy. Tragedy aims to evoke pity and fear, which Aristotle defines as reactions to painful and destructive harm. Hence, tragedy involves suffering, which is an action that involves destruction or pain, but comedy eschews it. He says, quote, the laughable is an error or disgrace that does not involve pain or destruction, end quote. If the story of Orestes were burlesqued in a comedy, it would not end with Orestes killing Aegisthus, but with their reconciliation. The abandonment of Orestes' obligation to avenge his father's murder would be a laughable disgrace. One type of moral badness is a tendency to abuse others, and the characters of many extant Greek comedies indulge in liberal and often obscene abuse both of each other and of real contemporaries. Aristotle took it for granted that comic poets would use slanderous and indecent language. He mentions this in Rhetoric and Politics. In the Nicomachean Ethics, he notes a transition from the open indecency of older comedy to innuendo in more recent comedy, and comments on the greater impropriety of the latter. It is sometimes assumed that this expresses a preference for comedy in the more recent style. In fact, it only implies that the more recent style of comedy is a better guide to the standards of behavior to be observed in real life. We know from chapter 25 of the Poetics that, quote, correctness is not the same thing in ethics and poetry, end quote. Wow. And that, quote, in evaluating any utterance or action, one must take into account not just the moral qualities of what is actually done or said, but also the identity of the agent or speaker. Holy shit. End quote. Greater propriety is not self-evidently an advantage in a poetic genre devoted to the imitation of inferior agents. Of course, greater propriety is not self-evidently an advantage in a poetic genre devoted to an imitation of inferior agents. Of course, Aristotle would have disapproved of an excess of vituperation and obscenity in comic abuse, but we have no way of telling what he would have judged excessive in a comedy. A point which needs to be treated with some care in this connection is the contrast which Aristotle makes between comedy with quote unquote universalized stories and plots introduced in Athens by Crates, and the older style of comedy in the quote unquote form of a lampoon. The contrast of comedy and lampoon reappears in chapter 9, where the concept of universality is explained more fully. It should not be read as a contrast between the abuse of named real individuals and ludicrous stories about fictitious characters. As we have seen, universality in Aristotle's sense depends entirely on the structure of the poetic plot. If events are connected with each other in accordance with necessity or probability, they constitute a universalized plot. And there is nothing to prevent real events or the actions of real individuals satisfying this criterion in comedy any more than in tragedy. By the quote unquote form of a lampoon, therefore, Aristotle must mean a disjointed series of jokes or comic routines with no necessary probable connection between them. Comedy is better if it links its jokes and comic routines into a connected sequence, obviously. The basic difference between a great stand up comedy routine and a bad one. The requirements concerning plot structure must be applied to comedy. Okay? The requirements concerning plot structure must be applied to comedy with due regard to the pragmatism which we have already observed in Aristotle's treatment of tragedy and epic. Indeed, in comedy, the scope for legitimate departure from strict connection in accordance with necessity and probability is greater, since discontinuities in the action may have a comic effect. To allow such discontinuities in comic plots does not negate the contrast between the connectedness characteristic of comedy with universalized plots and the disconnected lampoon like comedy which it superseded. Where there is nothing but disjointed jokes or comic routines, discontinuity has no comic effect. It is only in the context of a generally sustained impression of continuity that a particular violation of necessary and probable sequence will seem incongruous and laughable. But again, we have no way of telling that Aristotle would have regarded what Aristotle would have regarded as an excessive violation of connectedness in a comedy. Now, a new subchapter begins in this introduction section called Further Reading. We are nearing the end of the introduction. We will, okay, just holy shit, just about 2-3 pages remain, and then we will start the actual text of Aristotle. This is going to be fascinating. I woke up last when it was when we had done 2 hours of the stream, and it's already 3 hours and 20 minutes. When did 1 hour 20 minutes pass? Holy shit! The time just flew by. Then this is a good translation and a very well written introduction. This is so fascinating. Now, further reading. This introduction began by mentioning some of the problems which the Poetics poses to its interpreters. It scarcely needs to be said, therefore, that there are many and very diverse alternatives available to the account which I have sketched in the body of the introduction. Among other translations which might be compared and contrasted with mine, I would recommend in particular those by Margaret Hubbard in Classical Literary Criticism, D. Russell and M. Winterbottom, Richard Janko's book called Aristotle Poetics, and Stephen Halliwell's book called The Poetics of Aristotle. Janko's version, which attempts to follow the original Greek closely with minimal alterations for the sake of natural English, is especially suitable for close study and has extensive notes on points of detail. Halliwell's translation is equipped with a more discursive commentary. Halliwell has also published an English translation with facing Greek text in the Loeb Classical Library. R. Dupont Rox and J. Lalat's Aristotle La Poétique contains an introduction, the Greek text with facing French translation and a commentary. The edition I have worked from, this reminds me of How I Became a Hindu by Sitaram Goel Bhai. Those of you who have read uh, Sitaram Goel's How I Became a Hindu, can you all understand what I'm talking about? He goes through all these books, right? Sitaram Goel has read all of Aristotle and Plato's works, and all basically every classic or medieval or ancient, modern and pre-modern scholar or intellectual you can name, and he sort of gives book recommendations in that book, and says that why it was important for him to read, and then realize the similarities and the distinctions between Western thought and Eastern thought. How do you like it so far? I'm absolutely enjoying it. I'm just saying that have you read Sudipta Kaviraj's book Imaginary Institutions of India? No, I haven't. I have discussed this with Mr. Sociologist. Um, remember to ask him the next day about Sudipta Kaviraj. The next day he comes on our live stream, okay? Probably over the weekend. He has some things to say on that. Yes, Sitaram Goel was a former socialist. The very first page starts off with him saying that he was about to start burning Mahabharata, Ramayana, Manusmriti, etc. Then how he changes. That is why the name of the book, How He Becomes a Hindu. He says that, yeah, people may or may not be born Hindu, but when you become a Hindu consciously, that's what the book describes, the journey he went through. The edition I have worked from is R. Castle's work, Oxford Classical Text, reprinted with a commentary by D.W. Lucas, Oxford. But with such a difficult text, there is often great uncertainty as to what Aristotle wrote, and I have freely departed from the readings printed by Castle where this seemed appropriate. Humphrey House in Aristotle's Poetics gives a short and accessible, though now somewhat dated overview. The only full-length systematic study in English is Stephen Halliwell's Aristotle's Poetics. This is not the same as his commentary mentioned above. Chapter 10 provides a good starting point for exploration of the history of interpretations of the Poetics and of its influence. Halliwell's book has a very different vision of Aristotle's project from mine, but it tends, as one reviewer put it, it tends to float at an Olympian distance from the text, and the style makes it harder than it should be to get to grips with his arguments. By contrast, Elizabeth Belfiore's Tragic Pleasures, Aristotle on Plot and Emotion, Princeton 1992, a book full of fresh ideas to think about and argue with, is lucid and exceptionally stimulating. Anyone who has read this book and Leon Golden's Aristotle on Tragic and Comic Mimesis, also from 1992, will appreciate how radically contemporary experts can disagree on the interpretation of even the most fundamental concepts of the Poetics. The excellent collection called Essays on Aristotle's Poetics, edited by A.O. Rorty, also in 1992 from Princeton, also illustrates the diversity of approaches to the text currently on offer. For a short general introduction to Aristotle's philosophy, see J. L. Ackrell, his work called Aristotle the Philosopher from 1981, or Jonathan Barnes's book Aristotle from 1982. At great length, W. K. C. Guthrie, his book called Aristotle, An Encounter, the 6th volume of Guthrie's History of Greek Philosophy. Jonathan Lear's book Aristotle, The Desire to Understand, from 1988, offers a philosophically challenging approach to Aristotle's thought. The introductory chapter, which explains the book's subtitle, is particularly relevant to this introduction's starting point. For a broader perspective on ancient literary criticism, I would recommend D.A. Russell's Criticism in Antiquity and the Cambridge History of Literary Criticism, Volume 1, Classical Criticism. Next subchapter is called, this is the last subchapter of the introduction. It's called Reference Conventions. Like many translators of the Poetics, I have divided the text into two sections and subsections to help the reader follow the structure of Aristotle's exposition. These divisions and the accompanying section headings are not part of the transmitted text and have no authoritative status. Okay. Nor do they correspond to any traditional or commonly accepted way of dividing the text, so they are of no use in giving references. For this purpose, the reader should note the two series of numbers in the margin of this translation, relating to the two conventional ways of giving references in Aristotle. One series in Roman type runs from 1 to 6. These are the chapters. The chapter divisions do not go back to Aristotle and are not always very sensible, but they do provide one convenient and commonly accepted set of quote unquote broad brush references. The other series in italics runs from 47a to 62b. These refer to pages and columns in the 19th century edition of Aristotle by Immanuel Becker. Becker's pages were wide enough to have two columns, so each page is divided into columns A and B. Strictly speaking, the Becker pages for the Poetics run from 447a to 1462b, but the abbreviated form is often used when it is clear from the context that the reference is to Poetics rather than to one of Aristotle's other works. It is possible to give references with great precision by adding line numbers to the Becker pages and columns. For example, Aristophanes is named in chapter 3. For this reason, modern editions conventionally give Becker page and column numbers in the margins. There are usually about 38 lines in a Becker column, although the number does vary. References to Aristotle's other works are likewise given either by book and chapter or by page, column, and line in Becker. Now, notes to the introduction. Okay, this I think we must read. Notes to the introduction. In recent times, what are probably additional fragments of on poets have been discovered on papyrus. Okay. In recent times, what are probably additional fragments of on poets? The book is called the work is called On Poets, have been discovered on papyrus. Aristotle was born in 384 BC in Stagira, in northern Greece. His father was doctor at the Macedonian court. He went to Athens to study in Plato's academy at the age of 17 and subsequently taught there. He left Athens in 347 and in 343 or 342 was appointed tutor to Alexander, later the Great, Alexander of Macedon. He returned to Athens in 335 to establish his own philosophical school, the Lyceum. Anti-Macedonian feeling forced him to leave Athens again in 323. He died the following year. There is no consensus as to when in Aristotle's career the Poetics was written. A brief explanation of the conventions for referring to Aristotle's works is given in chapter 14. This was already a key concept. Okay, these are citations to the introduction. This I don't think we need to read. Okay, now we will get to the book called Poetics. Now we'll get to direct primary source of Aristotle's own writings. Let me just take some comments and we'll take a 4 minute break again. M. Shastri saying his ABC, CBA, BSc description of caste was pretty intuitive. What was the ABC, CBA, BSc description of caste? I forgot. These terms seem familiar. Now that you have 10-15 videos on caste, are you thinking about writing a book? No, I'm not. And we have about 22 or 23 videos on caste. We have discussed about 23 papers on caste in 22 live streams, because in one live stream we discussed 2 papers on caste. Okay, then taking a break of 3-4 minutes and then coming back, guys, very soon.
শহরে প্রতিনিয়ত ঘটছে কত ঘটনা, যতটা না ঘটে তার চেয়ে বেশি হয় তার রচনা। আমাকে ভুল বুঝো না, সত্যিকে মিথ্যা ভেবে কেউ ভুল করো না, করছি তার আজ সূচনা। শুধু নয় দুজনা, এটা প্রায় সবারই বেদনা। কেউ হাল ছেড়ো না, কষ্ট বুকে নিয়, মনে প্রাণে বেঁচে আছে সেই প্রেরণা। এই জীবনের পথে ফেলে এসেছি কত স্মৃতি আর খুশির দিনগুলো ফিরে দেখতে হলে চলো। শুধু দেখা যায় অ্যালবামে জমে থাকা ধুলো ধুলো নয়, মনের মাঝে জমে থাকা কথা আসেনি মুখ থেকে প্রকাশ্যে কখনো। আজ দূরে গিয়ে বুঝেছি টাকা যে নয় সত্যি, কেবল মিথ্যা অলিখছে স্বপ্ন। স্বপ্ন সত্যি হলে জীবনটাকে লাগে রঙিন এক চিত্র। ছোট ছোট স্বপ্নগুলো আজ হয়ে উঠেছে অনেক যে বড়। আজ ঘরের ছেলে রয়েছে সুদূর প্রান্তে, ছোট থেকে বড় সব কিছু শিখেছে আজ জানতে। বিদেশেতেই আছে শরীর মনে সীমান্তে। লেখার স্বপ্ন আর গিটার হাতে কাটিয়েছে কতদিন এই ফাঁকা রাজপথে। হাজার মানুষ চলেছিল যে যার তালে, সে বলেছিল শুধু নিজেরই খেয়ালে। আশার আলোর প্রদীপ নিবেছে প্রতিবারে, হাল ছাড়ার পাত্র ছিল না সে একেবারে। কঠিন পথ হলেও দৃঢ় ছিল মন, স্বপ্ন পূরণ করা ছিল আসল লক্ষ্য। বাংলার ছেলে আজ অনেক দূরে, জ্বালা যন্ত্রণায় যাচ্ছে তার মন কেবল পুড়ে। পারছে না তাও ঘুরে দাঁড়াতে, সর্বশান্ত হয়ে পারবে কি সে জীবনটা টানতে। মনের কথা গুলো পারবে কি সেই সকলের সামনে কখনো আনতে। কেউ যদি আসলে জানতে কি চায় এই ছেলের মন, ভালো হতো তার এই বেকার জীবন। সার্থক হোক না হোক আমার জীবন, একই মন্ত্র আওড়ে গেছি আমি সারাক্ষণ। সার্থক হোক না হোক আমার জীবন, একই মন্ত্র আওড়ে গেছি আমি সারাক্ষণ।
Hi guys, thank you for sticking on. So Imrastri is saying, Kaviraj says that there's statuses like ritual, political, and economic. If there's three castes A, B, C, so the hierarchy would be ABC for economic. Oh, acha, nice, interesting. I've heard that he has not presented something that new or distinct. He has mainly built upon the works of Partha Chatterjee, another famous Bengali sociologist. Check out his works as well then. Okay, now Aristotle's Poetics. Introduction, a small one paragraph introduction. Let us discuss the art of poetry in general and its species, the effect which each species of poetry has, and the correct way to construct plots if the composition is to be of high quality, as well as the number and nature of its component parts, and any other questions that arise within the same field of enquiry. We should begin, as is natural, by taking first principles first. Poetry as a species of imitation. Epic poetry and the composition of tragedy, as well as comedy and the arts of dithyrambic poetry, and for the most part of music for pipe or lyre. Lyre is a famous string instrument. Okay, by the way, I found a lyre being played by an Indian god or goddess or someone accompanying a god in one ancient sculpture I saw in the Great Indian Museum in Kolkata. Now that's actually liar. And in the description beneath the sculpture, it was written it's a harp, but it's actually a lyre. But lyre is probably a Roman instrument, but that sculpture might have been there for a result of though that era when Greek philosophy or Greeks and Indians were interacting and creating uh, fusion philosophies like Hellenistic Buddhism and then Hellenistic Vaishnavism, Hercules is Krishna, those kinds of things. And so lyre gets played in front of an Indian god. Lyra. Lyre. Lyre. Okay. Yes, but Kavira's description is intuitive, better than Chatterjee. Okay. Poetry as a species of imitation. Epic poetry and the composition of tragedy as well as comedy and the arts of dithyrambic poetry and for the most part of music for pipe or lyre are all taken together imitations. They can be different. They can be differentiated from each other in three respects: in respect of their different media of imitation, or different objects, or a different mode, that is, a different manner. First is medium. Some people use the medium of color and shape to produce imitations of various objects by making visual images, some through art, some through practice. Others do this by means of the voice. Similarly, in the case of the arts I have mentioned, in all of them, the medium of imitation is rhythm, language, and melody. But these may be employed either separately or in combination. For example, music for pipe or lyre and any other arts which have a similar effect. For example, music for panpipes uses melody and rhythm only, while dance uses rhythm by itself and without melody, since dancers do imitate character, emotion, and action by means of rhythm expressed in movement. The art which uses language unaccompanied, either in prose or in verse, either combining verse forms with each other or using a single kind of verse, remains without a name to the present day. We have no general term referring to the mimes of Sophron or Xenarchus and Socratic dialogues, nor to any imitation that one might produce using iambic trimeters, elegiac couplets, or any other such verse form. Admittedly, people attach quote unquote poetry to the name of the verse form, but and thus refer to elegiac quote unquote poets and quote unquote hexameter poets. That is, they do not call quote unquote poets because they produce imitations, but indiscriminately on the basis of their use of verse. And Aristotle rejects this idea. In fact, even if someone publishes a medical or scientific text in verse, people are in the habit of applying the same term. But Homer and Empedocles have nothing in common except the form of verse they use. So it would be fair to call the former a poet, but the latter a natural scientist rather than a poet. Yahi to. Yes, and therefore some of our texts are philosophy, some are scientific books, but we all consider them Hindu texts. On the same principle, even if someone should produce an imitation by combining all the verse forms, as Sherman composed his Centaur, which is a rhapsody, combining all the verse forms, he should still be termed a poet. So this is the way distinctions are to be drawn in this area. There are also some arts which use all the media mentioned above, that is rhythm, melody, and verse. For example, dithyrambic and nomic poetry, tragedy and comedy. These differ in that the former use them all simultaneously, the latter in distinct parts. These then are what I mean by differences between the arts in the medium of imitation. Now, object. Those who imitate agents, and these must be admirable or inferior. Character almost always corresponds to just these two categories, since everyone is differentiated in character by defect or excellence. Alternatively, they must be better people than we are, or worse, or of the same sort. Compare painters. Polygnotus portrayed better people, Pawson worse people, Dionysus people similar to us. So it is clear that each of the kinds of imitation mentioned above will exhibit these differences and will be distinguished by the imitation of distinct objects in this way. These dissimilarities are possible in dance and in music for pipe or lyre, and also in connection with language and unaccompanied verse. For example, Homer imitates better people. Cleophon imitates people similar to us. Hegemon of Thesos, who invented parodies, or Nicocaris, the author of the Deliad, imitates worse people. Similarly, in connection with dithyrambs and gnomes, one could imitate as Timotheus and Philoxenus did the Cyclopes. The very same difference distinguishes tragedy and comedy from each other. The latter, the comedy, aims to imitate people worse than our contemporaries. The former, meaning the tragedy, aims to imitate better people. Now, mode. A third difference between them is the mode in which one may imitate each of these objects. It is possible to imitate the same objects in the same medium, sometimes by narrating, either using a different persona as in Homer's poetry, or as the same person without variation, or else with all the imitators as agents and engaged in activity. So imitation can be differentiated in these three respects. Okay, imitation can be differentiated in these three respects, as we said at the outset: medium, object, and mode. So in one respect, Sophocles would be the same kind of imitator as Homer, since both imitate admirable people. But in another, Sophocles would be the same as Aristophanes, since both imitate agents and people doing things. This is the reason, some say, for the term drama, that is, the poets imitate people doing things. It is in consequence of this too that the Dorians lay claim to tragedy and comedy. The Megadians lay claim to comedy, both those on the mainland, who allege that it arose in the period of their democracy, and those in Sicily, that being the birthplace of the poet Epicharmus, who was much earlier than Chionidas and Magnes. And some of the Peloponnesians lay claim to tragedy. They use the names as evidence. They say that they call outlying villages Komai, while Athenians call them Demoi. The assumption being that comedians were so called not from the revel or komos, but because they toured the villages when expelled from the town in disgrace. Okay, so according to them, comedy or comics or people who are comedians are called so because, holy shit, because they were people who were disgraced from a place called Komai. This is the Peloponnesian view. And they say that they use the term dran for do. The Athenians use the term pratain for doing. So the Peloponnesians say that they call outlying villages Komai, while Athenians call them Demoi. The assumption being that comedians were so called not from the revel or komos, but because they toured the villages when expelled from the town in disgrace. Right. They were expelled from the town, so they were roaming about in Komai, so comedian. Holy shit. So much then for the number of ways in which imitation is differentiated and what they are. Now, anthropology and history of poetry. Origins. In general, two causes seem likely to have given rise to the art of poetry, both of them natural. Imitation comes naturally to human beings from childhood, and in this they differ from other animals, that is, in having a strong propensity to imitation and in learning their earliest lessons through imitation. So does the universal pleasure in imitations. What happens in practice is evidence of this. We take delight in viewing the most accurate possible images of objects which in themselves cause distress when we see them. For example, the shapes of the lowest species of animal and corpses. The reason for this is that understanding is extremely pleasant, not just for philosophers, but for others too in the same way, despite their limited capacity for it. This is the reason why people take delight in seeing images. What happens is that as they view them, they come to understand and work out what each thing is. For example, this is so and so. If one happens not to have seen the thing before, it will not give pleasure as an imitation, but because of its execution or color or for some other reason. Given then that imitation is natural to us and also melody and rhythm, it being obvious that verse forms are segments of rhythm, from the beginning, those who had the strongest natural inclination towards these things generated poetry out of improvised activities by a process of gradual innovation. Early history. This is Aristotle writing. Poetry bifurcated in accordance with the corresponding kinds of character. More serious minded people imitated fine actions, that is, those of fine persons. Most trivial people imitated those of inferior persons, the latter at first composing invectives, while the others composed hymns and encomia. We are not in a position to identify a poem of the latter kind, the encomia kind, by any of the poets who preceded Homer, although they are likely to have been numerous. But beginning with Homer, we can do so. For example, his Margites, Margites, and similar poems, because of its suitability. The iambic verse form developed in these poems. Indeed, the reason it is now called iambic is that they wrote iampoons or iamboy against each other in that verse form. And so some of the ancients became composers of heroic poetry, others of lampoons. But just as Homer was the outstanding poet of the serious kind, since he did not just compose well but also made his imitations dramatic, so too he was the first to adumbrate the form of comedy. What he composed was not an invective but a dramatization of the laughable. His Margites or Margites stands in the same relation to comedy as the Iliad and Odyssey to tragedy. When tragedy and comedy made their appearance, those who inclined towards either kind of poetry became, in accordance with their nature, poets of comedy instead of lampoons, or of tragedy instead of epic, because these forms were greater and more highly esteemed than the others. Now, tragedy. This is not the place for a detailed investigation of whether or not tragedy is now sufficiently developed with respect to its formal constituents, judged both in its own right and in relation to theatrical performances, but originally it developed from improvisations. This is true of tragedy and also of comedy. The former, tragedy, arose from the leaders of the dithyramb, and the latter, the comedy, the comedy genre, emerged from the leaders of the phallic songs, which are still customary even now in many cities. Then tragedy was gradually enhanced as people developed each new aspect of it that came to light. After undergoing many transformations, tragedy came to rest because it had attained its natural state. The number of actors was increased from 1 to 2 by Aeschylus, yeah, Aeschylus, who also reduced the choral parts and made the spoken word play the leading role. The third actor and scene painting were introduced by Sophocles. In addition, the magnitude increased from short plots, and in place of comic diction, as a consequence of a change from the satiric style, tragedy acquired dignity at a later stage, and the iambic verse form was adopted instead of the trochaic tetrameter. They used tetrameters at first because the composition was satiric in manner and more akin to dance. But when speech was introduced, nature itself found the appropriate form of verse, iambic being the verse form closest to speech. There is evidence of this. We speak iambics in conversation with each other very often, but rarely dactylic hexameters, and only when we depart from the normal conversational tone. As for the number of episodes and other such features, the way each of them is said to have been elaborated may be taken as read. It would probably be a major undertaking to go through them all individually. Comedy. As for the number of episodes, comedy is, as we have said, an imitation of inferior people, not, however, with respect to every kind of defect. The laughable is a species of what is disgraceful. The laughable is an error or disgrace that does not involve pain or destruction. For example, a comic mask is ugly and distorted but does not involve pain. The transformations which tragedy has undergone, and those responsible for them, have not been forgotten, but because it was not taken seriously, little attention was paid to comedy at first. Indeed, it was relatively late that the Archon first granted a comic chorus. Before that, the performers were volunteers. So comedy already had some of its features because before there is any mention, So comedy already had some of its features before there is any mention of those identified as comic poets. And it is not known who introduced masks, prologues, the number of actors, and so forth. But plot construction came originally from Sicily. Among Athenian poets, it was who Crates who first abandoned the form of a lampoon and begun to construct universalized stories and plots. Now, epic. Epic poetry corresponds to tragedy insofar as it is an imitation in verse of admirable people. But they differ in that they differ in that epic uses one verse form alone and is narrative. They also differ in length. Epic poet corresponds to tragedy only insofar as it is an imitation in verse of admirable people. That's where their similarities end. They also differ in length, since tragedy tries so far as possible to keep within a single day or not to exceed it by much, whereas epic is unrestricted in time and differs in this respect. At first, however, people used to make no distinction between tragedy and epic in this respect. Some of the component parts are common to both, others are peculiar to tragedy. Consequently, anyone who understands what is good and bad in tragedy also understands about epic, since anything that epic poetry has is also present in tragedy. Right? Anyone who understands what is good and bad in tragedy also understands about epic, because anything that epic poetry has is also present in tragedy, but what is present in tragedy is not all in epic poetry. Nice point. Epic poetry has everything that a tragedy has, but a tragedy does not have everything that an epic has. Now, tragedy, definition and analysis. Definition of tragedy. We shall discuss the art of imitation in hexameter verse and comedy later. As for tragedy, let us resume the discussion by stating the definition of its essence on the basis of what has already been said. Tragedy is an imitation of an action that is admirable, complete, and possesses magnitude. In language made pleasurable, each of its species separated in different parts, performed by actors, not through narration, effecting through pity and fear the purification of such emotions. Purification meaning, his word would be catharsis. By language made pleasurable, I mean that which possesses rhythm and melody, that is song. By the separation of its species, I mean that some parts are composed in verse alone, others, by contrast, make use of song. Component parts of tragedy. Since the imitation is performed by actors, it follows, first of all, that the management of the spectacle must be a component part of tragedy. Then there is lyric poetry and diction, since these are the medium in which the actors perform the imitation. By diction, I mean the actual composition of the verse. What is meant by lyric poetry is self-evident. Now, tragedy is an imitation of an action, and the action is performed by certain agents. These must be people of a certain kind with respect to their character and reasoning. It is on the basis of people's character and reasoning that we say that their actions are of a certain kind, and in respect of their actions that people enjoy success or failure. So, plot is the imitation of the action. By plot here, I mean the organization of events. Character is that in respect of which we say that the agent is of a certain kind, and reasoning is the speech which the agents use to argue a case or put forward an opinion. So, plot, character, and reasoning. So, tragedy as a whole necessarily has 6 component parts which determine the tragedy's quality. That is, plot, character, diction meaning the actual composition of the verse, reasoning, spectacle, and lyric poetry. The medium of imitation comprises 2 parts. Right. The mode 1 and the object 3, and there is nothing apart from these. The primacy of plot. Virtually all tragedians, one might say, use these formal elements. For in fact, every drama alike has spectacle, character, plot, diction, song, and reasoning. But the most important of them is the structure of the events, which we have been discussing in the introduction. 1. Tragedy is not an imitation of persons, but of actions and of life. Right. Well-being and ill-being reside in action, and the goal of life is an activity, not a quality. People possess certain qualities in accordance with their character, but they achieve well being or its opposite on the basis of how they fare. So the imitation of character is not the purpose of what the agents do. Character is included along with and on account of the actions. So the events, that is the plot, are what tragedy is there for, and that is the most important thing of all. Number two, furthermore, there could not be a tragedy without action, but there could be one without character. The tragedies of most modern poets lack character, and in general, there are many such poets. Compare among painters the relation between Zeuxis and Polygnotus. The latter is good at depicting character, but Zeuxis's painting has no character. Number three, also, if one were to compose a series of speeches expressive of character, however successful they are in terms of diction and reasoning, it will not achieve the stated function of tragedy. A tragedy which, though it uses these elements less adequately, has a plot and a structure of events, will do so much more effectively. So, just characters is not enough. Additionally, the most important devices by which tragedy sways emotion are parts of the plot, that is, reversals and recognitions. A further indication is that those who are trying to write poetry are capable of accuracy in diction and character before they can construct the events, so it compares also to almost all the early poets. A further indication is that those who are trying to write poetry are capable of accuracy in diction and character before they can construct the events. So compare almost all the early poets. Now the ranking completed. So the plot is the source and, as it were, the soul of tragedy. Character is second. It is much the same in the case of painting. If someone were to apply exquisitely beautiful colors at random, he would give less pleasure than if he had outlined an image in black and white. Tragedy is an imitation of an action, and on account above all of the action, it is an imitation of agents. Third is reasoning. This is the ability to say what is implicit in a situation and appropriate to it, which in prose is the function of the arts of statesmanship and of rhetoric. Older poets used to make people speak like statesmen. Contemporary poets make them speak rhetorically. Character is the kind of thing which discloses the nature of a choice. For this reason, speeches in which there is nothing at all which the speaker chooses or avoids do not possess character. Interesting point. For this reason, speeches in which there is nothing at all which the speaker chooses or avoids do not possess character, where there is just rhetoric. Reasoning refers to the means by which people argue that something is or is not the case, or put forward some universal proposition. Fourth is diction. By diction, I mean, as well as was said before, verbal expression. This has the same effect both in verse and in prose speeches. Of the remaining parts, song is the most important of the sources of pleasure. Spectacle is attractive, but is very inartistic and is at least germane to the art of poetry. Oh, spectacle is attractive, but is very inartistic and is least germane to the art of poetry, because the effect of tragedy is not dependent on performance and actors. Also, the art of the property manager has more relevance to the production of visual effects than does that of the poets. Now, plot, basic concepts. I didn't know this is how this book was going to turn out. I didn't even know what this was about. Yeah, I thought it had something to do with poems probably, but back then poems meant a kind of a different thing. But I'm glad I'm reading this as an artist. This is helping me out. This is a book on specifically how to create good art. This is nice. I chose this book because this is the shortest Aristotle book I have. Okay, so plot, basic concepts. Given these definitions, let us discuss next what qualities the structure of the events should have, since this is the first and most important part of tragedy. Completeness. We have laid down that tragedy is an imitation of a complete, that is, whole action possessing a certain magnitude. There is such a thing as a whole which possesses no magnitude. A whole is that which has a beginning, a middle, and an end. A beginning is that which itself does not follow necessarily from anything else, but some second thing naturally exists or occurs after it. Conversely, an end is that which does itself naturally follow from something else, either necessarily or in general, but there is nothing else after it. A middle is that which itself comes after something else, and some other thing comes after it. Well constructed plots should therefore not begin or end at an arbitrary point, but should employ the stated forms. Now, on the issue of magnitude, any beautiful object, whether a living organism or any other entity composed of parts, must not only possess those parts in proper order, but its magnitude also should not be arbitrary. Beauty consists in magnitude as well as order. For this reason, no organism could be beautiful if it is excessively small, since observation becomes confused as it comes closely to having no perceptible duration in time, or excessively large, since the observation is then not simultaneous, and the observers find that the sense of unity and wholeness is lost from their observation. For example, if there were an animal 1,000 miles long, so just as in the case of physical objects and living organisms, they should possess a certain magnitude, and this should be such as can readily be taken in at one view. So in the case of plots, they should have a certain length, and this should be such as can readily be held in memory. The definition of length, which is determined by theatrical performances and perception, is not relevant to the art of poetry. If it were necessary to perform 100 tragedies, they would time the performances by the clock, as they say used to be done on other occasions. If it was necessary to perform 100 tragedies, they would time the performances by the clock. But the definition which agrees with the actual nature of the matter is that invariably the greater the plot is, up to the limits of simultaneous perspicuity, the more beautiful it is with respect to magnitude. Okay, the greater the plot, the more beautiful it is with respect to magnitude. Or to state a straightforward definition, the magnitude in which a series of events occurring sequentially in accordance with probability or necessity gives rise to a change from good fortune to bad fortune, or from bad fortune to good fortune, is an adequate definition of magnitude. Now, unity. A plot is not, or as some think, unified because it is concerned with a single person. An indeterminately large number of things happen to any one person. Okay, and an indeterminately large number of things happen to any one person, not all of which constitute a unity. Likewise, a single individual performs many actions, and they do not make up a single action. Right. A single individual performs many actions, but they do not make up a single action. And any large number of things may happen to any one person, but not all of them constitute a unity. So it is clear that a mistake has been made by all those poets who have composed a Heraclid or Theseid or poems of that kind, on the assumption that just because Heracles was one person, the plot too is bound to be unified. Just as Homer excels in other respects, he seems to have seen this point clearly as well, whether through art or instinct. Right. Again, whether through consciously or subconsciously, that we'll never know. But Homer observed this problem and made sure he didn't make that same mistake. When he composed the Odyssey, he did not include everything which happened to Odysseus. For example, the wounding on Parnassus and the pretense of madness. That's the difference between setting up a narrative and plain and simple documentary. For example, even a documentary is better with narrative. For example, the wounding on Parnassus and the pretense of madness during the mobilization, the occurrence of either of these events did not make the occurrence of the other necessarily probable. So it was not included in Odyssey. Instead, he constructed the Odyssey about a single action of the kind we are discussing. The same is true of the Iliad. Now, determinate structure. Just as in other imitative arts, the imitation is unified if it imitates a single object, so too the plot, as the imitation of an action. Right. This is such a nice point. Just as in other imitative arts, the imitation is unified if it imitates a single object, so too the plot, as the imitation of an action, should imitate a single unified action, and one that is also a whole. Which is why a lot of Bollywood movies suck, because they try to do so many things at once. Like the uh, famous promotional phrase used for a lot of bad commercial Bollywood movies, that इसमें comedy है, इसमें action है, इसमें romance है, etc. So the, if you're going to have Navarasa in each and every piece of art, then it's a problem. Then no one gets a full experience of any one genre in that movie. Determinate structure. Just as in other imitative arts, the imitation is unified if it imitates a single object, so too the plot, as the imitation of an action, should imitate a single unified action, and one that is also a whole. So the structure of the various sections of the events must be such that the transportation or removal of any one section dislocates and changes the whole. You see, this is the problem with bad Bollywood movies. You can remove most parts of it and nothing in the movie would change. If the presence or absence of something has no discernible effect, it is not a part of the whole. Now, universality. It is also clear from what has been said that the function of the poet is not to say what has happened, but to say the kind of thing that would happen. That is, what is possible in accordance with probability or necessity. The historian and the poet are not distinguished by their use of verse or prose. It would be possible to turn the works of Herodotus into verse, and it would be a history in verse just as much as in prose. The distinction is this: the one says what has happened, the other the kind of thing that would happen. For this reason, poetry is more philosophical and more serious than history. Poetry tends to express universals and history particulars. The universal is the kind of speech or action which is consonant with a person of a given kind. Okay, the universal is the kind of speech or action which is consonant with a person of a given kind in accordance with probability or necessity. This is what poetry aims at, even though it applies individual names. The particular is the actions or experiences of, for example, Alcibiades. In the case of comedy, this is in fact clear. The poets construct the plot on the basis of probabilities and then supply names of their own choosing. They do not write about a particular individual, as the lampoonists do. In the case of tragedy, they do keep to actual names. The reason for this is that what is possible is plausible. We are disinclined to believe that what has not happened is possible. Right. Again, an important point. In the case of tragedy, they keep to actual names. The reason for this is that what is possible is plausible, but it is obvious that what has happened is possible, because it would not have happened if it were not. To be sure, even in tragedy, in some cases only one or two of the names are familiar, while the rest are invented, and in some none at all. For example, in Agathon's Antheus. In this play, both the events and the names are invented, but it gives no less pleasure. So one need not try at all costs to keep to the traditional stories which are the subjects of tragedy. In fact, it would be absurd to do so, since even what is familiar only to a few, and yet gives pleasure to everyone, right? So it is clear from these points that the poet must be a maker of plots rather than of verses, insofar as he is a poet with respect to imitation, and the object of his imitation is action. Even if in fact he writes about what has happened, he is nonetheless a poet. There is nothing to prevent some of the things which have happened from being the kind of thing which probably would happen, right? There is nothing to prevent some of the things which have happened from being the kind of thing which probably would happen, and it is in that respect that he is concerned with them as a poet. Now, defective plots. Of simple plots and actions, the episodic ones are the worst. By an episodic plot, I mean one in which the sequence of events is neither necessary nor probable, so a bad Bollywood movie. Second-rate poets compose plots of this kind of their own accord. Good poets do so on account of the actors. In writing pieces for competitive display, they draw out the plot beyond its potential and are often forced to distort the sequence. Bad Bollywood movies. Now, another chapter begins in Poetics. It's called Plot, the species and components. Where's my vape? We are in page 17, not much to go. I'll just tell you how much remains. The book ends at page 48. We are at page 17 now. Now, different species and components of plots. First is astonishment. The imitation is not just of a complete action, but also of events that evoke fear and pity. These effects occur above all when things come about contrary to expectation, but because of one another. Okay? This happens when things come about contrary to expectation, but because of one another. This will be more astonishing than if they come about spontaneously or by chance, since even chance events are found most astonishing when they appear to have appeared as if for a purpose. As for example, the statue of Mitais in Argos killed the man who was responsible for Mitais' death by falling on top of him as he was looking at it. Things like that are not thought to occur at random, so inevitably, plots of this kind will be better. Simple and complex plots. Some plots are simple, others complex, since the actions of which the plots are imitations are themselves also of these two kinds. Okay? Some plots are simple, others complex, since the actions of which the plots are imitations are themselves also of these two kinds. By a simple action, I mean one which is, in the sense, defined, continuous, and unified, and in which the change of fortune comes about without reversal or recognition. Right. By complex, I mean one in which the change of fortune involves reversal or recognition or both. These must arise from the actual structure of the plot, so that they come about as a result of what has happened before, out of necessity, or in accordance with probability. There is an important difference between a set of events happening because of certain other events after certain other events. Now, the reversal. A reversal is a change to the opposite in the actions being performed, as stated, and this, as we have been saying, in accordance with probability or necessity. For example, in the Oedipus, someone came to give Oedipus good news and free him from his fear with regard to his mother, but by disclosing Oedipus's identity, he brought about the opposite result. And in the Lynceus himself was being led off to be killed, with Danaus following to kill him, but it came about as a consequence of preceding events that latter was consequent. But it came about as a consequence of preceding events that the latter was killed and Lynceus was saved. This is a reversal. A reversal is a change to the opposite in the actions being performed, as stated. Then recognition. Recognition, as in fact the term indicates, is a change from ignorance to knowledge, disclosing either a close relationship or enmity on the part of people marked out for good or bad fortune. Recognition is best when it occurs simultaneously with a reversal, like the one in the Oedipus, that yes, this reversal happened, that recognition. Reminds me of several stories in Indian epics, yes. These are indeed other kinds of recognition. Recognition can come about in the manner stated with respect to inanimate and chance objects, and it is also possible to recognize whether someone has or has not performed some action. Right. There are indeed other kinds of recognition. Recognition can come about in the manner stated with respect to inanimate and chance objects, and it is possible to recognize whether someone has or has not performed some action. But the one that has most to do with the plot and most to do with the action is the one I have mentioned. For a recognition and reversal of that kind because a recognition and reversal of that kind will involve pity or fear. And it is a basic premise that tragedy is an imitation of actions of this kind. Moreover, bad fortune or good fortune will be the outcome in such cases. Since the recognition is a recognition of some persons or person, some involve the recognition of one person only on the part of the other when it is clear who the other is. But sometimes there must be a recognition on both sides. For example, Iphigenia is recognized by Orestes from the sending of the letter, but the recognition of Orestes by Iphigenia had to be different. Then, suffering. So there are these two parts of the plot, reversal and recognition. A third is suffering. Of these, reversal and recognition have already been discussed. Suffering is an action that involves destruction or pain. Suffering is an action that involves destruction or pain, for example, deaths in full view, extreme agony, woundings, and so on. Then, quantitative parts of tragedy. We have already mentioned the component parts of tragedy, which should be regarded as its formal elements. In quantitative terms, the separate parts into which it is divided are as follows: prologue, episode, finale, choral parts, comprising entry songs and ode. These are common to all tragedies, while songs from the stage are dirges, and stage and dirges are found only in some. The prologue is the whole part of a tragedy before the entry song of the chorus. An episode is a whole part of a tragedy between whole choral songs. The finale is the whole part of a tragedy after which there is no choral song. Of the choral part, the entry song is the first whole utterance of a chorus. An ode is a choral song without anapaestis or trochaics. A dirge, dirge, is a lament shared by the chorus and from the stage. We have already mentioned the component parts of tragedy, which would be regarded as its formal elements. In quantitative terms, the separate parts into which it is divided are these. Right. The separate parts into which it is divided are these. Now, the best kinds of tragic plot. This is going to be fun. The best kinds of tragic plot. First introduction. What then should one aim at, and what should one avoid in constructing plots? What is the source of the effect at which tragedy aims? These are the topics which would naturally follow on from what has just been said. Wait, let me just adjust my mic a little better. All right. First deduction. The construction of the best tragedy should be complex rather than simple. Aha. Yes, of course. I agree with Aristotle. And it should be an imitation of events that evoke fear and pity, since that is the distinctive feature of this kind of imitation. So it is clear, first of all, that decent men should not be seen undergoing a change from good fortune to bad fortune. This does not evoke fear or pity, but disgust. Nor should depraved people be seen undergoing a change from bad fortune to good fortune. This is the least tragic of all. It has none of the right effects, since it is neither agreeable nor does it evoke pity or fear. Nor again should a very wicked person fall from good fortune to bad fortune. That kind of structure would be agreeable, but would not excite pity or fear, since the one has to do with someone who is suffering undeservedly, the other with someone who is like ourselves. I mean, pity has to do with the undeserving sufferer. Fear has to do with the person like us. So what happens will evoke neither pity nor fear. We are left, therefore, with the person intermediate between these. This is the sort of person who is not outstanding in moral excellence or justice. On the other hand, the change to bad fortune which he undergoes is not due to any moral defect or depravity, but to an error of some kind. He is one of those people who are held in great esteem and enjoy great good fortune, like Oedipus, Thyestes, and distinguished men from that kind of family. It follows that a well-formed plot will be simple, rather than, as some people say, double, and that it must involve a change not to good fortune from bad fortune, but on the contrary, from good fortune to bad fortune. And this must be due not to depravity, but to a serious error on the part of someone of the kind specified, or better than that, rather than worse. So brilliant. So if you show the character to be morally bad, and he goes from good fortune to bad fortune, then it's understandable. People just hate it or think that he deserved it. But it has to be a reasonably good character and screws up, and therefore bad things happen to him. There lies the tragedy of. There is evidence of this in practice. At first, poets used to pick out stories at random, but nowadays okay. But nowadays, the best tragedies are constructed around a few households. For example, Alcmaeon, Oedipus, Orestes, Meleager, Thyestes, Telephus, and any others whose lot it has been to experience something terrible or to perform some terrible action. So, the best tragedy in artistic terms is based on this structure. This is why those who criticize Euripides for doing this in his tragedies, most of which end in bad fortune, are making the same mistake. For this is, as has been stated, correct. There is very powerful evidence for this, okay? So the best tragedy is based on this structure. This is why those who criticize Euripides for doing this in his tragedies, most of which end in bad fortune, are making the same mistake. Because this is, as has been stated, correct. There is very powerful evidence for this. On stage and in performance, people recognize that plays of this kind. So this is a research paper on art, essentially. Holy shit. Fuck. There is very powerful evidence for this. On stage and in performance, people recognize that plays of this kind, provided that they are successfully executed, are the most tragic. And Euripides, even if his technique is faulty in other respects, is regarded as the most tragic of poets. Second best is the structure which some say comes first, that which has a double structure like the Odyssey, and which ends with the opposite outcome for better and worse people. It is thought to come first because of the weakness of audiences. The poets follow the audience's lead and compose whatever is to their taste. But this is not the pleasure which comes from tragedy. It is more characteristic of comedy. In comedy, even people who are the bitterest enemies in the story, like Orestes and Aegisthus, go off reconciled in the end, and no one gets killed by anybody. Then the second introduction. It is possible for the evocation of fear and pity to result from the spectacle, and also from the structure of the events itself. The latter is preferable, that it evolves from the structure of the plot, and is a mark of a better poet. The plot should be constructed in such a way that, even without seeing it, anyone who hears the events which occur shudders and feels pity at what happens. This is how someone would react on hearing the plot of the Oedipus. Producing this effect through spectacle is less artistic and is dependent on the production. So well said. Those who use spectacle to produce an effect which is not evocative of fear but simply monstrous have nothing to do with this tragedy. Have nothing to do with tragedy, or should not seek every pleasure from tragedy, but the one that is characteristic of it. And since the poet should produce pleasure which comes from pity and fear, and should do so by means of imitation, clearly this must be brought about in the events. Then the second deduction. Let us therefore take up the question of what classes of events appear terrible or pitiable. Necessarily, we are concerned with interactions between people who are closely connected with each other, or between enemies, or between neutrals. If enemy acts on enemy, there is nothing pitiable either in the action itself or in its imminence, except in respect of the actual suffering itself. Likewise, with neutrals, what one should look for are situations in which sufferings arise within close relationships. For example, brother kills brother, son kills father, mother kills son, or son kills mother, or is on the verge of killing them, or does something else of the same kind. Now, one cannot undo traditional stories. I mean, for example, Clytemnestra's death at Orestes' hands, or Eriphile's death at the hands of Alcmaeon's. But one has to discover for oneself how to use even the traditional stories as well. How to use them well. Let us state more clearly what this involves. It is possible for the action to come about in the way that the old poets used to do it, with poets acting in full knowledge and awareness. This is in fact how Euripides portrayed Medea killing her children. It is also possible, right? What a brilliant point. Let us state more clearly what this involves. It is possible for the action to come about in the way that the old poets used to do it, which is with people acting in full knowledge and awareness. This is in fact how Euripides portrayed Medea killing her children. It is also possible for the action to be performed, but for the agents to do terrible deed in ignorance, and only then to recognize the close connection, as in Sophocles' Oedipus. This is outside the play. Examples in the tragedy itself are Astydamas's Alcmaeon, or Telegonus in the Odysseus Wounded. A third possibility besides these is for someone to be on the verge of performing some irreparable deed through ignorance. Verge of performing some irreparable deed through ignorance, and for the recognition to preempt the act. Besides these, there is no other possibility. Necessarily, the agents must either act or not act, either knowingly or in ignorance. Of these, being on the verge of acting wittingly and not doing so is worst. This is disgusting and is not tragic, since there is no suffering. No wonder Martin Luther called Aristotle a fraud, a dirty writer, a very lowly writer, and then Thomas Aquinas came along and convinced them of otherwise. This goes a bit against Christian morality. Of these, being on the verge of acting wittingly and not doing so is worst. This is disgusting and is not tragic, since there is no suffering. So no one composes in this way, or only rarely. For example, Haemon and Creon in the Antigone. Performing the action is second, but it is better if the action is performed in ignorance and followed by a recognition. There is nothing disgusting in this, and the recognition has great emotional impact. But the last case is best. I mean, for example, in the Cresfontes, Merope is on the verge of killing her son, but does not do it, but instead recognizes him. The same happens with sister and brother in the Iphigenia, and in the Helle, the son recognizes his mother when on the verge of handing her over. For this reason, as I said some time ago, tragedies are concerned with a limited number of families. Although their search was guided by chance rather than art, poets discovered how to produce this kind of effect in plots. So they are forced to turn to just those households in which this kind of suffering has come about. Now, other aspects of tragedy. First is character. Enough has been said about the structure of events and what plots should be like. As for character, there are 4 things to aim at. First and foremost, goodness. As was said earlier, speech or action will possess character if it discloses the nature of a deliberate choice. The character is good if the choice is good. This is possible in each class of person. There is such a thing as a good woman and a good slave, even though one of these is perhaps deficient and the other, generally speaking, is inferior. Secondly, appropriateness. It is possible for the character to be courageous, but for this to be inappropriate way, it is possible for the character to be courageous, but for this to be an inappropriate way for a woman to display courage or cleverness. Thirdly, likeness. This is not the same as making character good and appropriate, as has already been stated. In this case, likeness means it has to be like good people. There was a discussion on this in the introduction section, or like high status people. Fourthly, or like the people viewing it. Fourthly, consistency. Even if the subject of the imitation is consistent, even if the subject of the imitation is inconsistent, and that is the kind of character that is presupposed, it should nevertheless be consistently inconsistent. Exactly. An example of unnecessary badness of character is Menelaus in the Orestes, of impropriety and inappropriateness. Odysseus' lament in the Scylla and Melanippes' speech. An example of inconsistency is the Iphigenia in Aulis. When she pleads for her life to be spared, she is not at all like her later self. But in characterization, just as much as in the structure of events, one ought always to look for what is necessary or probable. This is a recurring theme of the book. It has to be necessary or probable. It should be necessary or probable that this kind of person says or does this kind of thing, and it should be necessary or probable that this happens after that. Clearly, therefore, the resolutions of plots should also come about from the plot itself and not by means of a theatrical device. These are the core differences between bad Bollywood movies and good Hollywood movies. As in the Medea or the events concerned with the launching of the ships in the Iliad, a theatrical device may be used for things outside the play, whether prior events which are beyond human knowledge or subsequent events which need prediction and narration, since we grant that the gods can see everything. But there should be nothing irrational in the events themselves, or failing that, it should be outside the play, as for example in Sophocles' Oedipus. There should be nothing irrational in the events themselves. Since tragedy is an imitation of people better than we are, one should imitate good portrait painters. In rendering the individual form, they paint people as they are, but make them better looking. In the same way, the poet who is imitating people who are irascible or lazy or who have other traits of character of that sort should portray them as having these characteristics, but also as decent people. For example, Homer portrays Achilles as both a good man and a paradigm of obstinacy. One should observe these points closely, and in addition, those corresponding to the perceptions that are necessary concomitants of the art of poetry. It is possible to make many mistakes with respect to these, but they have been discussed in sufficient detail in my published works. So he's plugging his other works as well. Troy Dekecho Dada, you were not there in the beginning of the live stream. I said at least 5 times this myself, that do watch Troy because they are continuously discussing Iliad. Yes, I have seen Troy countless times. Menelaus, yes. Now, kinds of recognition, that you recognize a situation that, oh my god, this is where I screwed up. We have already said what recognition is. Its kinds are, first of all, one, the least artistic kind, and the one which people use most because of their lack of ingenuity, is that by means of tokens. Some of these are congenital, for example, the spear of the earthborn bear, or stars such as Carcinus used in his Thyestes. And some are acquired, of the latter, some are physical characteristics, for example, scars, others are external, for example, necklaces, or the use of the boat in the tie rope. That's another poem. It is possible to make better or worse use of these. For example, Odysseus is recognized by means of the scar, both by the nurse and by the swineherds, but in different ways. Recognitions that are used only for confirmation are less artistic. So to all recognitions of that kind, recognitions which arise, not recognition of, therefore, any situation, recognition of specific people and finding out their real identities and stuff. Recognitions which arise out of a reversal, as in the bath scene, are better. Right. More impact. Recognitions that are used only for confirmation are less artistic. And so all recognitions of that kind are less artistic. Second are those which are contrived by the poet. For that reason, they are inartistic. For example, Orestes in Iphigenia revealed his own identity. Iphigenia's identity is revealed by the letter. But Orestes declares in person what the poet instead of the plot requires. This brings it close to the error mentioned above. It would have been possible actually to bring tokens with him. There is also the voice of the shuttle in Sophocles' Tereus. And you see, he is going on criticizing so many texts, and if they didn't have free speech, and if these texts were not allowed to be critiqued or criticized, Aristotle would not have been able to or been allowed to come up with these criticisms, and therefore make way for better art and more intelligent people and more intelligent consumers of art and more intelligent creators of art, more impactful art. The third is by means of memory. When someone grasps the significance of something that he sees, this is how it is in Diogenes' work called Cyprians, where he sees the painting and bursts into tears, and in the tale told to Alcinous, where Odysseus listens to the lyre player, is reminded of his past and weeps. Recognition results in both cases. Fourth is that which arises from inference. For example, in the Chofuri, Quote, someone similar has come, no one is similar except Orestes, so he has come. Someone similar has come, no one is similar except Orestes, so he has come. There is also the recognition which, so this is just an inference, anumana pramana. There is also the recognition which Polyidus, the sophist, suggested for Iphigenia. He said that it was probable for Orestes to infer that his sister had been sacrificed, and so it was now his turn to be sacrificed. Also in Theodectes' Tydeus, that he came to find the sun, but is perishing himself. And the recognition in the sons of Phineas, when the women saw the place, they inferred that it was their fate to die there, since that was where they had been exposed. There is a fifth, there is also a composite kind of arising from a false inference on the part of the audience. For example, in Odysseus the false messenger, the fact that he can bend the bow and nobody else is contrived by the poet as a premise, as is his claim that he will recognize the bow which he has not seen. And although he is going to make himself known by means of the former, he actually does so by means of the latter, which involves a false inference. And sixth, the best recognition of all is that which arises out of actual course of events, where the emotional impact is achieved through events that are probable, as in Sophocles' Oedipus. And the Iphigenia, her wish to send a letter is probable. Only this kind does without contrived tokens and necklaces. Second best are those which arise from inference. Why is this written in a way that is so similar to Arthashastra? This is very interesting. And this is, I think, again, proof that in that era, Hindus and the Greeks were talking to each other and exchanging ideas, because this is exactly how Arthashastra is written. Criticism, citation, here, point 1, 2, 3, 4, why this particular thing mentioned by some previous guru is bad, points 1, 2, 3, 4, why this is good, and then the chapter ends with rankings. That, okay, even if there are 4 reasons to like this, this is the best reason, this is the second best reason, this is the third best reason. This is exactly how Arthashastra is written. Fuck. Thank God I read this. Visualizing the action. When constructing plots and working them out complete with their linguistic expression, one should so far as possible visualize what is happening. By envisaging things very vividly in this way, as if one were actually present at the events themselves, one can find out what is appropriate, and inconsistencies are least likely to be overlooked. Chanakya and Aristotle are contemporary, yes, and must have been reading each other's works, or must have been reading similar works and from each other's countries. This is so weird. I mean, this is so fascinating. So when constructing plots and working them out complete with their linguistic expression, one should, this makes me realize that I have to, again, therefore I have to read Natya Shastra as soon as possible. So Natya Shastra must have some influences, or vice versa, with or have some relations with Poetics, because I guess Natya Shastra is, I think, written much later. But yes, Tenoheka Banzai, it's written as a research paper, right? But that's exactly how Arthashastra is also written. Absolutely like a research paper, citations, analysis. भाई ये सब ना करके हम फ्री स्पीच बैन करके नहीं बैठ सकते हैं. In order to think, you have to risk offending somebody. By envisaging things very vividly in this way, as if one were actually present at the events themselves, one can find out what is appropriate, and inconsistencies are least likely to be overlooked. Visualizing the action. Great point. The criticism made of Carcinus provides evidence of this, which is, Amphiaraus was coming back from the temple. This would have escaped the notice of anyone who did not notice it, but it failed in performance because the audience was dissatisfied with it. One should also, as far as possible, work plots out using gestures. Given the same natural talent, those who are actually experiencing The emotions are the most convincing. Someone who is distressed or angry acts out distress and irritation most authentically. This is why the art of poetry belongs to people who are naturally gifted or mad. Of these, the former are adaptable, and the latter are not in their right mind. I need to drink some water now. This was the point in that small essay Facebook post that I shared by a Purohit called Hali Goswami, a guy in his mid 30s or late 30s. So he was mentioning that if someone has not experienced the abhav, how is he going to portray it on screen? And hence the bad portrayals of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Ramakrishna in Bengali serials and theater forever and ever, because those actors have not had those experiences. BV saying wasn't the Arthashastra written when Chanakya was still at Takshashila, so pre Alexander's conquest? No, actually, Chandragupta Maurya, Chanakya, they were not contemporaries of Alexander. They were contemporaries of Seleucus Nicator. Chandragupta, in fact, married one daughter of Seleucus Nicator, but she passed away before creating any progenies for us. But Hrithik Roshan is definitely a product of that era of commingling. Now, outlines and episodization. Stories, even ones which have been the subject of a previous poem, should first be set out in universal terms when one is making use of them oneself. On that basis, one should then turn the story into episodes and elaborate it. As an example of what I mean by considering the universal, take the Iphigenia. Quote, a girl has been sacrificed and has disappeared without those who performed the sacrifice being aware of it. Set down in another country, where it was the custom to sacrifice foreigners to the goddess, she becomes the priestess of this rite. It subsequently happens that the priestess's brother arrives. The fact that the god ordered him to go there is outside the universal, so too the reason. On his arrival, he is captured, but when he is on the verge of being sacrificed, he discloses his identity, either as Euripides did it or as in Polydus, by saying, as was quite probable, that it was his lot as well as his sister's to be sacrificed. Escape ensues. End quote. After that, one should supply the names and turn the story into episodes. The episodes must be appropriate. For example, in the case of Orestes, the fit of madness which resulted in his capture and the escape by means of the purification. And purification here means the catharsis. In plays, the episodes are concise, but in epic poetry, they are used to increase the length. The story of the Odyssey is not very long, which is basically a man has been away from home for many years. He's kept under close observation by Poseidon and is alone. At home affairs are in such a state that his property is being squandered by the suitors who want to marry Odysseus' wife, basically, and plots are being laid against his son. Despite being shipwrecked, he reaches home, reveals his identity to a number of people, and attacks. He survives and destroys his enemies. That much is integral. The rest is episodes. This is the core gist of the story. Now, complication and resolution. In terms of music, the tension and the release, the bridge and the chorus. Every tragedy consists of a complication and a resolution. What is outside the play and often some of what is inside comprises the complication. The resolution is the rest. By complication, I mean everything from the beginning up to and including the section which immediately precedes the change to good fortune or bad fortune. Yes. By resolution, I mean everything from the beginning of the change of fortune to the end. Thus, in Theodositis's work or play, Lynceus, the complication consists of events before the play, the seizure of the child, and the disclosure of the parents. The resolution is everything from the capital charge to the end. Then another subchapter begins called Kinds of Tragedy. There are 4 kinds of tragedy, since that was also the number of component parts mentioned. Complex tragedy, depending entirely on reversal and recognition. Tragedy of suffering, for example, plays about Ajax and Ixion. Tragedy of character, for example, women of Phthia and Peleus. And fourth, simple tragedy, for example, daughters of Phorcys and Prometheus, and plays set in the underworld. Simple tragedy. By preference, one should try to include all the component parts, or failing that, most of them, and the most important, especially given the captious criticisms which people make of poets nowadays. See again, a ranking, a preference, a prioritization, a viveka, a discrimination. Because there have been poets good at each part, people expect individual poets to surpass the particular excellence of everyone. Because there have been poets good at each part, people expect individual poets to surpass the particular excellence of everyone. The proper basis for contrasting and comparing tragedies is principally in virtue of the plot. The proper basis for contrasting and comparing tragedies is principally in virtue of the plot, that is, whether the complication and resolution are the same. Many poets are good at complication but handle the resolution badly, but both should be treated with equal care. Tragedy and epic. Bearing in mind what I have already said several times, one should not compose a tragedy out of a body of material which would serve for an epic, by which I mean one that contains a multiplicity of stories. For example, if one were to use the whole plot of the Iliad in epic, because of its length, every part is given the appropriate magnitude, but in plays, the result is quite contrary to one's expectation. There is evidence of this in the fact that everyone who has composed a sack of Troy as a whole, and not piecemeal like Euripides or a Niobe, and not like Aeschylus, has either failed or done badly in the competition. Even Agathon failed in this one respect. Then the important factor of astonishment. In reversals and in simple actions, poets use astonishment to achieve their chosen aims. This is tragic and agreeable. This happens when someone who is clever but bad, like Sisyphus, is deceived, or someone who is courageous but unjust is defeated. There is no violation of probability in this. As Agathon said, it is probable for many improbable things to happen. When someone who is clever but bad is deceived, or someone who is courageous but unjust is defeated. Astonishment. Then the chorus. One should handle the chorus as one of the actors. It should be part of the whole and should contribute to the performance, not as in Euripides, but as in Sophocles. In the other poets, the songs have no more to do with the plot than they do with any other play. This is the reason why they sing interludes. This is a practice which Agathon was the first to start. In the other poets, the songs have no more to do with the plot than they. So item songs, basically. This is the reason why they sing interludes. This is a practice which Agathon was the first to start. But what is the difference between singing interludes and transferring a speech or a whole episode from one play into another? So Agathon was the father of item songs. Diction. Introduction. The other formal elements have been discussed. It remains to discuss diction and reasoning. The discussion of reasoning can be reserved for my rhetoric, his book called The Art of Rhetoric, which I have also purchased recently, which we will discuss from a live stream very soon. The discussion of reasoning can be reserved for my rhetoric, since it has more to do with that field of enquiry. Under reasoning fall those effects which must be produced by language. These include proof and refutation, the production of emotions, for example, pity, fear, anger, etc., and also establishing importance or unimportance. It is clear that in the events too, one should apply the same principles Okay, it is clear that in the events too, one should apply the same principles when it is necessary to make something seem pitiable or terrible, important or probable. The only difference is that the one set of effects should be apparent without explicit statement. ये explicit statement में ही तो Bollywood fail करता है सबसे ज़्यादा. The only difference is that the one set of effects should be apparent without explicit statement, while the others must be produced in speech by the speaker and must come about through the spoken word. Why would the speaker's function be? What would the speaker's function be if the necessary effect were evident without the use of language? As for diction, one kind of enquiry is into the forms of utterance. What a great paragraph. It is clear that in the events too, one should apply the same principles when it is necessary to make something seem pitiable or terrible, important or probable. The only difference is that the one set of effects should be apparent without explicit statement, while the others must be produced in speech by the speaker and must come about through the spoken word. What would the speaker's function be if the necessary effect were evident without the use of language? As for diction, one kind of enquiry is into the forms of utterance. Knowledge of these belongs to the art of performance and to the person who has that kind of expert knowledge. For example, what is a command, prayer, narrative, threat, question, answer, and anything else of that kind. Knowledge or ignorance of these matters does not give rise to any criticism relevant to the art of poetry that is actually worth taking seriously. Knowledge or ignorance of these matters does not give rise to any criticism relevant to the art of poetry that is actually worth taking seriously. No one could suppose that there is an error in the point Protagoras criticized, that is, that Homer thinks he is uttering a prayer but is in fact giving an order when he says, "Goddess, sing the wrath." Protagoras' point is that telling someone to do something or not is an order. So let us set that aside as an investigation belonging to an art other than that of poetry. Now, basic concepts of diction. Diction as a whole has the following elements: phoneme, syllable, connective, noun, verb, conjunction, inflection, utterance. A phoneme, P-H-O-N-E-M-E, phoneme or phoneme. A phoneme is an indivisible vocalization, not any kind, however, but one which can be part of a composite vocalization. Some animal noises are indivisible, but these are not what I mean by phonemes. Phonemes are classified as vowels, continuants, and mutes. A vowel does not involve contact between the organs of speech and has audible sound. A continuant does involve contact between the organs of speech and has audible sound. For example, S and R. A mute does involve contact between the organs of speech but does not have sound in itself. It becomes audible when combined with a phoneme which has audible sound. For example, G and D. Phonemes differ in the shape of the mouth, in the point of contact, in the presence or absence of aspiration, in length or brevity, and in acute, grave, or intermediate pitch. Detailed discussion of these differences belongs to the study of verse forms. Then two, a syllable is a non-signifying composite vocalization comprising a mute and a phoneme which has audible sound. Thus, gr is a syllable without an a and also with an a. For example, if it is gra. Detailed discussion of the differences between syllables also belongs to the study of verse forms. Then three, a connective. A connective is a non-signifying vocalization which neither prevents nor affects the composition of a single significant vocalization from two or more vocalizations and which should not occur at the beginning of an utterance by itself. For example, men, de, toy, de, or B. A connective is a non-signifying vocalization which is capable of creating a single significant vocalization from two or more vocalizations which are themselves significant. For example, around, about, etc. So around 50 kilometers or about 50 kilometers, okay? That's a connective. A non-signifying vocalization which is capable of creating a single significant vocalization from two or more vocalizations which are themselves significant. Then 4, a conjunction is a non-signifying vocalization which marks the beginning, end, or division of an utterance, and which may occur at the extremities as well as in the middle of an utterance. A noun is a composite significant vocalization which does not express tense, no part of which is significant in its own right. In nouns comprising two parts, we do not treat either part as significant in its own right. For example, the element something Dorus in the name Theodorus does not signify. A verb is a composite significant vocalization which does express tense, no part of which is significant in its own right, just as with nouns. Person or white do not signify tense. The signification of walks or walked includes present and past tense, respectively. Then, an inflection. An inflection of a noun or verb is that which expresses a case of him, for him, etc. Number, for example, person, persons, these are inflections. Or C, modes of expression, for example, interrogative or imperative. Thus, did he walk and walk are inflections of the verb according to these two categories. Then 8. An utterance is a composite significant vocalization, part or parts of which are significant in their own right. Not every utterance is composed of a verb and a noun. For example, the definition of human being is not composed of a verb and a noun. It is possible for an utterance to contain no verb, but it will always contain a part which signifies something. For example, Cleon or Cleon walks. An utterance may be single in two sentences. An utterance may be single in two senses, either because it signifies a single object or because it comprises a connected plurality of utterances. For example, the Iliad is a single utterance by connection. The definition of human being is a single utterance by virtue of signifying a single object. Now, classification of nouns. Nouns are classified as simple, by which I mean those not compounded from significant parts, for example, earth, or double. Double nouns may be composed of a significant and a non-signifying element, although within the noun itself there is no distinction between significant and non-signifying elements, or of two significant elements. One may also have triple, quadruple, and even multiplex nouns. For example, most of those from Marseille, such as hermosaicoxanthus. Nouns are classed as current, non-standard, metaphorical. Right. Nouns are classed as current, non-standard, metaphorical, ornamental, coined, lengthened, shortened, and adapted. By a current noun, I mean one which is in use among a given people. By a non-standard noun, I mean one which is in use among other people. Obviously, the same noun may be both current and non-standard, but not for the same people. Sigunon is current among the Cypriots, but non-standard to us. Spear is current among us, but non-standard to them. A metaphor is the application of a noun which properly applies to something else. The transfer may be from genus to species, from species to genus, from species to species, or by analogy. For example, by transfer from genus to species, I mean, for example, here stands my ship. Lying at anchor is one kind of standing. Here stands my ship. Yeah, lying at anchor is one kind of standing. The ship is not actually standing, right? It's floating on the water. Then 2, from species to genus. For example, Odysseus has in truth performed 10,000 noble deeds. 10,000 is a large number and is used in place of many. 3, species to species. For example, drawing off the life with, quote unquote, drawing off the life with bronze and cutting off water and edged bronze. Cutting off water with edged bronze. Here, drawing off means cutting and cutting means drawing off. Each is a kind of removal. Drawing off the life with bronze and cutting off water with edged bronze. Cutting off water means removal of water, and drawing off the life means cutting off life. By analogy, I mean cases where B stands in a similar relation to A as D does to C. One can then mention D instead of B and vice versa. Sometimes the thing to which the noun replaced stands in relation is expressed. I mean, for example, a cup stands in a similar relation to Dionysus as a shield does to Ares. So one may call a cup the shield of Dionysus, or a shield the cup of Ares, or old age is to life as evenings is to the day. So one may speak of evening as the old age of the day, as Empedocles does, and of old age as the evening of life or life's twilight. Like there's a famous song and sort of a folk poem in Bengali, which is usually sung by very, very old people when they are pretty much they have had enough of life and they want to be taken away by gods. So the lyrics are Hori, it's addressed to Hari. Hori din to gelo সন্ধে holo par koro amare. Okay, so Hari, my day is up. It's evening now. Take me to the other side. Okay, so again, same concepts being discussed in Greece and in Bengal. What the fuck? The day is twilight. Of course, that is pretty universal. It's not necessarily specific to Greece or India. In some cases, there is no existing noun for one term of the analogy, but it can nevertheless be expressed. For example, scattering seed is sowing, but there is no noun for the scattering of fire from the sun. But this stands in a similar relation to the sun as sowing does to seed, hence the expression sowing the God created fire. There is another way of using analogical metaphor. One may refer to something using the transferred noun and negate some of its proper attributes. So this is a basic English grammar book now all of a sudden. Using the transferred noun and negate some of its proper attributes. For example, one might call a shield not the cup of Aries, but the wineless cup. An ornamental noun is a coined noun. Okay, an ornamental noun is that text has been lost. What the fuck? It just ends at dot dot dot. Holy shit. So we'll never know what Aristotle meant or meant by ornamental noun. Fuck. Then a coined noun is one that is not in use by anyone but is posited by the poet himself, like Googling things or selfies. There seems to be a few nouns of this kind. For example, sproutages for horns and invocator for priest. As for lengthening and shortening, a noun is lengthened if it has a longer vowel than usual or an extra syllable. A noun is shortened if something has been removed. Examples of lengthening are polios for polios of a city and Peleiado for Peleido of Peleus' son. Of shortening, for example, Kri for Krithe or barley, Do for Doma, house, short forms basically. And from two eyes, single ops, meaning for opsis, sight. An adapted noun is one in which part of the word is kept unchanged and part added. For example, by the right word breast for right. Okay, right, adapted noun. So not just right breast, but right word breast. Nouns themselves may be masculine, feminine, or neuter. Masculine nouns are those ending in N, R, and S, and its compounds, of which there are two, P's and K's, or Ps and Ks. Feminine nouns are those ending in those vowels which are invariably long, that is, in A or O, and among those vowels which are capable of being lengthened in A. So the classes of masculine and feminine nouns turn out to be equal in number, since Ps and Ks or P's and K's are simply compound forms of S. So, no noun ends in a mute or in a short vowel. Only three end in I. For example, that is Meli, Komi, Peperi, and 5 in U or U. That is Doru, Po, Napu, Gonu, Astu. Neuters end in these and in N, R, and S. Now, qualities of poetic style. The most important quality in diction is clarity, provided there is no loss of dignity. The clearest diction is that based on current words, but that lacks dignity, as can be seen from the poetry of Cleophon and that of Sthenelus. By contrast, diction is distinguished and out of the ordinary when it makes use of exotic expressions, by which I mean non-standard words, metaphor, lengthening, and anything contrary to current usage. Qualities of poetic style. However, if one used nothing else, the result would be a riddle or gibberish. A riddle if it were made up entirely of metaphors, gibberish if it were made up entirely of non-standard words. The essence of a riddle is that it states facts by means of a combination of impossibilities. This cannot be done by putting other kinds of words together, but it is possible using metaphor. For example, I saw a man welding bronze upon a man with fire, and such like. And what is composed of non standard words is gibberish. And what is needed is some kind of mixture of these two things. One of them will make the diction out of the ordinary and avoid a loss of dignity, that is, non standard words, metaphor, ornament, and other categories I mentioned earlier, while current usage will contribute clarity. A major contribution to a style that is both clear and out of the ordinary is made by lengthenings, abbreviations, and alterations. The variation from current usage makes the diction out of the ordinary because we are not used to it. But it has something in common with what we are used to, so it will be clear. The people who find fault with this kind of style and satirize Homer are therefore mistaken in their criticism. For example, the elder Euclides argued that writing poetry is easy if one is allowed to use lengthening as much as one likes, and composed lampoons in the style in question, saying, quote, I saw Epicurus walking to marathon and not mixing his hellebore. Admittedly, obtrusive views of this style is absurd, but moderation is equally necessary in all aspects of diction. Using metaphors, non-standard words, and the other categories in an inappropriate and deliberately absurd way would produce the same effect. The difference that appropriateness makes in the case of epic poetry can be observed if one inserts the ordinary words into the verse. Equally in the case of non-standard words, metaphors and other kinds, equally in the case of non-standard words, metaphors and other kinds, the truth of what I am saying is obvious if one substitutes current words. For example, Aeschylus and Euripides composed identical lines of iambic verse, but the change of a single word, a non-standard word in place of a current word, made one line seem excellent and the other trivial by comparison. Aeschylus wrote in his Philoctetes, quote, the canker that eats up my foot's flesh. Euripides substituted feasts on with eats up. So Euripides wrote, the canker feasts on my foot's flesh, and Aeschylus wrote, the canker that eats up my foot's flesh. Feasts on my foot's flesh and eats up my foot's flesh. Also, in quote, a scant and strengthless and unseemly man, end quote, one could substitute current words. For example, a little weak, ugly man. And in setting down an uncomely chair and scant table, quote unquote, another phrase from these plays, and in quote, setting down an uncomely chair and scant table, end quote, it could be said, quote, setting down a second-rate chair and little table, end quote. And in the quote unquote sounding seashore, it could be substituted with quote unquote the shouting seashore, right? Ariphides too ridiculed the tragedians for using expressions that nobody would use in conversation. For example, quote unquote, the house without for outside the house, of thine Achilles roundabout for around Achilles, etc. Things of this sort all make diction out of the ordinary because they are not part of current usage. Ariphides failed to understand this. It is important to use all the things I have mentioned appropriately, including compound and non-standard words, but the most important thing is to be good at using metaphor. This is the one thing that cannot be learned from someone else and is a sign of natural talent. For the successful use of metaphor is a matter of perceiving similarities. Compound words are most appropriate in dithyramb, non-standard words in heroic verse. Compound words are most appropriate in dithyramb or dithyramb. Non-standard words are most appropriate in heroic verse. And metaphor is most appropriate in iambics. In heroic verse, all the things I have mentioned have their use, but in iambic verse, because of its close resemblance to ordinary speech, the most appropriate words are the ones which could also be used in prose speeches, that is, current words, metaphor, and ornamental words. Next is epic, Aristotle's thoughts on epics. First is the subchapter called plot of epics. Let me have a sip of water now. Tragedy and imitation in action has been adequately covered in what has already been said. As for the art of imitation, As for the art of imitation in narrative verse, it is clear that the plots ought, as in tragedy, to be constructed dramatically. That is, they should be concerned with a unified action, whole and complete, possessing a beginning, middle parts, and an end, so that, like a living organism, the unified whole can effect its characteristic pleasure. They should not be organized in the same way as histories, in which one has to describe not a single action but a single period of time, that is, all the events that occurred during that period involving one or more people, each of which has an arbitrary relation to the others. The naval engagement at Salamis and the battle against the Carthaginians in Sicily occurred simultaneously without in any way tending towards the same end. In exactly the same way, one thing may follow another in succession over a period of time without their producing a single result, because correlation is not causation always. But perhaps the majority of poets compose in this way. So, as we have already said, Homer's brilliance is evident in this respect as well, in comparison with other poets. He did not even try to treat the war as a whole, although it does have a beginning and an end. Had he done so, the plot would have been excessively large and difficult to take in at one view, or if it had been moderate in magnitude, it would have been overcomplicated in its variety. Instead, he has taken one part and used many others as episodes. For example, the catalogue of ships and other episodes which he uses to diversify his composition. The other poets write about a single person, a single period of time, or a single action of many parts. For example, the poet of the single action of many parts. Right. For example, the poet of Cypria and the Little Iliad. This means that only one tragedy can be made out of the Iliad and Odyssey, or at most two, but many out of the Cypria and the Little Iliad. More than eight, for example, Adjudication of Arms, Philoctetes, Neoptolemus, Neoptolemus, Eurypylus, Beggary, Spartan Women, Sack of Troy, Putting to Sea, also Sinon and Trojan Women. Then kinds and parts of epic. Epic must also have the same kinds as tragedy. It is either simple or complex or based on character or on suffering. The component parts, except for lyric poetry and spectacle, are also the same. It too needs, right. The component parts, except for lyric poetry and spectacle, are also the same. Epic must also have the same kinds as tragedy. Same kinds of parts as tragedy. It is either simple or complex, or based on character or on suffering. The component parts, except for lyric poetry and spectacle, are also the same. It too needs reversals, recognitions, and sufferings. And the reasoning and diction should be of high quality. Homer was the first to use all of these elements in a completely satisfactory way. Each of his two poems has a different structure. The Iliad is simple and based on suffering. The Odyssey is complex, recognition pervades it, and based on character. In addition, he excels everyone in diction and reasoning. Differences between tragedy and epic. Epic is differentiated in the length of its plot structure and in its verse form. The stated definition of length is adequate. One must be able to, right, the stated definition of length is adequate. One must be able to take in the beginning and the end in one view. This would be the case if the structures were shorter than those of the ancient epics and matched the number of tragedies presented at one sitting. Epic has an important distinctive resource for extending its length. In tragedy, it is not possible to imitate many parts of the action being carried on simultaneously, but only the one stage involving the actors. But in epic, because it is narrative, it is possible to treat many parts being carried on simultaneously, and these, provided that they are germane, make the poem more impressive. So, epic has this advantage in achieving grandeur, variety of interest for the hearer, and diversity of episodes. Similarly, quickly palls and may cause tragedies to fail. As for the verse form, experience has proved the appropriateness of the heroic verse. If one were to compose a narrative imitation in some other verse form or a combination of them, it would seem unsuitable. Heroic verse is the most stately and grandiose form of verse. heroic verse is the most stately and grandiose form of verse. This is why it is particularly receptive to non standard words and metaphors, because narrative imitation departs further. Narrative imitation departs further from the norm than other kinds. Iambic verse and the trochaic tetrameter express movements, express movement. The latter, the trochaic tetrameter, the latter having a dance-like quality, and the former, the iambic verse, former that being suited to action. It would be still more peculiar if one mixed them, as Caramon did. For this reason, no one has composed a long structure in any verse form other than the heroic. As we have said, nature itself teaches people to choose what is appropriate to it. Then, quasi-dramatic epic. Homer deserves praise for many reasons, but above all because he alone among poets is not ignorant of what he should do in his own person. The poet in person should say as little as possible. That is not what makes him an imitator. Other poets perform in person throughout and imitate little and seldom. But after a brief preamble, Homer introduces a man or woman or some other character, and none of them are characterless. They have character. Now, astonishment and irrationalities. While it is true that astonishment is an effect which should be sought in tragedy, the irrational, which is the most important source of astonishment, is more feasible in epic because one is not looking at the agent. Interesting. The pursuit of Hector from Troy, the movie Troy, the pursuit of Hector would seem preposterous on stage with the others standing by and taking no part in the pursuit while Achilles shakes his head to restrain them. But in epic, it escapes notice. Astonishment gives pleasure. Evidence of this is the fact that everyone exaggerates when passing on news on the assumption that they are giving pleasure. Okay? Exaggeration with the assumption that they are giving pleasure. What a brilliant observation. Oh, I love this. Fuck. And see how relevant this is even today. थोड़ा बड़ा चढ़ा के बोलने का जो tendency है, that's based on the assumption that you are giving pleasure. मंडेन खबर नहीं दे रहे हो, थोड़ा कुछ इतना इंपॉर्टेंट खबर दे रहे हो, उसमें थोड़ा तुम्हारा भी सिग्नल थ्योरी भी है, थोड़ा मिमेसिस है, मिमेटिक डिजायर्स है, एंड थोड़ा रेने जिरार्ड है कि देखो मैं कितना बड़ी आदमी हूँ फॉर गिविंग यू दिस वेरी अमेजिंग न्यूज, एंड इवन दो द न्यूज इज अ लिटिल mundane in reality, a little more mundane in reality, but I am making it a little better than mundane and then presenting it to you. Homer in particular taught other poets the right way to tell falsehoods. This is the false inference. In cases where the existence or occurrence of A implies the existence or occurrence of B, people imagine that if B is the case, then A also exists or occurs, which is fallacious. So if A is false, but its existence would entail the existence or occurrence of B, one should add B. Then, on the basis of its knowledge that B is true, our mind falsely infers the reality of A as well. An example of this can be found in the bath scene. Probable impossibilities are preferable. Probable impossibilities are preferable to implausible possibilities. Brilliant. Probable impossibilities are better than implausible possibilities. Stories should not be constructed from irrational parts. So far as possible, they should contain nothing irrational, or failing that, it should be outside the narration, like Oedipus's ignorance of the manner of Laius' death, that's outside the play, happens before the play starts, and not in the play itself, like the report of the Pythian games in the Electra, or the man who comes from Tegea to Mysia without speaking in the Mysians. Saying that the plot would have been ruined otherwise is absurd. Plots should not be constructed like that in the first place. But if one does posit an irrationality and it seems more or less rational, even an oddity is possible. The irrationalities involved in Odysseus being put ashore in the Odyssey would be manifestly intolerable if a second-rate poet had composed them. But as it is, the poet conceals the absurdity with other good qualities and makes it a source of pleasure. 6 pages to go. Now, diction of epics. Diction should be handled with particular care in those parts in which little is happening and which are expressive neither of character nor of reasoning. Excessively brilliant diction overshadows character and reasoning. Now, problems and solutions. First, principles. As for problems and their solutions in a play, that is, their number and the classes into which they fall should become clear if considered in this way. This is sort of a story writing and filmmaking masterclass in a way. So, the classes of problems and their solutions. 1. The poet is engaged in imitation just like a painter or anyone else who produces visual images, and the object of his imitation must in every case be one of three things: either the kind of thing that was or is the case, or the kind of thing that is said or thought to be the case, or the kind of thing that ought to be the case. The diction in which these things are expressed includes non-standard words, metaphors, and many modifications of diction. These licenses are allowed to poets. 3. In addition, correctness is not the same thing in ethics and poetry nor in any other art and poetry. Error in poetry is of two kinds, one intrinsic, the other incidental. If someone has chosen to imitate accuracy but failed to do so because of incompetence, the fault is intrinsic. Okay. If someone has chosen to imitate accurately but failed to do so, so that's an intrinsic fault. But if he has chosen not to do so correctly, for example, to show a horse with both right legs thrown forward, the error is in respect to the particular art, for example, in respect to medicine or some other art, not in respect to the art of poetry itself, because there it can be an imagination in order to serve a different purpose. Now, applications. So one should solve the objections posed in problems by considering them on the basis of these principles. 1. First, those with regard to the art of poetry itself. If impossibilities have been included in a poem, that is an error. But it is correct if it attains the end of the art itself. The end has been stated above, previously. That is, if it makes either this or some other part have greater impact. An example is the pursuit of Hector. If, however, it is possible for the end to be achieved as well or better without contravening the art concerned with those matters, then the error is not correct. Okay? If it is possible for the end to be achieved as well or better without contravening the art concerned with those matters, then the error is not correct. There should, if possible, be no error at all. 2. Also, which class does the error belong to? Those in respect of the art or those in respect of some other incidental? It is less serious if the artist was unaware of the fact that a female deer does not have antlers than if he painted a poor imitation. 3. Furthermore, if the objection is that something is not true, perhaps it is as it is ought to be. For example, Sophocles said that he portrayed people as they should be. Euripides portrayed people as they are. That is the solution to use. Fuck. If the objection is that something is not true, then perhaps the solution is to portray them as they are. 4. If it is neither true nor as it ought to be, one might reply that this is what people say. For example, stories about the gods. It may be that talking like that is neither an idealization nor the truth, and perhaps Xenophanes was right, but at any rate, that is what people say. 5. Other things, though not idealizations, may perhaps reflect the way things used to be. For example, the passage about the weapons, quote, their spears stood upright on the butt end, end quote. That was the norm then, as it is even now among the Illyrians. Illyrians probably. In evaluating any utterance, 5, in evaluating any utterance or action, one must take into account not just the moral qualities of what is actually done or said, okay, but also the identity of the agent or speaker, the addressee, the occasion, the means, and the motive. For example, whether it is to bring about a greater good or avert a greater evil. Say 7. Other problems should be solved with an eye to diction. For example, a non-standard For example, a non-standard word may provide the solution to the quote-unquote first the mules. Perhaps he does not mean mules but sentinels. Dolon being quote-unquote ugly in appearance, not physically deformed but facially disfigured, since Cretans call facial beauty beauty of appearance. And mix the wine stronger, quote unquote mix the wine stronger, not, which means not undiluted as for drunkards, but it does not mean undiluted as in the case of drunkards, but in this case it means make the wine faster. Mix the wine stronger means do it faster. Other things are said metaphorically. For example, quote unquote, all the gods and men slept through the night. While at the same time he says, quote unquote, when he looks out over the Trojan plain, the sound of pipes and panpipes, end quote, all is said metaphorically. So not really, it's not literally the fact that all men are sleeping. So all is said metaphorically for many, since all is a lot. Also, alone, quote unquote, alone with no share is metaphorical. The best known instance being unique, alone with no share, meaning unique in this case. Then 8, with reference to pronunciation, as in Hippias of Thassos' solution to, quote, we grant him achievement of glory, end quote, and, quote unquote, part is rotted by rain. Nine, punctuation provides a solution to some problems. For example, Empedocles said, wrote, quote, at once mortal things were born that before were immortal, and things unmixed formerly mixed. So punctuation solves this sentence accurately. 10, so does ambiguity. For example, the quote unquote, the more of the night has passed. More is ambiguous. 11, other problems can be solved with reference to linguistic usage. We call diluted wine wine, hence the phrase grieves of new forged tin. We call people who work iron bronzesmiths, hence Ganymede is said to pour wine for Zeus, although the gods do not drink wine. This could also be metaphorical. Fuck. Whenever a word seems to imply a contradiction, one should consider the number of meanings it could bear in the context. Okay, this is point 12. Whenever a word seems to imply a contradiction, one should consider the number of meanings it could bear in the context. For example, in quote unquote, by it was the bronze spear stayed. By it was the bronze spear stayed. In this sentence, how many different possible ways are there for it to be stopped there? In one way or another, however one might best take it. This is the exact opposite of what Glaucon describes when he says that some people make unreasonable prior assumptions, and then, although the adverse verdict is one they have reached by themselves, they make inferences from it, and if anything contradicts their own ideas, they criticize the poet as if he had expressed their opinion. This is what has occurred in the case of Icarius. People assume that he's a Spartan, and that Telemachus not meeting him when he went to Sparta is therefore odd. But perhaps the Cephalenians are right when they say that Odysseus married from among them. And that his name is Icadius, not Icarius. So probably the problem is based on a misconception. Now, conclusion. In general, 1, impossibilities should be referred to poetic effect or idealization of the truth or opinion. With regard to poetic effect, a plausible impossibility is preferable. I think, with regard to poetic effect, a plausible impossibility is preferable to what is implausible but possible. Again, it is impossible for people to be as Zeuxis painted them, but that is an idealization of the truth. One should surpass the model. 2, irrationalities should be referred to what people say. That is one solution, and also sometimes that it is not irrational, since it is probable that improbable things will happen. Exactly. 3, contradictory utterances should be subjected to the same scrutiny as refutations in arguments. That is, Is the same thing said with reference to the same thing and in the same sense, to establish whether the poet contradicts either what he says himself or what a reasonable person would assume. Contradictory utterances should be subjected to the same scrutiny. Then 4. An object either to irrationality or to depravity is correct when there is no necessity and the poet makes no use of the irrationality. Okay? An objection either to irrationality or to depravity is correct when there is no necessity and the poet makes no use of the irrationality, as Euripides fails to use Aegeus, or of the wickedness as that of Menelaus in Orestes. So the objections people make are of 5 kinds. That is that something is impossible, irrational, harmful, contradictory, or contrary to correctness in the art. Solutions should be sought from those enumerated. There are 12 of them. Now, comparative evaluation of epic and tragedy. We have 2 pages to go now. Comparative evaluation of epic and tragedy. One might pose the question whether epic imitation or tragic is superior. The case against tragedy. So, see, critical thinking. Now he's going to first argue against tragedy, then he's going to reply to his own concerns. The case against tragedy. If the less vulgar art is superior, and in all cases what is addressed to a superior audience is less vulgar, okay? If the less vulgar art is superior, meaning epics, and in all cases what is addressed to a superior audience is less vulgar, so if in fact the epic is less vulgar, then it is perfectly clear that the art which imitates indiscriminately is vulgar. Assuming that the audience is incapable of grasping what the performer does not supply in person, they engage in a great deal of movement as second-rate pipers spin round if they have to imitate throwing a discus and drag the chorus leader about if they have to play the skyla. Tragedy is like that. This is in fact the opinion which older actors held about those who came after them. Meniscus used to call Callipides monkey because of his excesses, overacting, and Pindarus was viewed in much the same way. The whole art of tragedy stands in the same relation to epic as these do to the others. So it is argued that epic is addressed to decent audiences who do not need gestures, while tragedy is addressed to second-rate audiences. If then tragedy is vulgar, clearly it must be inferior. Now the reply. 1. First of all, this is not a criticism of the art of poetry, but of the art of performance. A rhapsode performing epic poetry can make exaggerated use of gestures like Sosistratus. So can a singer. This is like what Menastheus of Opus used to do. Yeah. You can be overtly expressive even in a song. Then point 2, counter 2, to whether to Aristotle's core argument that tragedy is in fact better than or a higher art than epics. Point 2 is next, not all movement is to be disparaged. Not all movement is disparaged. Hashtag not all movements. Movement meaning physical movement, of course. Any more than all dance is to be disparaged, but only that of inferior persons. This is the objection that used to be made against Callipides and is made now against others, and on the grounds that the women they imitate are not respectable. 3. Also, tragedy has its effect without movement, just as epic does. Its quality is clear from reading. So if tragedy is superior in other respects, the criticism at any rate does not necessarily apply to it. Further, point 4. Tragedy has everything that epic does. It can even make use of its verse form, and additionally it has a major component part, music and spectacle. This is a source of intense pleasure. Point 5. Also, tragedy has vividness in reading as well as in performance. Point 6. Also, the end of imitation is attained in shorter length. What is more concentrated is more pleasant than what is watered down by being extended in time. I mean, for example, if one were to turn Sophocles' Oedipus into as many lines as the Iliad has, then yeah, it would be a disaster. Point 7. Also, the epic poet's imitation is less unified. An indication of this is that more than one tragedy comes from any given imitation. Right. This is a brilliant point. So the epic poet's imitation is less unified. An indication of this is that more than one tragedy comes from any given imitation, but the epic poet's imitation is less unified. So if they treat a unified plot, either the exposition is brief and appears curtailed, or else it adheres to the length of that verse form and is diluted. I mean, for example, if it comprises a number of actions, the Iliad and Odyssey have many parts of this kind which possess magnitude in their own right, and yet the construction of these poems could not be improved upon, and they are an imitation of a single action to the greatest possible degree. Right. So tragedy surpasses epic in all these respects, and also in artistic effect, since they should not produce any arbitrary pleasure, but the one specified, that is, feeling fear or sympathy. Wait. Fear, my favorite. Fear and what was mentioned? Shit, I forgot. Wait, let me just remind myself once. But fear and sympathy, more or less, right? As far as I remember. Or some other word for sympathy. Yeah, but anyway, I remember it's fear and sympathy only. Generating fear and sympathy. That is the point of tragedy. So, tragedy surpasses epic in all these respects and also in artistic effect, since they should not produce any arbitrary pleasure but the one specified, which is a tragedy, a tragic feeling. Clearly, then, because it achieves its purpose more effectively than epic, tragedy must be superior. And a final conclusion. So much for tragedy and epic, the number and variety of their forms and component parts, the causes of their success and failure, and criticisms and solutions. So you see, it ends also in a very Sanskrit text way. Iti. So basically, iti, the number and variety of their forms, and itihi, and component parts, and the causes of their success and failure, and criticisms and solutions. Itihi, that. And in translation, they have used the phrase so much for, meaning I've written this much, this is where I end, this is what I've written for tragedy and epic, the number and variety of their forms and component parts, the causes of their success and failure, and criticisms and solutions. And I just finished reading my first Aristotle book. Holy shit. Fuck. Thanks for joining, guys. Good night.
যদি সবাই ফিরে যায় ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা সবাই ফিরে যায় যদি গহন পথে যাওয়ার কালে কেউ ফিরে না যায় তবে পথের কাটা তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না তবে একলা চলো রে যদি আলো না ধরে ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা আলো না ধরে যদি ঝড় বাদলে আধার রাতে দুয়ার দেয় ঘরে তবে বজ্রা নলে আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা চলো রে আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা চলো রে যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে একলা চলো একলা চলো একলা চলো একলা চলো রে